Impressionism, Art, Leisure, and Parisian Society. The Revolution in Art and Society. Written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Impressionism. The birth of Impressionism marked a significant departure from the artistic norms that had dominated Europe for centuries. In the mid-19th century, France was experiencing rapid industrialization, urbanization, and social transformation, which would shape not only society but also the arts. Traditional academic painting, with its rigid rules and idealized depictions, could no longer keep up with the changing times. The Impressionists emerged as the avant-garde, challenging these conventions by emphasizing personal perception, light, and the fleeting nature of modern life. Impressionism was not just a new technique, it was a revolutionary way of seeing the world. The movement was founded by a group of artists, including Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Camille Pissarro, who rejected the formalized approach of the French Academy, which had long controlled artistic standards. Instead of the highly detailed, carefully composed works that had been celebrated in the academic tradition, the Impressionists sought to capture the immediacy and vibrancy of the world around them. They painted outdoors or en plein air in order to directly engage with the effects of natural light and its changing qualities. One of the key ideas behind the emergence of Impressionism was the desire to depict modern life. Unlike the historical and mythological subjects often favored by academic painters, Impressionists focused on the everyday scenes of contemporary Paris: bustling streets, cafes, parks, and riversides. These were places of leisure where the new middle class could enjoy the fruits of industrial progress. Artists turned their attention to urban life, capturing spontaneous moments of movement and color that reflected the pace and dynamism of modern society. For the first time, art began to depict not just grand, timeless themes, but the fleeting moments of everyday existence. The role of technology, particularly photography, also played a significant role in shaping the style and approach of Impressionist artists. Photography's development in the 19th century introduced the concept of capturing moments in time, which challenged painters to rethink their work. Rather than focusing on achieving photographic realism, Impressionists used new techniques to express movement, light, and atmosphere, focusing on the emotional and perceptual aspects of the scene rather than precise detail. The Impressionists' decision to exhibit their works independently outside the official salon allowed them to bypass the conservative art establishment, which had long been a gatekeeper of artistic success. Their first independent exhibition in 1874, which featured Monet's painting Impression, Sunrise, is credited with coining the term Impressionism, a label that was originally intended as an insult, but would later come to symbolize a new artistic movement that would forever change the course of art history. The origins of the Impressionist movement. The origins of the Impressionist movement can be traced to the changing cultural, social, and technological landscape of 19th century France. In the early part of the century, French society was undergoing significant transformations. The Industrial Revolution had brought about rapid urbanization, creating a bustling modern city of Paris, where the old ways of life were being replaced by new ideas and technologies. As a result, the traditional academic painting that had dominated the art world for centuries began to seem increasingly disconnected from the reality of modern life. The seeds of Impressionism were sown in the dissatisfaction that many artists felt with the rigid conventions of academic art. The French Academy, which controlled the prestigious Salon exhibitions, dictated what subjects were acceptable and how they should be painted. Historical and mythological themes, along with highly polished, realistic techniques, were favored, while the everyday scenes of contemporary life were often dismissed as inferior. Young artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Camille Pissarro were among those who found this restrictive and sought to create art that better reflected the world around them. The movement's roots also lie in the evolution of the broader art scene. Realism, which emerged in the mid-19th century, was one of the precursors to Impressionism. Realist artists such as Gustave Courbet broke away from the idealized subjects of academic painting and focused on depicting the everyday lives of ordinary people, from workers to peasants. While the realists were grounded in a more traditional understanding of composition and form, their focus on the mundane and the contemporary paved the way for the Impressionists, who would push these boundaries even further. Another key influence on the birth of Impressionism was the advent of new technology, particularly photography. The development of photography in the 1830s challenged artists to rethink the need for precise photographic realism. As photography became more widespread, painters like the Impressionists began to focus on capturing the impermanence of light and color, rather than creating exact reproductions of the scene before them. In the 1860s, a group of artists, initially working in isolation, began to share ideas and experiment with new techniques. Their approach emphasized spontaneity, the use of light, and a more fragmented, less detailed representation of the world. By rejecting the academic approach and embracing a new way of seeing, these artists laid the foundation for what would become the Impressionist movement. The culmination of their collective efforts occurred in 1874 when they held their first independent exhibition, which would forever change the course of art history and establish the Impressionists as a revolutionary force in the world of painting. Early pioneers and key figures. The Impressionist movement owes much of its development to a handful of early pioneers and key figures whose innovative approaches to art broke away from the conventions of academic painting. Among the most influential artists who shaped the movement were Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, Camille Pissarro, and Berthe Morisot. Each of these artists brought a unique perspective and technique that contributed to the collective shift in how modern life was represented in art. Claude Monet is often considered the most emblematic of the Impressionist artists. His work is synonymous with the movement, especially his ability to capture the effects of light and color. Monet's series of paintings, such as Water Lilies and Impression, Sunrise, demonstrated his interest in the changing qualities of light throughout different times of the day and seasons. He rejected the fine detail and finish associated with academic art in favor of loose brushwork and a focus on the transient moment. It was Monet's painting Impression, Sunrise that actually led to the term Impressionism, coined by a critic who dismissed the unfinished appearance of the piece. Pierre-Auguste Renoir's work was characterized by his focus on color and the human form. He is particularly known for his depictions of social life, especially scenes of Parisian leisure, such as Luncheon of the Boating Party and Dance at Le Moulin de la Galette. Renoir's soft, vibrant use of color and his ability to convey the warmth and liveliness of his subjects made his work instantly recognizable and a vital part of the movement. Unlike some of his contemporaries, Renoir continued to develop his style throughout his life, eventually incorporating a more classical approach in his later years. Edgar Degas, while often associated with the Impressionists, had a distinctive style that set him apart. Known for his depictions of dancers, such as the ballet class, and his scenes of everyday life, Degas concentrated on movement and the human figure. His works often focused on unusual angles and viewpoints, as seen in his studies of dancers, jockeys, and women at baths. Degas was also deeply interested in the interplay of light and shadow, employing a range of innovative techniques, including pastels and monotype prints, to capture fleeting moments of movement and emotion. Camille Pissarro, one of the founding members of the Impressionist group, played a crucial role in shaping the movement's focus on rural life and landscapes. Pissarro's commitment to painting en plein air allowed him to capture the essence of nature, from the rural French countryside to the busy streets of Paris. His works displayed a harmonious relationship between color and composition, and he became an important mentor to younger artists, encouraging experimentation with technique and approach. Berthe Morisot, one of the few women in the early Impressionist circle, brought a distinctive sensitivity and intimacy to her work. Her depictions of domestic life and women in private moments challenged the traditional roles assigned to women both in society and in art. Morisot's light, expressive brushwork and her focus on the subtleties of color and atmosphere made her contributions to the movement highly significant. These early pioneers and key figures were instrumental in laying the foundation for Impressionism, shaping the movement into one that forever changed the trajectory of art history. Through their radical departure from traditional forms and their exploration of new techniques, they revolutionized the way art was both created and perceived, ultimately shifting the focus of the art world towards modernity and individual expression. Rejection of traditional academic art. The rejection of traditional academic art was one of the defining aspects of the Impressionist movement, and it served as both a catalyst and a statement of resistance. Academic art, which had dominated European art institutions for centuries, was based on a set of rigid principles that emphasized idealized representations of historical, mythological, and religious subjects. Paintings were expected to be meticulously detailed, with smooth surfaces and careful attention to technique. This approach was rooted in a highly controlled, formal training system, and it was reinforced by the French Academy, which oversaw the prestigious Salon exhibitions. For the artists of the emerging Impressionist movement, these conventions no longer reflected the rapidly changing world around them. In the mid-19th century, France was undergoing profound social and technological changes. The Industrial Revolution had transformed Paris into a bustling metropolis, and the urban landscape was filled with new forms of leisure and commerce. Meanwhile, the rise of the bourgeoisie and the growth of the middle class brought new cultural dynamics that contrasted with the elite, academic ideals of the art world. The Impressionists sought to reflect these changes by rejecting the subject matter and techniques favored by academic artists, which were often focused on historical or mythical narratives. Instead, they turned to the everyday experiences of contemporary life, capturing scenes of urban streets, parks, cafes, and rural landscapes. The technical aspects of academic painting also came under fire from the Impressionists. The classical training that artists received at the Academy emphasized smooth, controlled brushwork, and artists were expected to achieve a high degree of realism and detail in their work. The Impressionists, however, believed that this style ignored the fluid and transient qualities of nature. They developed a technique that employed quick, loose brushstrokes to capture the changing light and atmosphere of a scene. By painting en plein air or outdoors, they could observe the effects of light and color in real time, producing works that appeared more spontaneous and immediate. The Impressionists also rejected the Academy's emphasis on formal compositions and the idealized portrayal of the human body. Rather than conforming to established rules, they explored unusual perspectives, fragmented forms, and the use of color to convey emotion. This break from tradition was not immediately well received by the public or critics. Their first exhibition in 1874 was met with ridicule, with critics dismissing their works as unfinished or incomplete. However, despite the initial backlash, the Impressionists' willingness to defy convention set the stage for future artistic movements and allowed for the birth of a new approach to art that focused on personal expression and the immediacy of the moment. The rejection of traditional academic art was, in many ways, the revolution that redefined the possibilities of painting and paved the way for modern art. The role of modernity in the development of Impressionism. Modernity played a crucial role in shaping the development of the Impressionist movement as it directly influenced the subjects, techniques, and overall ethos of the artists involved. The rapid social, cultural, and technological transformations occurring in 19th century France created an environment in which the traditional forms of art were increasingly seen as outdated and disconnected from the world around them. The Impressionists, in turn, embraced modernity, both in their choice of subject matter and their innovative approaches to representation, marking a sharp departure from the past. One of the most significant ways in which modernity impacted Impressionism was through the changing urban landscape of Paris. Under the direction of Baron Haussmann, Paris underwent a dramatic transformation during the 1850s and 1860s, with wide boulevards, new parks, and public spaces reshaping the city. These changes provided Impressionist artists with fresh and vibrant subject matter. The artists moved away from the grand historical or mythological themes favored by academic art, opting instead to depict scenes of modern life. The urban environment, with its bustling streets, cafes, theaters, and parks, became a central theme in many Impressionist works. Through their art, the Impressionists captured the dynamic energy of the city and the activities of the middle class, reflecting the excitement and vitality of a rapidly modernizing society. In addition to the physical transformation of Paris, the Industrial Revolution played a key role in shaping modernity during this period. The rise of factories, railways, and new forms of transportation and communication radically altered the rhythms of life. These changes were mirrored in the work of the Impressionists, who sought to capture the fleeting moments and vibrant energy of a world in motion. The Impressionists focused on portraying scenes of everyday life that reflected the pace and changes of the modern world. Rather than idealizing or romanticizing their subjects, they embraced the transient nature of modern existence, capturing moments of light, movement, and atmosphere that could quickly disappear. Technological advancements also played an important role in the evolution of Impressionism. The invention of photography, for example, had a profound impact on how artists approached their work. With the advent of photography, the need for painters to produce highly detailed, realistic depictions of the world diminished. Impressionists, influenced by the new medium, began to experiment with capturing the essence of a scene rather than aiming for exact likenesses. Their loose brushwork, vibrant colors, and emphasis on light were all part of their effort to represent the world as it appeared in the moment, focusing on how it felt rather than how it looked in precise detail. In sum, modernity provided the social, cultural, and technological backdrop that allowed Impressionism to emerge as a revolutionary movement. By embracing the realities of a rapidly changing world, the Impressionists were able to create a new artistic language that not only reflected their contemporary experiences, but also marked a significant shift away from the traditional artistic ideals that had dominated the art world for centuries. The influence of photography on Impressionist techniques. The advent of photography in the 19th century had a profound influence on the development of Impressionism, significantly altering how artists approached their work. As photography became more accessible and widespread, it challenged traditional notions of art and realism, providing a new way to capture the world with unprecedented accuracy and speed. This shift in technology not only impacted the way artists saw their subjects, but also encouraged them to move away from precise photographic representation toward capturing more subjective, ephemeral moments in their work. Impressionist artists, such as Claude Monet, Edgar Degas, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, were particularly influenced by the developments in photography, which offered a new perspective on how movement, light, and momentary effects could be frozen in time. Photography, with its ability to capture instantaneous moments, led many painters to reconsider the traditional focus on static, meticulously detailed compositions. Rather than producing highly finished works that adhered to the conventions of academic realism, Impressionists began experimenting with capturing the fleeting qualities of light and the transitory nature of everyday life. One key influence of photography was the idea of a snapshot or momentary glimpse. The Impressionists sought to capture scenes that were not posed or carefully arranged, but rather reflected the spontaneous, unposed reality of modern life. This idea can be seen in works such as Monet's Impression, Sunrise, where the emphasis is not on fine detail or accuracy, but on conveying the fleeting effects of light on the landscape at a specific moment. The use of loose brushwork and broken color allowed the artist to evoke a sense of immediacy and movement, much like a photograph that captures a moment in time. Another key element that photography influenced was the composition and framing of the scene. Photographers, with their ability to experiment with angles and perspectives, inspired Impressionist painters to explore unconventional viewpoints. Edgar Degas, for example, was known for his innovative compositions that featured cropped or unusual angles, particularly in his studies of dancers and bathers. These compositions often resembled photographs taken from the sidelines or through unexpected viewpoints, further emphasizing the sense of spontaneity and modernity in the Impressionist style. Additionally, the development of photography led to a greater focus on light and shadow in Impressionist works. Photographers, like painters, sought to depict the interplay of light and its effects on the subject. This influence is evident in the Impressionists' use of light not only to illuminate scenes, but also to define the atmosphere and mood of a painting. The ability to capture the fleeting effects of light in photography encouraged the Impressionists to embrace this element as a central feature in their works, reflecting the constantly changing nature of the world around them. In conclusion, photography played a significant role in shaping the techniques and outlook of the Impressionist movement. By embracing the spontaneity, experimentation, and focus on light and movement that photography exemplified, Impressionist artists were able to break free from the constraints of academic tradition and develop a new visual language that captured the modern world in all its transitory beauty. Chapter 2: Key Artists of the Movement. The Impressionist movement was shaped by a group of pioneering artists who each contributed unique elements to its development. Among the most notable figures were Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, Camille Pissarro, Berthe Morisot, and Edouard Manet. These artists not only challenged the conventions of academic art, but also shared a commitment to capturing the fleeting moments of modern life, particularly the effects of light, color, and atmosphere. Claude Monet is often considered the father of Impressionism, and his work embodies the movement's core principles. He was especially interested in how light interacted with color, often creating series of paintings of the same scene at different times of the day or in different weather conditions. His famous Water Lilies series, for example, captured the changing reflections on the water's surface, demonstrating his mastery in depicting the subtleties of natural light. Monet's loose, expressive brushwork and dedication to painting en plein air became hallmarks of the movement, influencing generations of artists. Pierre-Auguste Renoir was another central figure whose work reflected the vibrancy and joy of modern life. Renoir's paintings often focused on social interactions, particularly in the context of Parisian leisure activities. His famous works, such as Luncheon of the Boating Party and Dance at Le Moulin de la Galette, portray scenes of people enjoying themselves in cafes, gardens, and at parties. Renoir's soft, glowing use of color and his ability to capture the warmth and movement of human figures made his work beloved both during his lifetime and in the years that followed. Edgar Degas, while aligned with the Impressionist group, was known for his distinct approach, particularly his focus on movement and the human figure. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Degas was less concerned with capturing natural landscapes and instead turned his attention to subjects like ballet dancers, horse races, and women bathing. His works often depicted unusual angles and perspectives, creating compositions that felt dynamic and fresh. Degas also experimented with various media, including pastels and monotypes, allowing him to explore the interplay of light, shadow, and form in innovative ways. Camille Pissarro was another founding figure whose dedication to the principles of Impressionism helped define the movement. Known for his landscape paintings, Pissarro frequently focused on rural scenes, capturing the vibrancy of life in the countryside as well as the growth of modern urban environments. He embraced a loose, fluid style and painted both in France and in the Caribbean, contributing to the global reach of Impressionism. Berthe Morisot was one of the few women in the core group of Impressionists and made significant contributions with her intimate depictions of domestic life and women's experiences. Morisot's work is known for its delicate use of light and soft brushstrokes, creating an atmosphere of quiet reflection. She often painted scenes of women at home, in the garden, or at leisure, offering a unique perspective on contemporary life. Edouard Manet, while not always strictly an impressionist, played a crucial role in paving the way for the movement. His painting Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe shocked the public with its modern portrayal of a nude woman in a contemporary setting, challenging traditional notions of realism and beauty. Manet's bold, unconventional approach to subject matter and his use of flat, direct brushwork influenced many of the later Impressionists. Together, these artists form the core of the Impressionist movement, each bringing their own vision and expertise to the transformation of the art world. Their innovations, both in technique and subject matter, broke from tradition and set the stage for the development of modern art. Claude Monet and his contribution to Impressionism. Claude Monet stands as one of the most influential figures in the history of art, particularly for his role in shaping and defining the Impressionist movement. Often regarded as the father of Impressionism, Monet's approach to painting marked a dramatic departure from the traditional academic art that had dominated the art world for centuries. His innovative techniques and dedication to capturing the fleeting qualities of light and atmosphere not only revolutionized the way artists approached their work, but also forever changed the trajectory of modern art. Monet's most significant contribution to Impressionism was his emphasis on the effects of light and color in nature. Rather than focusing on the meticulous, highly detailed depictions of scenes that were characteristic of academic painting, Monet sought to represent the transient beauty of the world by capturing moments of shifting light and changing atmospheric conditions. His hallmark technique involved using loose, expressive brushstrokes and a vivid palette, which allowed him to convey the immediacy of the scene. Through this method, Monet was able to convey the sensation of a moment rather than its precise details, embodying the very essence of the Impressionist ethos. One of Monet's most famous techniques was the creation of series of paintings that depicted the same scene under different lighting conditions or at various times of day. Works such as Rouen Cathedral and Water Lilies are prime examples of this method, where Monet painted the same subject repeatedly, focusing on how light interacted with the scene in a constantly changing environment. This approach revealed his fascination with the impermanence of nature and his belief that a single moment in time could never be fully captured, only interpreted through the artist's perception of it. Monet's commitment to painting en plein air, outside directly from nature, was another crucial aspect of his work. By painting outdoors, he could respond to the natural world in real time, capturing the fleeting moments of light and color that would be impossible to recreate in a studio. This practice also allowed him to break free from the confines of traditional composition, embracing spontaneity and freedom of expression. Monet's work was initially met with criticism, especially his painting impression Sunrise, which gave the movement its name. Critics derided the unfinished appearance of the painting, calling it impressionistic as a term of derision. However, this loose, sketch-like quality became one of the defining characteristics of Monet's style, and by extension, the Impressionist movement as a whole. Through his focus on light, color, and the impermanence of nature, Claude Monet's contribution to Impressionism was both groundbreaking and enduring. His works opened up new possibilities for artists, inspiring generations to come and solidifying his place as a key figure in the development of modern art. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, a master of light and color. Pierre-Auguste Renoir is one of the most celebrated figures of the Impressionist movement, renowned for his masterful use of light and color. His ability to capture the warmth of human interaction and the vibrancy of everyday life set him apart as an artist who brought an infectious sense of joy and intimacy to his work. Renoir's distinctive style, characterized by soft, luminous color palettes and a fluid, sensuous approach to form, played a pivotal role in shaping the direction of Impressionism. Renoir's technique was defined by his innovative use of light and color. Unlike the traditional academic style that emphasized shadow and modeling to create depth, Renoir sought to evoke the feeling of light itself, using a bright, harmonious color palette to illuminate his scenes. His brushwork, which was at once loose and controlled, allowed him to create a sense of spontaneity, as though the viewer were witnessing a moment frozen in time. Renoir often employed short, broken brushstrokes that blended seamlessly, allowing the colors to interact in such a way that the figures and landscapes seemed to glow with light. A master of portraiture and figure painting, Renoir focused on the warmth and movement of people. His works often depicted intimate social scenes, particularly of women and children in serene, everyday settings, from picnics in the countryside to gatherings at the theater or cafes. Paintings like Luncheon of the Boating Party and Dance at Le Moulin de la Galette are perfect examples of his ability to infuse scenes of leisure with a sense of vitality. These works not only showcase his skill in capturing the human form and the play of light on skin, but they also express the beauty of the social fabric of Parisian life during the late 19th century. Renoir's portrayal of women was notably sensuous, with a focus on their figures, faces, and gestures. His nudes, such as in The Bather and Large Bathers, are some of his most celebrated works, characterized by rounded, soft forms and a warm, almost tactile quality to the skin. His ability to depict the human body in its natural state, illuminated by gentle light, contributed to the sense of realism and intimacy that pervades his work. While Renoir remained deeply committed to the core principles of Impressionism, capturing light, movement, and modern life, his style evolved over time. In his later years, he began to move toward a more classical approach, with greater emphasis on structure and detail, reflecting a desire to combine the new with the old. Nonetheless, Renoir's contributions to the Impressionist movement remain profound, and his works continue to inspire admiration for their radiant portrayal of life's fleeting pleasures, illuminated by his mastery of light and color. Edgar Degas, capturing movement and everyday life. Edgar Degas was one of the most innovative and distinctive figures within the Impressionist movement, though his work diverged from the traditional approach of his peers. Renowned for his ability to capture the dynamic qualities of movement and the intricacies of everyday life, Degas' art explored the human form in ways that set him apart from other Impressionists. While many of his contemporaries focused on landscapes and outdoor scenes, Degas turned his attention to more intimate, often urban subjects, particularly figures in motion. One of the defining features of Degas' work was his extraordinary ability to depict movement. Best known for his paintings, pastels, and sculptures of ballet dancers, he had a unique ability to freeze motion in a way that conveyed the energy and tension of the moment. Unlike traditional depictions of graceful dancers, Degas' figures were often shown in moments of exhaustion or pause, offering a more nuanced and realistic portrayal of the dancers' lives. His painting, The Ballet Class, exemplifies his skill in capturing not just the fluidity of movement, but also the sense of discipline and work behind the performance. Degas' fascination with movement extended beyond ballet, as he also captured other figures in motion, such as jockeys, laundresses, and women bathing. His interest in these subjects revealed his commitment to portraying modern life in all its variety. In his depictions of women at rest or engaged in mundane activities, Degas sought to present them in a more private, unidealized manner, often highlighting the contrasts between repose and activity. This focus on everyday life was another hallmark of his work, one that distinguished him from the more idealized portrayals of women common in academic art. Another defining aspect of Degas' approach was his experimentation with perspective and composition. His works often featured unconventional viewpoints, such as looking from above or below his subjects, as seen in The Dance Class or his iconic series of horse races. These angles created dynamic, often fragmented compositions that mirrored the fleeting nature of the moments he sought to capture. Degas' works often appeared as though they were glimpses into a world in motion, filled with energy and life, but captured with a sense of stillness. Degas also embraced a wide range of media, including pastels, oils, and bronze sculptures. His innovative use of pastels allowed him to capture the softness and texture of his subjects, particularly in his intimate portraits of women. His sculptures, especially his famous work Little Dancer of 14 Years, further demonstrated his deep understanding of the human form, presenting it in a way that was both realistic and expressive. In conclusion, Edgar Degas' contribution to the Impressionist movement was profound and multifaceted. His ability to capture the essence of movement, his focus on the realities of everyday life, and his experimental approach to composition and media set him apart as a true innovator. Through his work, Degas helped redefine the role of modern art, making it a dynamic, ever-evolving reflection of the world in motion. Camille Pissarro and the Rural Landscape. Camille Pissarro, a key figure in the Impressionist movement, is best known for his contributions to landscape painting, particularly his depictions of rural life. Throughout his career, Pissarro maintained a deep connection to nature and the countryside, producing a vast body of work that focused on the simple, yet vibrant scenes of rural landscapes, agriculture, and daily life. His ability to capture the essence of rural environments set him apart as one of the foremost landscape painters of his time. Pissarro's dedication to painting rural scenes was rooted in his belief that nature was the most authentic subject for an artist. Early in his career, he painted landscapes in both the countryside of France and the Caribbean, where he experimented with different techniques and perspectives. His works often depicted peasants working in the fields, farmhouses, and the quiet beauty of rural towns. Unlike some of his contemporaries who focused on urban life, Pissarro's rural landscapes were a celebration of the connection between humanity and the land, portraying the peaceful rhythms of agricultural life. What set Pissarro apart from other Impressionists was his ability to merge the effects of light with the natural environment. His paintings, such as The Harvest and Haymaking, capture the interplay of light on the earth, fields, and figures. By applying his signature loose brushstrokes and vibrant colors, Pissarro conveyed the constantly shifting qualities of light and atmosphere that define the Impressionist style. His compositions often showed wide, expansive views of fields and villages, creating a sense of depth and openness that invited the viewer to experience the land in a personal, immediate way. While Pissarro's rural landscapes were often serene, they were also imbued with a sense of movement and life. His depictions of farmers and laborers at work were not romanticized, but showed the reality of rural labor, which was integral to the social and economic fabric of French society. Pissarro's commitment to portraying the everyday lives of ordinary people made his work both accessible and relatable, allowing viewers to see beauty in the quiet, unassuming moments of daily existence. Pissarro's later years marked a period of further experimentation as he began to embrace new techniques such as pointillism, which he explored under the influence of Georges Seurat. This method, which involved painting with small dots of color to create a greater sense of light and harmony, allowed Pissarro to continue refining his ability to capture the essence of rural landscapes in fresh and dynamic ways. In summary, Camille Pissarro's work as a painter of rural landscapes was central to the development of Impressionism. Through his keen observations of nature and his mastery of light and color, Pissarro was able to bring the rural environment to life in a way that reflected the quiet beauty and significance of rural life. His dedication to depicting nature and the people who worked the land solidified his place as one of the key figures of the movement. Berthe Morisot, The Feminine Perspective. Berthe Morisot was a pioneering figure in the Impressionist movement, offering a unique and deeply personal perspective that brought a distinctly feminine touch to the predominantly male-dominated world of 19th century art. As one of the few women included in the core group of Impressionist artists, Morisot's work often focused on themes of domestic life, family, and the experiences of women, offering a more intimate and nuanced portrayal of contemporary society. Through her delicate brushwork, soft color palette, and sensitive treatment of light, Morisot's paintings reflect a perspective that was grounded in her own lived experiences as a woman and a mother. Morisot's approach to painting was grounded in the core principles of Impressionism, particularly her emphasis on light and atmosphere. She often painted en plein air, capturing fleeting moments of everyday life with an immediacy that conveyed both the passing of time and the beauty of the ordinary. However, unlike many of her male counterparts, who often painted public or social scenes, Morisot's works were focused on the private domestic realm. She frequently depicted women in the home, with subjects such as mothers with children, women sewing, or figures in gardens. These scenes, often intimate and personal, presented a world of feminine experience that had not been widely explored in the realm of fine art. One of the most significant aspects of Morisot's work was her ability to convey emotion and sensitivity through the portrayal of women in domestic settings. Her brushstrokes were soft and fluid, creating a sense of warmth and intimacy that reflected the quiet moments of women's lives. In works like The Cradle and Summer's Day, she captured the relationship between mothers and children with tenderness, using light and color to evoke a sense of peace and contentment. These works were a departure from the more idealized or romanticized portrayals of women that were common in academic painting, offering instead a realistic and emotional representation of women's daily lives. Morisot also tackled themes of feminine identity and the role of women in society. She often painted herself and her close family members, offering a glimpse into her personal world while also exploring the broader societal expectations of women during the late 19th century. Her self-portraits, such as Self-Portrait with a Straw Hat, provide an introspective look at the artist's own identity, revealing a sense of confidence and agency rarely seen in the depiction of women in art at the time. Throughout her career, Morisot's works remained grounded in her unique perspective as a woman artist, giving voice to experiences and emotions that were often overlooked by her male counterparts. Her contribution to Impressionism was not only stylistically significant, but also culturally important, as she helped redefine the role of women in art, ensuring that the feminine experience was recognized and celebrated within the broader scope of modern art. Chapter 3: The Influence of Parisian Society. The development of Impressionism was deeply intertwined with the social and cultural landscape of Paris in the late 19th century. The city, often referred to as the heart of modernity during this period, provided both the subject matter and the environment in which the Impressionist movement could flourish. Parisian society, with its rapidly changing social structures, its burgeoning middle class, and its embrace of leisure and modernity, played a crucial role in shaping the themes and styles of the Impressionist painters. The city's transformation from a bustling hub of intellectual and artistic innovation to the epicenter of modern life provided both the canvas and the context for the revolutionary art that would emerge. Paris in the late 19th century was a city in the midst of profound change. The urban landscape was being reimagined under the direction of Baron Haussmann, whose extensive renovation of the city's streets, parks, and boulevards altered its physical appearance and created a new space for social and cultural activity. This transformation was mirrored in the rise of a new class of citizens, an expanding middle class with more leisure time and disposable income. As a result, social gatherings, outdoor activities, and public entertainments became central to Parisian life, providing an abundance of subject matter for the Impressionists. The newly emerging café culture, the popularity of leisure pursuits like boating, picnicking, and dancing, as well as the vibrant nightlife and urban parks, were all central to the Impressionist vision. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Edgar Degas painted lively scenes of people at social gatherings, dancing in gardens, or enjoying the cafes of Montmartre. These depictions were not only reflections of Parisian society's new emphasis on recreation and social interaction, but also captured the changing dynamics of class and gender. The Impressionists focused on the urban bourgeoisie, offering a glimpse into their daily lives, capturing moments of joy, relaxation, and interaction. The rise of the Parisian theater scene also had a significant impact on the movement. Artists like Degas, who had a particular affinity for ballet, captured the energy and grace of dancers, creating works that explored the physicality of movement and the social dynamics within the world of performance. The theater, with its emphasis on both spectacle and intimacy, served as an ideal subject for the Impressionists, who were increasingly interested in capturing fleeting moments, private gestures, and the transient effects of light and movement. Additionally, the cultural climate of Parisian society, with its vibrant artistic communities and the presence of numerous galleries and salons, played a critical role in shaping the course of Impressionism. The growth of avant-garde exhibitions and the eventual break from the conservative salon system allowed the Impressionists to exhibit their work in new and innovative ways. The inclusion of women artists like Berthe Morisot in these exhibitions also contributed to the shifting social dynamics, offering a fresh perspective on the role of women in both art and society. In conclusion, the influence of Parisian society on the development of Impressionism cannot be overstated. The social, cultural, and physical transformations taking place in the city during the late 19th century provided both the context and inspiration for the Impressionist artists. By capturing the vibrancy of modern life, the Impressionists not only documented the changing nature of Parisian society, but also redefined the role of art in reflecting and responding to the dynamic world around them. The rise of the bourgeoisie in the 19th century. The 19th century was a period of dramatic social and economic transformation, marked by the rise of the bourgeoisie, a newly empowered middle class that played a crucial role in shaping the cultural, political, and economic landscape of Europe, particularly in France. This emerging social group, composed primarily of merchants, industrialists, professionals, and landowners, became the dominant force in Parisian society. Their influence had a profound impact on the development of art, including the Impressionist movement, as the bourgeoisie's tastes, values, and growing wealth provided both a new audience for art and a source of inspiration for artists. The rise of the bourgeoisie was closely tied to the Industrial Revolution, which transformed France and much of Europe. The expansion of industry, trade, and technology led to the creation of vast new wealth, particularly for those involved in commerce and industry. With this newfound prosperity, the bourgeoisie gained increasing social and political power, challenging the old aristocracy and monarchy. This shift in social hierarchy contributed to the changing values and tastes that would come to define the 19th century. One of the most significant characteristics of the bourgeoisie was their growing emphasis on leisure and consumption. With economic stability, the middle class had the disposable income to engage in cultural activities, including attending theaters, visiting galleries, and purchasing art. The bourgeoisie embraced the new forms of entertainment, including the cafe culture, shopping districts, and social clubs, which became vibrant centers for socializing and cultural exchange. These activities and spaces were frequently depicted in the work of the Impressionists, who were drawn to capture scenes of modern life as experienced by the rising bourgeois class. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Edgar Degas painted intimate, lively depictions of the bourgeoisie at cafes, parks, and leisure events, celebrating the new social dynamics of the time. This new social class also played a crucial role in the art market. The bourgeoisie's growing wealth allowed them to become major patrons of the arts, commissioning works from established artists or purchasing paintings from emerging ones. This shift in patronage allowed artists to break free from traditional royal or aristocratic commissions, leading to greater independence and the development of new artistic styles. The Impressionists, in particular, found both financial and emotional support from the bourgeoisie, who were eager to see their own modern lives reflected in art. However, the rise of the bourgeoisie also led to social tensions. The working class, or proletariat, which was largely excluded from the growing wealth and privileges of the middle class, faced harsh living and working conditions in the industrialized cities. This divide between the bourgeoisie and the working class was reflected in the art of the time, as artists grappled with themes of class struggle and the changing dynamics of society. Although the Impressionists did not focus on political themes as explicitly as some other movements, the social realities of 19th century Paris, including the rise of the bourgeoisie, were a key influence on their depictions of modern life. In summary, the rise of the bourgeoisie in the 19th century was a transformative force in Parisian society, reshaping the cultural, political, and economic landscape. This newly empowered class provided both the patrons and subjects for the Impressionist movement, which responded to the changing nature of modern life by capturing the moments of leisure, consumption, and social interaction that defined bourgeois existence. Through their work, the Impressionists reflected the vibrancy and contradictions of a society in flux. Paris as the cultural hub of Europe. By the 19th century, Paris had firmly established itself as the cultural and intellectual center of Europe. The city was a vibrant melting pot of artistic innovation, intellectual exchange, and social transformation. Its prominence as a cultural hub was shaped by a combination of political, economic, and technological factors that positioned it at the forefront of Europe's artistic and intellectual movements. The development of the modern city, the rise of the bourgeoisie, and the flourishing of institutions like the Louvre and the Salons all played a key role in making Paris the beating heart of European culture during this period. Paris was a magnet for artists, writers, musicians, and thinkers from all over Europe. The city's political stability, particularly after the turmoil of the French Revolution, allowed it to become a center of creative freedom and experimentation. Artists flocked to Paris to take part in the city's growing artistic scene, and Parisian society became known for its embrace of new ideas and modern sensibilities. The transformation of the urban landscape, spearheaded by Baron Haussmann's renovation of the city's boulevards and neighborhoods, further solidified Paris as a symbol of modernity. The new wide avenues and public spaces became places of social and cultural activity where the bourgeoisie could gather, converse, and experience the latest trends in art, fashion, and entertainment. The art world in Paris was dominated by institutions like the Salon, the official exhibition of the French Academy, where artists showcased their works to the public. Although the Salon was often conservative and restrictive, it was still the primary way for artists to gain recognition. Over time, however, this system became more contested, as artists like the Impressionists sought to break free from its rigid standards. The emergence of independent exhibitions, such as the Impressionist exhibitions of the 1870s and 1880s, marked a new era for avant-garde art in Paris, where artists could present their work without being bound by the traditions of the Academy. This shift in how art was exhibited and received mirrored the broader cultural changes taking place in the city. Beyond the art world, Paris was also a center of intellectual and literary activity. Writers like Gustave Flaubert, Émile Zola, and Marcel Proust captured the complexities of modern life, while philosophers and political thinkers such as Jean-Paul Sartre and Henri Bergson contributed to the city's status as an intellectual powerhouse. Parisian cafes, theaters, and salons became the places where revolutionary ideas were discussed, debated, and celebrated. These gatherings played a key role in fostering the intellectual and artistic movements that would shape European culture for decades to come. In conclusion, Paris in the 19th century was more than just the capital of France. It was the cultural epicenter of Europe. Its streets and institutions pulsed with artistic and intellectual energy, drawing creators and thinkers from around the world. The city's transformation into a symbol of modernity, combined with its vibrant social and cultural life, provided the fertile ground for movements like Impressionism to thrive and for new ideas to take root. Paris's role as the cultural hub of Europe remains one of the most defining aspects of its legacy, influencing art, philosophy, and literature to this day. The role of cafes, salons, and public spaces in shaping art. In 19th century Paris, cafes, salons, and public spaces played a pivotal role in shaping the development of art and providing an environment where artists could exchange ideas, develop their work, and engage with the broader public. These social and cultural spaces were essential to the flourishing of the Impressionist movement, offering artists a way to break away from traditional academic institutions and explore new forms of expression, subject matter, and style. Cafes, particularly in districts like Montmartre and Saint-Germain-des-Prés, became central gathering spots for artists, writers, and intellectuals. The lively atmosphere of these establishments provided a backdrop for informal yet rich discussions about art, politics, and society. The cafe culture allowed artists to observe the daily lives of the bourgeoisie, capturing scenes of modern life that became a hallmark of the Impressionist movement. The casual, social setting of cafes provided the perfect opportunity for artists to share their work and ideas, forging new connections and collaborations. Many Impressionists, such as Edgar Degas and Edouard Manet, frequented these cafes where they not only found inspiration, but also cultivated a sense of community with their peers. The cafe, therefore, was more than just a place for food or drink. It was an essential space for creative exchange and a hub for the modern artistic world. The salon, or private gathering, was another significant space for artists in Paris. These salons, often hosted in the homes of wealthy patrons, provided an intimate setting where artists could present their works to potential buyers and patrons. The salon culture was instrumental in forming the art market of the time, and it was here that many artists gained initial recognition. However, as the academic salons became more restrictive and conservative, the Impressionists began to move away from these traditional venues. In response, they created their own exhibitions, which allowed them to bypass the formal structure of the established art world. These independent exhibitions were a revolutionary way of presenting art, rejecting the rigid norms imposed by the official salon and embracing a more democratic and accessible model for showcasing their work. Public spaces, such as the newly designed boulevards, parks, and promenades created under Baron Haussmann's urban renovation of Paris, also played an essential role in shaping the direction of modern art. These open public spaces were emblematic of a new, modern Paris, and the Impressionists were particularly drawn to them for their vibrant depictions of city life. Artists such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir captured scenes of people strolling through the parks or enjoying leisure activities in these new public spaces. The open-air environment provided the perfect opportunity for artists to experiment with capturing fleeting moments, light, and atmosphere. It was in these public settings that many of the Impressionists embraced plein-air painting, allowing them to engage directly with the world around them and infuse their works with immediacy and spontaneity. In conclusion, Cafes, salons, and public spaces were integral to the development of the Impressionist movement. These environments fostered collaboration, intellectual exchange, and creative freedom, allowing artists to break away from traditional academic structures and embrace new artistic possibilities. By engaging with the vibrant social and cultural life of Paris, artists were able to capture the essence of modernity and create works that reflected the shifting realities of the time. The influence of these spaces helped shape the course of modern art, making Paris a vital epicenter for artistic innovation in the 19th century. Leisure activities and their depiction in art. In 19th century Paris, as the middle class grew in influence and wealth, leisure activities became an increasingly important aspect of everyday life. The rapid urbanization of the city, spurred by the Industrial Revolution and the wide-reaching renovations by Baron Haussmann, created new public spaces and opportunities for social interaction. These shifts in social dynamics and lifestyle found their reflection in art, particularly in the works of the Impressionists, who sought to capture the vibrancy of modern life. Artists turned their attention to the everyday experiences of the bourgeoisie, especially their leisure activities, offering a window into the changing values and lifestyles of the time. Leisure activities, such as picnicking in parks, boating on the Seine, attending the theater, and enjoying cafe culture, became popular pastimes for the growing bourgeoisie. These activities not only symbolized the newfound wealth and social mobility of the middle class, but also represented the growing emphasis on individual freedom and enjoyment of life. The Impressionists, eager to reflect the world around them, focused much of their attention on capturing these moments of relaxation and social engagement. Claude Monet's La Grenouillère series, for example, depicts the popular riverside leisure spot where Parisians would gather for boat rides, picnics, and socializing. Through his loose brushwork and the use of light and color, Monet was able to convey the lively atmosphere of these gatherings while also evoking the fleeting nature of time and the shimmering water of the Seine. Similarly, Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Danse at le Moulin de la Galette captures a joyful afternoon in a popular Parisian dance hall, where people from various walks of life mingled and enjoyed music, dancing, and companionship. Renoir's use of vibrant colors and soft brushstrokes gave these scenes an atmosphere of lightness and spontaneity, which conveyed the excitement and carefree spirit of these social occasions. In addition to depicting outdoor leisure activities, Impressionist artists were also drawn to the growing popularity of café culture. Parisians flocked to the city's cafes where they could socialize, listen to music, and engage in lively conversations. Works such as Luncheon of the Boating Party by Renoir and The Ballet Class by Edgar Degas captured these intimate social spaces, often showcasing groups of people engaged in casual, everyday interactions. These works reflected a society that was embracing leisure as an important part of modern life, allowing people to experience and enjoy the city in new ways. By focusing on leisure activities, the Impressionists gave visibility to a previously underrepresented aspect of society. Their work not only captured the spirit of the time, but also emphasized the joys of modern life, providing a celebration of the individual and the emerging social dynamics of the period. Their depiction of leisurely pursuits became an important part of their broader project to depict the rapidly changing world around them, a world that was marked by both new technological advancements and a growing emphasis on the pleasures of the modern urban experience. The changing social structure and its impact on art. The 19th century witnessed profound shifts in the social structure of Europe, particularly in Paris, which significantly influenced the development of art during this period. These changes, driven by the Industrial Revolution, urbanization, and the rise of the bourgeoisie, reshaped how artists viewed society, their role within it, and the subjects they chose to portray. As traditional hierarchies were upended and new social classes emerged, art was transformed, reflecting the changing dynamics of a rapidly modernizing world. The most significant social change in 19th century Paris was the rise of the bourgeoisie. This newly empowered middle class, composed of industrialists, merchants, professionals, and landowners, gained increasing political and economic power. As they amassed wealth, their lifestyle became a focal point for artists. The bourgeoisie embraced leisure activities and consumption, commissioning portraits and participating in cultural events such as theater performances, cafe gatherings, and dances. These middle-class activities became central themes in Impressionist art, as artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Edouard Manet sought to capture the nuances of bourgeois life. Through their depictions of modern society, they focused on moments of relaxation, social interaction, and private life, breaking away from the traditional grand narratives of history or mythology that had dominated academic art for centuries. In contrast to the bourgeoisie, the growing working class, or proletariat, experienced a very different reality. As industrialization transformed Paris into a bustling metropolis, the working class faced harsh living and working conditions. The rise of factory labor and overcrowded urban areas created stark social divisions. Artists like Gustave Courbet, though not strictly an impressionist, began to depict these more gritty, realistic aspects of life, offering powerful critiques of the social inequalities that were emerging. Though impressionist artists were more focused on capturing the lighter moments of bourgeois life, they could not escape the awareness of these social tensions and the growing disparity between classes. The changing social structure also had an impact on the art market. With the bourgeoisie gaining wealth and influence, they became significant patrons of the arts. As a result, artists no longer relied on the aristocracy or royal commissions to support their work. This shift allowed for greater independence, as artists could create works that reflected their own experiences and the lives of ordinary people, rather than adhering to the traditional expectations of the elite. Furthermore, the rise of independent exhibitions, such as the annual Impressionist exhibitions, allowed artists to showcase their works outside the confines of the official salon, signaling a move towards greater artistic freedom and innovation. In conclusion, the changing social structure of 19th century Paris had a profound impact on the development of art, particularly the Impressionist movement. As the bourgeoisie became the dominant social force, their lifestyle and values became a central focus for artists. At the same time, the growing tensions between social classes highlighted the inequalities of modern life. The emergence of new patrons and exhibition spaces allowed for artistic experimentation, enabling artists to break away from traditional academic norms and embrace the changing social realities of their time. Through their work, the Impressionists captured the vibrancy, complexity, and contradictions of modern society. Chapter 4: The Salon and the Rejection of the Academic Establishment. In the 19th century, the Salon held a dominant position in the French art world, serving as the official exhibition where artists showcased their works to the public and, crucially, to influential patrons. This prestigious institution was organized by the French Academy, which set strict guidelines for what was considered acceptable art. It upheld traditional standards based on classical principles of beauty, academic training, and historical or mythological subject matter. For many years, the Salon was the primary avenue through which an artist could gain recognition, and exhibiting there was seen as essential for an artist's career. However, as the cultural and social climate in Paris shifted, so too did the art world. The Impressionists, in particular, rejected the rigid conventions of the Salon and sought to break free from its constraints, ultimately reshaping the course of modern art. The Salon was controlled by the French Academy, whose members were responsible for selecting the works that would be displayed. This system favored established artists, often those who adhered to the academic standards of the time, which included carefully finished paintings that depicted historical, mythological, or religious subjects. The salon became a space where academic art was glorified, and the work of more experimental or innovative artists was often excluded. The Academy's dominance reinforced the belief that art had a strict set of rules and a prescribed style, making it difficult for artists who deviated from these norms to succeed. For the Impressionists, the salon represented everything that they opposed in art: conformity, tradition, and an overly structured system. Artists like Edouard Manet, Claude Monet, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, who were drawn to the depiction of modern life and the effects of light and color, found the salon's expectations limiting. They wanted to capture scenes of everyday life, not idealized or historical subjects, and they sought to depict the world in more immediate, spontaneous ways, using loose brushstrokes and brighter colors that broke with the conventions of realistic representation. The salon's refusal to accept these innovative works led to a growing sense of frustration among these young artists. In response to this rejection, the Impressionists took matters into their own hands. Rather than waiting for approval from the salon, they organized their own exhibitions, the first of which was held in 1874. These independent exhibitions were groundbreaking, as they allowed the artists to present their work without the constraints of the academic establishment. The first exhibition included Monet's Impression, Sunrise, a painting that would give the movement its name. This act of rebellion was not only a rejection of the salon, but also a declaration of independence, signaling a desire for artistic freedom and a break from the rigid academic standards of the past. The rejection of the salon and the establishment was a key turning point in the development of Impressionism. By forging their own path, the Impressionists not only freed themselves from the rigid constraints of the academic system, but also introduced a new era in art, one that embraced experimentation, individual expression, and a focus on the modern world. Their struggle with the salon mirrored the broader cultural shift taking place in Paris, where tradition and innovation were constantly in tension. Through their defiance of the academic establishment, the Impressionists helped redefine the purpose and boundaries of art, paving the way for future generations of artists to explore new forms and ideas. The official Paris Salon, a symbol of tradition. The official Paris Salon, established in the mid-19th century, was a significant institution in the French art world, and it became synonymous with the academic standards of the time. For decades, it served as the principal venue for exhibiting artwork in France, where artists vied for recognition and acclaim. The Salon was organized by the French Academy, a governing body that upheld classical ideals of art and set the standards for what was considered acceptable. Works displayed at the Salon were often meticulously crafted, depicting idealized subjects such as history, mythology, and religious themes. This rigid framework became a symbol of tradition, representing the establishment's control over the art world and its resistance to change. The Salon was both a public and professional event. Its influence extended beyond the world of art into the broader cultural and social life of Paris. The exhibition was a grand affair, attracting large crowds, including critics, collectors, and patrons, who could either support or dismiss an artist based on their presence at the Salon. For an artist, being accepted into the Salon was considered essential for career advancement, and success there could bring both financial rewards and public recognition. The works displayed were usually highly polished and meticulously finished, demonstrating technical skill and adherence to classical principles that the Academy deemed appropriate. Such works were seen as the epitome of artistic achievement, representing the taste and values of the academic elite. However, as the 19th century progressed and the social and cultural landscape of Paris began to change, the Salon came to symbolize the establishment's resistance to new ideas and artistic innovation. By the mid-century, many artists began to grow frustrated with the Salon's strict guidelines and its refusal to embrace more modern, experimental forms of art. The most significant criticism was that the Salon favored conservative works that adhered to traditional themes and techniques, leaving little room for new ways of seeing and interpreting the world. Artists like Edouard Manet, Claude Monet, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir were increasingly disillusioned with the Salon's selective nature, as it rejected their unconventional subjects and innovative styles. In response to their rejection by the Salon, these artists began to organize independent exhibitions, rejecting the notion that approval from the official establishment was necessary for artistic success. The Salon's rigidity in its selection process and its unwillingness to accept modern forms of expression ultimately led to the rise of the Impressionist movement. The Impressionists, by forging their own path and showcasing their works in alternative venues, rejected the Salon as a symbol of artistic tradition that stifled creativity and expression. The official Paris Salon's role as a symbol of tradition and authority gradually diminished as the modern art movements gained momentum. The Impressionists' success in organizing independent exhibitions, defying the Salon's strictures, and capturing the spirit of modern life paved the way for new artistic freedom, and their impact on the art world continued to echo for generations. The Salon, once the pinnacle of artistic prestige, became increasingly irrelevant as a new generation of artists sought to break away from the limitations it imposed, leading to the eventual transformation of the artistic landscape in France and beyond. The rejection of traditional art by the Impressionists. The Impressionist movement was characterized by a radical departure from the conventions of traditional academic art, challenging long-established norms in both technique and subject matter. Traditional art, particularly as defined by the French Academy, adhered to a strict set of standards that emphasized idealized representations of history, mythology, and religious subjects. Academic painting was precise, polished, and focused on realistic depictions that adhered to classical principles of composition, form, and color. For the Impressionists, these rigid conventions were stifling and disconnected from the changing realities of modern life. As the Industrial Revolution transformed Paris and society became more focused on individualism and leisure, the Impressionists sought to break free from the constraints of tradition to depict a more immediate, vibrant, and dynamic world. One of the most notable aspects of the Impressionists' rejection of traditional art was their focus on contemporary life. Instead of historical or mythological subjects that had long dominated the academic tradition, Impressionist artists turned their attention to the everyday lives of ordinary people. They painted scenes of the modern city, such as cafes, parks, and streets, where people engaged in social and recreational activities. This choice of subject matter was itself a challenge to the traditional focus on grand, heroic, or idealized themes. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edouard Manet, and Claude Monet captured ordinary moments, portraying the vibrancy of the present rather than glorifying the past. In addition to their subject matter, the Impressionists revolutionized technique. Traditional academic painting involved smooth, controlled brushstrokes and a highly finished surface. Artists were trained to achieve perfect detail and subtle gradations of light and shadow through careful blending. In contrast, the Impressionists embraced loose, visible brushstrokes and worked quickly to capture fleeting moments of light and atmosphere. Their method of painting outdoors, directly from nature, en plein air, allowed them to respond to the changing light and weather, creating works that were spontaneous and full of energy. The use of bright, unmixed colors and an emphasis on contrasting light and dark further defied the Academy's emphasis on tonal harmony and idealized color schemes. Another key element of the Impressionists' rejection of traditional art was their challenge to the rigid rules of perspective and composition. While academic art adhered to strict rules about proportion, depth, and the proper organization of space, the Impressionists often chose compositions that were unconventional, such as cropped views and unusual angles. This gave their works a sense of immediacy and movement, reflecting the dynamic nature of modern life. By rejecting traditional academic standards and embracing modern subjects, innovative techniques, and unconventional compositions, The Impressionists not only transformed the visual language of painting, but also redefined the very purpose of art. Their works captured the essence of contemporary society, emphasizing the fleeting and ephemeral aspects of modern life. In doing so, they rejected the notion that art should be a vehicle for moral or historical instruction, instead asserting that art could be a direct expression of personal perception and experience. The Impressionists' break with tradition was a pivotal moment in the history of art, paving the way for new movements and shaping the future of modern art. The independent exhibitions of the 1870s and 1880s. The independent exhibitions of the 1870s and 1880s were a groundbreaking development in the history of art, particularly for the Impressionist movement. These exhibitions were a direct response to the academic salon's rigid control over the art world, which often rejected works that did not conform to traditional standards. The Impressionists, frustrated with being excluded from the official salon, took the bold step of organizing their own exhibitions where they could showcase their work outside of the established academic system. These independent exhibitions became a symbol of the artist's desire for freedom and creative expression, and played a crucial role in the development and eventual success of the Impressionist movement. The first independent exhibition, organized in 1874, was a pivotal moment for the Impressionists. The event, held in the studio of photographer Nadar, was a revolutionary act, as it provided a platform for artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Édouard Manet to present their innovative works to the public without the approval of the French Academy or the Salon jury. The exhibition was not well received by critics, many of whom mocked the works, dismissing them as unfinished or poorly executed. However, it marked the beginning of a new era in the art world, one in which artists could present their work without being constrained by traditional academic standards. The 1874 exhibition is perhaps best known for showcasing Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise, a painting that would give the movement its name. The title of the painting, originally used by a critic as a derogatory term, was embraced by the artists and became a rallying cry for the group. The success of this first exhibition, despite the critical backlash, encouraged the Impressionists to continue organizing independent shows. Over the next decade, they held several more exhibitions, including ones in 1876, 1877, and 1882, where they showcased their work to a growing, if still skeptical, audience. These exhibitions were crucial for the development of the movement, as they allowed the artists to experiment freely and reach a wider public. While the independent exhibitions faced criticism and resistance from the establishment, they gradually gained more acceptance as the Impressionists' unconventional techniques and modern subject matter gained recognition. By the time of the 1880s, the Impressionists had achieved a certain level of success, and their work was starting to attract both collectors and critical attention. The success of these independent exhibitions ultimately helped to establish the Impressionists as a significant force in the art world, breaking down the barriers of the salon system and opening the door for future generations of artists to explore new forms of expression. In conclusion, the independent exhibitions of the 1870s and 1880s were a defining moment in the history of the Impressionist movement. These exhibitions were a powerful act of defiance against the salon and the academic establishment, allowing the artists to present their work on their own terms. While initially met with skepticism, these exhibitions played a crucial role in the eventual acceptance of Impressionism and helped to redefine the course of modern art. Through these independent shows, the Impressionists not only secured their place in art history, but also paved the way for future movements that would continue to challenge traditional boundaries and conventions. Criticism and the response of the public. The Impressionist movement, despite its eventual success and enduring influence, faced significant criticism and skepticism from both critics and the general public. The group's departure from traditional artistic norms, particularly their break from academic painting conventions, was met with derision and scorn. The loose brushwork, the emphasis on capturing fleeting moments, and the choice of modern, often everyday subjects did not align with the classical ideals upheld by the French Academy and the Salon, the most prestigious venues for art exhibitions in Paris. As a result, many of the early exhibitions of the Impressionists were met with harsh criticism, and their works were frequently dismissed as incomplete, unfinished, or even offensive to good taste. When the Impressionists held their first independent exhibition in 1874, the public and critics were quick to express their disdain. One of the most notorious reactions came from the critic Louis Leroy, who coined the term Impressionism after viewing Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise. Leroy used the term pejoratively, mocking the rough, unfinished nature of Monet's painting, but the artists embraced the label, turning it into a badge of honor. Critics regularly targeted the lack of detail and the apparent disorder in the compositions of Impressionist works, accusing the artists of abandoning the technical skill that was traditionally associated with fine art. The focus on everyday scenes, such as urban landscapes, cafes, and leisure activities, was seen as trivial and lacking the grandeur that had been the hallmark of historical or mythological painting. Furthermore, the innovative use of color, particularly the application of bright, unmixed pigments, was viewed as unrefined and unnatural. The public's response was equally divided. Many were confused by the Impressionists' new approach, unable to see past the bold brushstrokes and unconventional subjects. However, there was also a growing number of admirers who began to appreciate the freshness and spontaneity of the works. As more independent exhibitions were held throughout the 1870s and 1880s, the movement gradually gained a following among progressive collectors and a more open-minded segment of the public. The critical backlash, however, never entirely dissipated, and even in later years, critics continued to view the Impressionists as rebels who had disrupted the established order of art. Despite the early criticism, the public's perception of Impressionism gradually shifted, particularly as the movement's impact on the art world became more apparent. Over time, the distinctive qualities of Impressionism, the celebration of light, color, and everyday life, began to resonate with a broader audience. By the late 19th century, the once dominant criticism of the movement gave way to a new recognition of its significance in the history of art. The Impressionists had not only succeeded in challenging the established norms of their time, but they also had paved the way for new artistic movements that would continue to push the boundaries of artistic expression. Breaking from realism, a new way of seeing. The Impressionists' break from realism marked a revolutionary shift in the way art perceived and depicted the world. While realism, which dominated the mid-19th century, focused on accurate and detailed depictions of everyday life, the Impressionists sought to capture a more subjective, transient experience of the world. Their goal was not to reproduce the exact appearance of a scene, but rather to convey the feelings and impressions that a moment in time could evoke. This departure from the realism's commitment to precise representation allowed for the exploration of new techniques and a radically different approach to both subject matter and visual experience. Where realists emphasized accuracy and detailed observation, often portraying scenes of working-class life or social issues, Impressionists focused on the effects of light, color, and atmosphere. They were less concerned with portraying exact details and more interested in how light interacted with a subject and how it could transform a scene. By abandoning the meticulous detail that characterized realism, they created a visual language that was focused on the fleeting, ever-changing qualities of nature. Their brushstrokes were deliberately loose and expressive, designed to evoke an immediate, sensory response rather than a rational, intellectual one. This shift in approach was particularly evident in the Impressionists' treatment of light. While realism portrayed light in a controlled, naturalistic way, Impressionists studied how natural light affected color and form at different times of the day and under various weather conditions. In works like Claude Monet's Water Lilies or Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Ballet at the Opera, the artists captured how light could shift the mood and tone of a scene, using vibrant color and energetic brushwork to suggest movement and change. Instead of achieving a fixed, stable image, Impressionists aimed to depict the dynamic, ephemeral qualities of the world around them. Another key departure from realism was the Impressionists' focus on modern life and contemporary subjects, such as urban scenes, leisure activities, and landscapes. Realists often depicted gritty, socially charged subjects with an emphasis on the hardships of the working class. The Impressionists, by contrast, sought to represent the vibrancy and dynamism of modern Parisian life, capturing fleeting moments of joy, movement, and light. They painted scenes of cafes, parks, and streets, emphasizing the momentary, sometimes even fleeting, experience of living in a rapidly changing world. This break from realism allowed the Impressionists to create a new way of seeing, one that was personal, subjective, and rooted in the present moment. Their loose brushwork, vibrant color palette, and focus on capturing light and atmosphere helped define a new visual language that would shape the course of modern art. Through their innovative approach, the Impressionists challenged the very notion of what art could be, offering a new lens through which to experience the world, a lens that was fluid, emotional, and ever-changing, much like life itself. Chapter 5: Impressionism and Modern Life. Impressionism's development was deeply intertwined with the rapid changes occurring in Paris and the broader world during the late 19th century. As the Industrial Revolution transformed urban life, Paris evolved into a bustling metropolis, characterized by new architectural marvels, a growing middle class, and a shifting social landscape. The Impressionists, in their quest to reflect the vibrancy of modern life, captured these changes in their art, offering a fresh perspective on the world that celebrated the energy, movement, and transience of contemporary society. One of the hallmarks of Impressionism was its focus on everyday scenes, particularly those that depicted the leisure activities and urban landscapes that became central to modern life in Paris. The rise of cafes, public parks, theaters, and boulevards provided the Impressionists with a wealth of new subject matter, which they eagerly explored in their work. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Edouard Manet painted lively social gatherings at cafes, while Claude Monet and Camille Pissarro captured the changing landscapes of Paris as they evolved from the construction of grand boulevards to the tranquil scenes of suburban gardens. The Impressionists were particularly attuned to the changing rhythms of urban life, and their works often convey a sense of spontaneity and immediacy. Their choice of subjects, whether it was a fleeting moment at a park, a bustling street scene, or a fashionable gathering, reflected the new possibilities for leisure and social interaction that arose with modernity. The use of vibrant colors, quick brushstrokes, and unconventional compositions helped to communicate the energy and movement of modern life. The sense of impermanence in the works, achieved through the fleeting light effects and momentary compositions, mirrored the pace and flux of urban existence. Impressionism also resonated with the growing bourgeoisie class, whose lifestyle became a central theme in much of the movement's art. The middle class, with its newly acquired wealth, embraced new forms of leisure, which were reflected in the work of artists like Edgar Degas and Berthe Morisot. Degas, for example, captured the elegance and grace of ballet dancers, while Morisot painted intimate domestic scenes that highlighted the role of women in bourgeois society. Their paintings, focusing on the daily lives and activities of modern people, reflected a society that was increasingly aware of its own modernization and social changes. While the Impressionists focused largely on urban and suburban Parisian life, they also responded to the growing interest in nature and the countryside. The new railroad system made it easier for Parisians to escape the city, and many Impressionist artists ventured into the countryside to paint rural landscapes and scenes of rural leisure. Monet's Haystack series and Pissarro's depictions of rural roads and fields explored the beauty of nature, highlighting the contrast between the natural world and the rapidly evolving urban environment. In this way, Impressionism became more than just an aesthetic movement. It was a reflection of the cultural shifts and modern realities of the time. Through their vibrant depictions of modern life, the Impressionists provided an artistic record of the rapid transformation of Paris and its people. They captured not only the external changes to the urban landscape, but also the internal, emotional shifts occurring as people navigated the complexities of modernity. The Impressionists' work remains a testament to the dynamic, ever-evolving nature of life during the 19th century, offering a window into the modern world that was, at the time, still in the process of unfolding. The portrayal of urban life in Impressionist art. The portrayal of urban life in Impressionist art was one of the most distinctive features of the movement. As Paris underwent significant transformation during the late 19th century, the Impressionists captured the dynamic and evolving nature of the city through their innovative approach to painting. With the rise of industrialization, the construction of new boulevards, and the emergence of a more cosmopolitan society, Paris became a bustling urban center, and the Impressionists seized upon these changes as a central theme in their work. Their depictions of urban life offered a fresh perspective on modernity, highlighting not just the physical changes to the city, but also the energy and vibrancy of the people inhabiting it. One of the primary subjects of Impressionist urban scenes was the transformation of the streets and public spaces of Paris. The sweeping boulevards designed by Baron Haussmann, who was tasked with modernizing the city in the mid-1800s, became iconic symbols of the new Paris. The Impressionists, including artists like Camille Pissarro and Gustave Caillebotte, painted lively street scenes that showcased the bustling activity of the city. These works often emphasized the movement and energy of urban life, capturing the hustle and bustle of pedestrians, horse-drawn carriages, and new forms of transportation. The Impressionist use of quick, loose brushstrokes and their focus on light and color conveyed the transitory, fleeting nature of these scenes, reflecting the rapid pace of urbanization and the ever-changing rhythm of city life. In addition to street scenes, the Impressionists also depicted the social life of the city through images of cafes, theaters, and parks, places where the bourgeoisie and emerging middle class gathered for leisure and entertainment. Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party, 1881, and Édouard Manet's A Bar at the Folies Bergère, 1882, are prime examples of how the Impressionists captured the social vibrancy of Parisian life. These works emphasized the role of leisure in modern urban life, as Parisians enjoyed the pleasures of dining, dancing, and entertainment in newly designed public spaces. The urban cafe became a symbol of modern life, a place where social and cultural exchanges took place, and the Impressionists often painted these gatherings, focusing on the interactions and the fleeting moments of joy and intimacy. The Impressionists also portrayed the changing relationship between people and their environment, particularly in the context of urban parks and gardens. Works like Monet's The Parc Monceau series and Pissarro's Boulevard Montmartre depict the green spaces and wide boulevards as places where the citizens of Paris could enjoy moments of respite from the intensity of city life. The Impressionists' unique handling of light and atmosphere captured the contrast between the built environment and the natural world, creating a sense of harmony within the city's urban spaces. Ultimately, the portrayal of urban life in Impressionist art was a reflection of the modern age. It celebrated the vibrancy of the city, the rapid pace of change, and the new social dynamics that arose from industrialization. Through their focus on light, color, and movement, the Impressionists immortalized the energetic spirit of Paris, offering a glimpse into the modern city as it evolved into a cultural and social hub of the world. Their depictions of urban life were not just about physical spaces, but also about the experiences and emotions that unfolded within them, making their work a timeless record of the transformation of one of the world's most iconic cities. The importance of capturing fleeting moments. One of the most defining characteristics of Impressionism was its emphasis on capturing fleeting moments, a concept that set the movement apart from previous artistic traditions. The Impressionists sought to represent not just a static scene, but the transitory effects of light, weather, and human activity, qualities that were in constant flux. This focus on the momentary was a direct response to the rapidly changing world around them, as Paris and the broader society underwent significant transformations in the 19th century. The Impressionists recognized that life itself was fleeting, and in their work, they aimed to preserve these ephemeral experiences through their art. For artists like Claude Monet, capturing the fleeting nature of light was central to the Impressionist technique. Monet's famous series, such as Water Lilies or Rouen Cathedral, is a prime example of his effort to depict the changing light at different times of day or under varying weather conditions. Instead of focusing on precise, detailed representations of the world, Monet used broad brushstrokes and vibrant contrasting colors to convey the shifting qualities of light and the atmosphere. His paintings often appear unfinished or in flux, mirroring the transience of the moments they depict. By focusing on these ephemeral qualities, Monet and his fellow Impressionists turned the ordinary into something extraordinary, elevating fleeting moments of everyday life into powerful visual statements. This emphasis on the fleeting moment extended to the depiction of human activity as well. The Impressionists captured the spontaneity of modern life, from people strolling through parks or cafes to the bustling streets of Paris. In paintings like Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party or Edouard Manet's A Bar at the Folies Bergère, the artists portrayed moments of social interaction that were casual, unposed, and full of life. These depictions of contemporary leisure were not meant to present a formal narrative or moral message, but rather to show the joy, energy, and transience of everyday experience. The use of rapid brushwork, often unfinished details, and an emphasis on light and atmosphere captured the essence of these moments as they unfolded in real time. The desire to capture these fleeting moments was also influenced by advancements in photography. The Impressionists were keenly aware of the rise of photography, which offered a new way of preserving moments in time with incredible precision. However, rather than replicating this photographic realism, the Impressionists sought to express a more subjective, emotional experience of the moment. While photography captured a fixed instant, Impressionist paintings aimed to convey the emotions and sensations that came with experiencing the world in that instant. Their focus on light, movement, and the passing of time created works that were dynamic and full of life, emphasizing the ephemeral nature of the world and the artist's role in interpreting and immortalizing it. Ultimately, the importance of capturing fleeting moments in Impressionist art was about more than just portraying the passage of time. It was about connecting the viewer with the very essence of the present moment. The Impressionists' work invites us to experience the world as they saw it, full of color, light, and motion, always in flux, and never quite the same twice. Their paintings remind us that life, in all its ordinary beauty, is transient, and that art has the power to preserve and convey the richness of the moment, even as it slips away. Leisure activities as subjects: parks, cafes, and streets. Leisure activities became one of the central themes in Impressionist art, reflecting the significant social changes brought about by the rise of the bourgeoisie and the urbanization of Paris. As the middle class gained economic power and more free time, new forms of leisure emerged, and public spaces such as parks, cafes, and streets became gathering places for social interaction and entertainment. The Impressionists were quick to recognize the importance of these everyday scenes, using them as subjects to capture the modern, vibrant life of the city. Their paintings often conveyed a sense of spontaneity and informality, celebrating the pleasure of ordinary moments while subtly commenting on the social dynamics of their time. Parks and gardens were particularly popular subjects for Impressionist painters. These public spaces, such as the Bois de Boulogne or Parc Monceau, became retreats for Parisians seeking respite from the bustling urban environment. Artists like Claude Monet, Camille Pissarro, and Gustave Caillebotte often painted scenes of people strolling, sitting, or enjoying the natural beauty of these spaces. The Impressionists' loose brushstrokes and emphasis on light and color helped to convey the sense of fleeting moments and the ever-changing atmosphere of the parks. The movement of people, the shifting light, and the changing weather conditions all contributed to the dynamic quality of these scenes, emphasizing the transience of leisure and the impermanence of time. Cafes, with their growing popularity in Parisian society, also became an important subject for the Impressionists. These lively social hubs were places where people from different walks of life gathered to drink, talk, and observe the world around them. In paintings like Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party and Edouard Manet's A Bar at the Folies Bergère, the artists depicted the social life of Parisian cafes, capturing the relaxed atmosphere, the interactions between individuals, and the bright colors of their surroundings. The Impressionists often depicted these scenes with a focus on light, movement, and the unposed nature of the social exchanges. Their works celebrated the joy of modern leisure and the casual interactions that took place in these vibrant public spaces. The streets of Paris, too, were a frequent subject of Impressionist paintings. As the city expanded and transformed under Haussmann's renovation, the boulevards and urban streets became symbolic of the new modern Paris. Artists like Camille Pissarro and Gustave Caillebotte painted bustling street scenes, focusing on the movement of people, carriages, and the new forms of transportation that were emerging in the city. The use of quick brushstrokes and vibrant colors in these paintings helped to convey the energy and constant motion of the urban environment. The Impressionists captured not just the physical appearance of these spaces, but the sense of life unfolding in them, people going about their daily business, engaging in social activities, and interacting with the rapidly changing urban landscape. Through their depictions of parks, cafes, and streets, the Impressionists highlighted the growing importance of leisure in modern urban life. Their choice of these subjects was a reflection of the social shifts of the time, as well as a celebration of the beauty and vibrancy of contemporary Parisian society. By focusing on these everyday moments and spaces, the Impressionists offered a new way of seeing the world, one that valued the fleeting and transient experiences that defined modern life. The influence of industrialization on artistic subjects. The rapid industrialization of the 19th century had a profound impact on the subjects and themes explored by artists, particularly the Impressionists. As cities like Paris expanded, industrialization reshaped the urban landscape, introducing new technologies, architectural forms, and ways of life. The Impressionists, with their focus on modernity, embraced these changes and reflected them in their work, portraying the transformations in both the physical environment and the social fabric. Industrialization introduced a new set of subjects for artists, including steam engines, factories, railroads, and the evolving urban infrastructure, which became key components of the visual language of the time. One of the most visible signs of industrialization was the transformation of urban spaces. As Paris underwent extensive renovations under Baron Haussmann, with the construction of wide boulevards, parks, and new buildings, the city's landscape was radically altered. The Impressionists captured these changes, including the bustling streets and grand public spaces that became the heart of modern life. Artists like Camille Pissarro and Gustave Caillebotte painted scenes of these new urban spaces, often depicting the movement of people, carriages, and emerging technologies, such as trains and trams. Their works reflected the dynamic energy of modern life, where the pace of change was rapid and the urban environment was a constant source of stimulation. Industrialization also introduced new forms of transportation, which played a significant role in shaping the modern city. The Impressionists were fascinated by trains, railroads, and the steam engines that connected urban centers and changed the way people lived. In works like Monet's The Gare Saint-Lazare series, the train station became a symbol of modern progress and speed. Monet captured the billowing steam, the hustle of passengers, and the energy of the bustling rail yard, using loose brushstrokes and vibrant color to convey the sense of movement and technological advancement. The train station, with its blend of architecture and human activity, became a focal point for the Impressionists' exploration of modernity. The expansion of industrialization also had a profound impact on the working class, whose lives were increasingly shaped by factory work and urban labor. While the Impressionists are often associated with depicting the leisurely activities of the bourgeoisie, they also captured the presence of industrial labor. Artists like Pissarro and Edgar Degas depicted workers and factory scenes, highlighting the effects of industrialization on the lives of everyday people. The laboring body, often engaged in repetitive tasks, became a subject of interest in works such as Degas' The Cotton Mill series, where he portrayed women working in factories, emphasizing their concentration and physicality. Industrialization also influenced the themes of leisure and consumption. As the urban landscape transformed, new forms of entertainment and recreation emerged, including cafes, theaters, and department stores. These spaces became important subjects for the Impressionists, who sought to portray the cultural shifts accompanying industrial progress. Works like Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party or Manet's A Bar at the Folies Bergère reflected the growing consumer culture and the rise of leisure as an essential aspect of modern urban life. In sum, industrialization had a transformative impact on both the physical landscape and the social dynamics of 19th century society, and the Impressionists responded to these changes by incorporating new subjects and themes into their work. By depicting the evolving cityscape, the rise of modern technology, and the effects of industrial labor, they created a visual record of the profound transformations taking place in their world. Through their innovative techniques and fresh perspectives, the Impressionists captured the spirit of an era marked by progress, change, and the complexities of modern life. Depicting movement and change in a rapidly modernizing world. One of the key elements that defined Impressionist art was its ability to convey movement and change, reflecting the rapid modernization and transformation occurring in the world during the 19th century. The rise of industrialization, the expansion of urban centers, and the shift in social structures all contributed to a world that seemed to be in constant motion. The Impressionists, with their innovative techniques and emphasis on light, color, and spontaneity, captured the essence of this ever-changing environment in their art, offering a fresh way of seeing and interpreting the world around them. In a rapidly modernizing world, the Impressionists sought to depict the fleeting nature of moments, conveying not just static scenes, but the transitory effects of light, weather, and human activity. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas embraced the idea that the world was in constant flux, and they focused on capturing this dynamism in their work. Whether it was the shifting light on water, the movement of figures in a park, or the bustle of a busy street, the Impressionists used their distinctive techniques to convey a sense of motion and change. This approach contrasted with the more rigid, formal representations of the past, offering a vision of the world that was alive with energy and impermanence. Monet's Water Lilies series is an excellent example of how Impressionists captured the changing qualities of light and atmosphere. By painting the same scene at different times of day and in varying weather conditions, Monet emphasized the constant transformation of the natural world. His use of loose, rapid brushstrokes allowed him to capture the ephemeral qualities of light and water, thus creating a sense of fluidity and movement. The same sense of change can be seen in his Gare Saint-Lazare series, where he depicted the trains and steam in constant motion within the train station, highlighting the rapid technological progress of the time. Edgar Degas, on the other hand, focused on the movement of people, particularly in his paintings of ballet dancers and horse races. His mastery of capturing the human figure in motion with a focus on posture, energy, and the passing moment reflected the dynamism of modern life. Works like the ballet class and the race course show figures caught mid-motion, often in informal, everyday activities, capturing the vibrancy of urban leisure. The changing urban landscape, marked by the construction of new boulevards, parks, and public spaces, also provided the Impressionists with a wealth of material to depict the effects of modernization. Artists such as Gustave Caillebotte and Camille Pissarro painted scenes of newly constructed city streets, emphasizing the bustle and movement of people, vehicles, and the evolving architecture. Their works not only documented the physical changes to the city, but also conveyed a sense of the social transformation taking place as the city adapted to the needs of an industrializing society. In this way, the Impressionists captured the essence of a rapidly modernizing world, offering viewers a snapshot of a time when everything seemed in motion, from the physical environment to the people and activities within it. Their focus on movement and change reflects the excitement, chaos, and fluidity of modern life, making their works timeless records of an era on the brink of dramatic transformation. Through their innovative use of color, light, and brushwork, the Impressionists immortalized the spirit of modernity in a way that had never been done before, providing us with a glimpse into a world defined by constant movement and perpetual change. Chapter 6: Light, Color, and Technique. One of the most distinctive features of Impressionist art is its innovative use of light, color, and technique. These three elements played a crucial role in how the Impressionists represented the world around them, departing from the traditional methods of painting that had been prevalent for centuries. Rather than focusing on realistic, finely detailed depictions, Impressionists embraced a more spontaneous and subjective approach. They sought to capture the essence of a moment, emphasizing the way light interacted with color and conveying the transient nature of the world through loose brushstrokes and vibrant hues. Light was perhaps the most important element in Impressionist painting. The Impressionists were deeply interested in how light could transform a scene, altering its colors and atmosphere. They rejected the muted, controlled light of academic painting, choosing instead to paint en plein air, directly from nature, in order to observe the effects of natural light on the landscape and human figures. This approach allowed them to capture the nuances of changing light throughout the day, from the soft hues of morning to the golden glow of sunset. Claude Monet was especially renowned for his exploration of light, as seen in his Water Lilies and Rouen Cathedral series, where he painted the same subjects at different times of day to emphasize how light affected their appearance. By focusing on the interplay of light and shadow, the Impressionists imbued their work with a sense of vitality and movement, as though the scene was constantly shifting. Color was another defining characteristic of Impressionism. Unlike the muted tones of traditional academic painting, the Impressionists used vibrant, pure colors directly from the palette, applying them in short, visible strokes rather than mixing them on the canvas. This technique, known as broken color, allowed the artists to create a dynamic, textured surface that captured the vibrancy and energy of the scene. By placing complementary colors side by side, rather than blending them, the Impressionists were able to create a more vibrant and luminous effect. This use of color also allowed them to depict the changing qualities of light, as different colors would shift in response to the shifting atmosphere. Pierre-Auguste Renoir's paintings, such as Luncheon of the Boating Party, are excellent examples of this technique, where the combination of light and color creates a lively, dynamic scene that captures the warmth and energy of social life. The technique of quick, loose brushwork was another hallmark of the Impressionist movement. This method allowed the artist to convey a sense of immediacy and spontaneity, capturing the moment as it unfolded. Instead of carefully blending colors and achieving smooth surfaces, the Impressionists left visible brushstrokes that conveyed texture and movement. The rough, energetic brushwork in works like Edgar Degas' Ballet Rehearsal or Monet's Impression Sunrise brought an expressive quality to their paintings, as if the artist was recording the scene in real time, rather than creating a polished, idealized representation. This technique also allowed them to convey the fleeting, ephemeral nature of modern life, as the brushstrokes seemed to mimic the transitory nature of light, movement, and time itself. In conclusion, light, color, and technique were integral to the Impressionists' ability to capture the changing world around them. By focusing on the interaction between light and color, and by using quick, visible brushstrokes, the Impressionists broke free from traditional artistic conventions and created a new way of seeing and representing the world. Their work celebrated the fleeting beauty of the everyday, and their revolutionary techniques continue to influence artists to this day. Through their exploration of light, color, and technique, the Impressionists not only redefined the boundaries of art, but also offered a fresh perspective on the modern world, one that was alive with movement, energy, and transformation. The use of light as a central element in Impressionism. Light is arguably the most essential element in Impressionist art, shaping both the technique and the emotional atmosphere of the movement. The Impressionists revolutionized how light was perceived and portrayed, moving away from the carefully controlled lighting typical of academic art toward a more dynamic, fleeting, and natural representation of light. Rather than merely illuminating a scene, light in Impressionism became a central character, affecting colors, shadows, and the overall mood of the painting. For the Impressionists, light was not just something that illuminated the environment. It was something that transformed it, constantly shifting and altering the way a subject appeared. Claude Monet, one of the movement's most famous artists, is perhaps the best example of how the Impressionists experimented with light. Monet's obsession with light led him to create series of paintings that captured the same subject under different lighting conditions throughout the day and in varying weather. His famous series such as Water Lilies, Rouen Cathedral, and Haystacks show how light can dramatically alter the appearance of a subject. By painting the same scene multiple times under different lighting, morning light, midday sun, or the golden glow of sunset, Monet captured the dynamic nature of light, illustrating its ability to change the perception of color and form. The results were works that seemed to pulse with energy and motion, as if the light itself was in constant flux. Impressionists also explored the interaction of light and color, rejecting the traditional technique of mixing pigments on a palette to achieve a more subdued effect. Instead, they used pure, vibrant colors applied directly to the canvas, with the intention that the viewer's eye would mix the colors optically. The use of broken, short brush strokes allowed for a shimmering, almost vibrating effect, particularly in the way light reflected off surfaces. The colors themselves were often influenced by the time of day or the quality of light, with warmer hues of orange and yellow for sunset, or the cool blues and purples of early morning. In this way, light didn't just illuminate the scene. It was the vehicle through which the artist could evoke a certain feeling or time of day. Another significant aspect of light in Impressionism was the emphasis on natural light. Unlike the controlled lighting of studio-based works, or the artificial light often used in traditional portraiture, the Impressionists painted outdoors, en plein air, to experience and capture natural light as it changed. This allowed them to depict scenes of everyday life, from busy streets to quiet parks, with a vibrancy and immediacy that would have been impossible in a studio setting. The effects of sunlight on water, buildings, trees, and people became a focal point of their work, and they used light to convey the fleeting nature of the moment. In essence, the Impressionists' radical approach to light transformed it from a mere element of representation to a dynamic force in the painting itself. By focusing on how light changes and alters our perception of the world, they created works that were not only visually captivating, but also infused with a sense of time, place, and atmosphere. The use of light in Impressionism remains one of the most enduring and revolutionary aspects of the movement, allowing the artists to convey the transient, ever-changing beauty of the modern world. Color theory and the vibrant palette of Impressionists. Color played a pivotal role in the development of Impressionist art, and the movement's innovative approach to color theory helped redefine how artists viewed and applied color. The Impressionists revolutionized the use of color, embracing a vibrant, expressive palette that departed from the more subdued and controlled tones of traditional academic painting. For the Impressionists, color was not just a tool for representing reality. It was a means of expressing the emotional and atmospheric qualities of a scene. Their use of color reflected their desire to capture the fleeting effects of light and the ever-changing nature of the world around them. At the heart of the Impressionists' approach to color was their rejection of the conventional method of mixing pigments on a palette to create harmonious, neutral tones. Instead, they used pure, unmixed colors, applying them directly to the canvas in short, distinct brushstrokes. This technique, known as broken color, allowed the colors to remain vibrant and alive, often creating a shimmering or glowing effect that gave the scene a sense of movement and vitality. The Impressionists believed that colors should be seen in their most intense, unaltered form, reflecting the true nature of light and its interaction with the environment. By placing complementary colors next to each other, such as red next to green or blue next to orange, the Impressionists created a dynamic, energetic effect that made the colors appear to vibrate and interact with one another. Claude Monet was perhaps the most influential in terms of color experimentation, particularly through his exploration of how light affected color. In works like Impression, Sunrise, or Water Lilies, Monet used color to evoke the atmosphere of a particular time of day or weather condition. He understood that light could change the perceived color of objects, and he sought to capture these subtle shifts. For example, the soft, warm hues of a sunrise or sunset could transform the landscape, creating a sense of serenity or drama. Monet's famous series works, where he painted the same subject at different times of the day, exemplified his dedication to capturing these changing effects of light and color. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, another key figure in the movement, used color to highlight the warmth and vitality of social scenes. Renoir's use of color, particularly in his depictions of human figures, was full of warmth with glowing reds, yellows, and oranges, often creating a luminous, inviting atmosphere. His color palette conveyed a sense of joy and vitality, especially in works like Luncheon of the Boating Party, where the play of light on the figures and the surrounding landscape contributed to a feeling of immediacy and exuberance. Color theory in the Impressionist movement was also influenced by scientific discoveries about the way colors interact with one another. Artists like Georges Seurat, who became associated with the later Post-Impressionist movement, explored optical color theory more rigorously, using techniques like pointillism to create effects based on color contrasts and the viewer's eye mixing adjacent dots of color. While the Impressionists did not always follow these theories strictly, they were aware of how colors could be used to heighten visual impact and convey a sense of atmosphere. In conclusion, the Impressionists' use of color was a central aspect of their break from tradition. By embracing a vibrant palette, using broken color techniques, and focusing on the interaction of light and color, they were able to create dynamic, vivid works that captured the changing qualities of the world around them. Their innovative approach to color not only set them apart from the academic painters of their time, but also laid the groundwork for future developments in modern art, influencing movements like Fauvism and Expressionism. Through their bold use of color, the Impressionists captured the energy, beauty, and transience of modern life. Brushstroke techniques, from fine detail to bold strokes. The brushstroke techniques used by the Impressionists were pivotal in their departure from traditional artistic conventions and became one of the defining characteristics of the movement. Unlike academic painters who meticulously smoothed out every detail, the Impressionists embraced a more spontaneous and expressive approach to brushwork. Their brushstrokes were bold, visible, and often seemingly unfinished, allowing them to capture the fleeting qualities of light and movement with a sense of immediacy and energy. This loose, unrefined technique reflected their desire to depict the world as it appeared in real life, full of vibrancy, change, and impermanence. One of the key techniques used by Impressionist artists was the application of short, rapid brushstrokes. These brushstrokes were often applied in small dabs or quick, unblended marks, allowing the colors to remain pure and unaltered. This method of painting, known as broken color, allowed the artists to capture the subtle nuances of light as it shifted and changed. Rather than blending colors on a palette to create smooth transitions, the Impressionists applied contrasting or complementary colors side by side, allowing the viewer's eye to mix them at a distance. This technique created a shimmering, vibrant effect that gave their paintings a sense of movement and vitality. Claude Monet was a master of this technique, particularly in his Water Lilies series. In these works, he used short, swift brushstrokes to evoke the shimmering surface of the water and the interplay of light on the lilies and surrounding environment. The brushstrokes, though seemingly loose and unrefined, conveyed a deep sense of atmosphere and movement, as if the viewer were seeing the scene in real time. Monet's approach was not to capture precise details, but to evoke the essence of the scene, with the brushstrokes serving as a vehicle for the mood and energy of the moment. Edgar Degas, while also an Impressionist, used a somewhat different approach with his brushstrokes. Degas often employed a more controlled, yet still expressive technique, particularly in his depictions of ballet dancers and racehorses. His brushwork was varied, ranging from fine, delicate strokes to broader, more energetic marks. In works like The Ballet Class, Degas' use of bold, energetic strokes conveyed the motion and rhythm of the dancers, while his careful attention to detail in certain areas, such as the faces and costumes, contrasted with the looser strokes in the background, creating a sense of depth and focus. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, known for his depictions of social scenes, also used quick, vibrant brushstrokes to convey the liveliness and warmth of human interaction. His strokes were often softer and rounder, particularly in his portraits and group scenes, allowing for the glow of light on faces, skin, and fabric to be captured in a way that felt intimate and immediate. In works like Luncheon of the Boating Party, Renoir's fluid brushstrokes contributed to the sense of a moment frozen in time, as if the viewer were part of the gathering itself. In contrast to traditional techniques that emphasized smooth surfaces and fine details, the Impressionists' bold, visible brushstrokes created a sense of texture, movement, and spontaneity. By abandoning the need for perfection and precision, they allowed their paintings to reflect the energy and transience of the world around them. The brushstroke became a tool not just for creating form, but for expressing the emotional resonance of the scene. Through this innovative use of brushwork, the Impressionists brought a new vibrancy and immediacy to their art, capturing the fleeting moments of everyday life with unprecedented freshness and immediacy. Plein air painting and its impact on style. Plein air painting, the practice of painting outdoors directly from the natural environment, was one of the most significant innovations introduced by the Impressionist movement. This approach marked a radical departure from the traditional studio-based methods of painting that had dominated European art for centuries. By taking their easels and canvases outside to paint the landscapes, streets, and everyday scenes around them, the Impressionists were able to capture the fleeting effects of light, weather, and time in a way that had never been possible in a studio. Plein air painting became central to the Impressionist style and played a key role in shaping the movement's distinctive look and approach. One of the major effects of plein air painting on Impressionism was its emphasis on spontaneity and immediacy. Working in the open air, often under rapidly changing conditions, forced the artist to work quickly, capturing the essence of a scene rather than focusing on fine detail. The fleeting quality of light and the quick passage of time became central themes in their work. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Camille Pissarro painted outdoors to record the ever-changing atmospheric effects of light on the landscape, using short, rapid brushstrokes to convey the vibrancy of a moment. The speed required by plein air painting also resulted in works that were less polished than academic paintings, emphasizing the transient and imperfect nature of the world they sought to capture. Monet's famous series paintings, such as his Haystacks and Water Lilies, demonstrate the impact of plein air painting on his style. By revisiting the same locations at different times of day and in varying weather conditions, he was able to capture how light transformed a scene. These works, created through plein air observation, exemplify how Monet's style evolved through his pursuit of capturing the ephemeral quality of light. Rather than carefully mixing colors in a studio, he applied pure, unmixed colors directly onto the canvas, allowing the viewer's eye to blend them. This technique, known as broken color, was made possible by the immediacy of plein air painting, allowing for a vibrantly shimmering effect that conveyed a sense of movement and life. The influence of plein air painting was not limited to landscapes. It also transformed how the Impressionists depicted urban scenes in everyday life. Artists like Gustave Caillebotte and Edgar Degas painted scenes of modern Parisian life, including cafes, parks, and ballet rehearsals, using the same techniques and sense of immediacy. By painting on site, they could capture the natural light of the moment, whether it was the glow of a cafe interior or the sunlight filtering through the trees in a park. In conclusion, plein air painting had a profound impact on the style of the Impressionists, encouraging a sense of immediacy, spontaneity, and direct engagement with the environment. It allowed the artists to capture the moment in its full sensory experience, embracing the changing qualities of light and atmosphere. The plein air approach helped the Impressionists break free from academic traditions and explore new ways of seeing the world, contributing to their revolutionary artistic style that continues to influence artists today. Capturing the essence of nature and the environment. One of the central aims of the Impressionist movement was to capture the essence of nature and the environment, focusing on the transient effects of light, weather, and time. The Impressionists sought to convey not just a visual representation of the world, but also its atmosphere, its feeling, energy, and impermanence. Their paintings reflected the natural world in a more immediate and personal way, moving away from the idealized, static depictions favored by academic art. Rather than striving for precision or permanence, the Impressionists embraced the fleeting quality of nature, emphasizing its ever-changing, dynamic character. This approach was particularly evident in the work of Claude Monet, whose paintings of landscapes, gardens, and water lilies became synonymous with the movement. Monet's Impression, Sunrise, a painting of the port of Le Havre, is often credited with giving the movement its name. In this painting, Monet captured the soft light of dawn breaking over the water, using quick brushstrokes and a palette of vibrant colors that conveyed the atmospheric qualities of the scene. The scene is not rendered in fine detail, but rather as an impression, allowing the viewer to feel the mood and the moment rather than see every individual detail. This emphasis on light and atmosphere was characteristic of Monet's work and of the Impressionist movement as a whole, which sought to convey nature's mood in real time as experienced by the artist. Another artist who exemplified the Impressionists' engagement with nature was Camille Pissarro. Known for his rural landscapes, Pissarro focused on capturing the seasonal changes in the countryside. His depictions of fields, roads, and small villages were infused with a sense of immediacy, as if the viewer were standing alongside the artist, experiencing the shifting light and changing weather. Pissarro's scenes were often populated with figures engaged in agricultural work, adding to the connection between humanity and nature. Through his works, he conveyed a deep respect for the environment and its rhythms, while also emphasizing the fleeting beauty of everyday moments. The Impressionists also sought to capture the environmental shifts caused by modern life. As industrialization began to change the landscape, artists like Gustave Caillebotte depicted urban scenes where nature coexisted with the newly constructed elements of the city. For Caillebotte, Paris was a place where nature still had a presence, but it was increasingly shaped by human development. The balance between these forces, the natural and the constructed, was a recurring theme in many of the urban Impressionist works. In capturing the essence of nature, the Impressionists emphasized the movement of light, the texture of the environment, and the vibrancy of the world around them. Their works invite the viewer not just to see nature, but to experience it in its momentary, ever-changing beauty. Whether through Monet's shimmering water surfaces, Pissarro's rustic landscapes, or Caillebotte's bustling Parisian streets, the Impressionists revealed nature in a way that was fresh, alive, and full of energy, forever altering the way we perceive and experience the natural world in art. Chapter 7: The Parisian Café and Leisure Culture. The Parisian café became one of the defining symbols of modern urban life in the late 19th century, and its significance in the Impressionist movement cannot be overstated. As a gathering place for artists, writers, intellectuals, and members of the bourgeoisie, the café became a hub of social interaction and a microcosm of the rapidly changing social and cultural landscape of Paris. The Impressionists, ever attentive to the shifts in modern life, found the café to be a rich source of inspiration for their work, offering a glimpse into the everyday lives of the people who inhabited the city's vibrant streets. Cafés were not just places to eat and drink. They were central to the leisurely lifestyle that defined the urban bourgeoisie during this period. With the rise of the middle class in Paris, leisure activities, such as café visits, theater outings, and walks in public gardens, became integral to the fabric of daily life. These cafés, often located along the boulevards or in bohemian neighborhoods like Montmartre, were filled with fashionable Parisians enjoying their social lives. For the Impressionists, these public spaces represented a unique intersection of art, culture, and social interaction, where different classes mingled and the vibrancy of modern life could be observed. Artists such as Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Gustave Caillebotte often depicted scenes from these cafés, capturing the atmosphere of leisure and the leisurely pace of life. Renoir's works, such as Luncheon of the Boating Party, portrayed relaxed social gatherings, where figures are seen laughing, talking, and enjoying food and drink in a bright, sunlit environment. The lightheartedness of such scenes, with their emphasis on the pleasures of socializing, reflected the optimism of Parisian leisure culture at the time. Renoir's use of vibrant color and quick brushstrokes conveyed the liveliness of the moment, focusing on the interactions between people and the joy of being in the company of others. Degas, though often focused on different subjects like ballet and horse racing, also explored the café culture. His series of paintings featuring dancers and café scenes, such as The Absinthe Drinker, often portrayed moments of isolation or introspection within the bustling café environment. These works, while showing the café as a central meeting place, also hinted at the complex emotions that underlay social life, contrasting the carefree exterior with moments of solitude or melancholy. In addition to the visual elements of café culture, These social spaces also encouraged a new sense of individual expression. The cafes were not only spaces for social interaction, but also centers of intellectual exchange, where ideas about art, politics, and culture were debated. This environment, where social class boundaries seemed more fluid, provided a fertile ground for the Impressionists to develop their revolutionary artistic ideas. In conclusion, the Parisian Café was a symbol of the leisure culture that defined the modernity of Paris in the late 19th century. It was a place where social interaction, artistic innovation, and cultural exchange converged, offering the Impressionists a dynamic subject matter that reflected the changing rhythms of urban life. Through their depictions of cafe scenes, the Impressionists captured the joy, complexity, and vibrancy of Parisian leisure, highlighting both the pleasures and the underlying tensions of the modern world. The cafe as a gathering place for artists and intellectuals. The Parisian Café became more than just a social space during the late 19th century. It evolved into a crucial meeting point for artists, writers, philosophers, and intellectuals who gathered to exchange ideas, debate, and engage in the burgeoning cultural and intellectual movements of the time. These cafes, often located along the boulevards or in neighborhoods like Montmartre, were filled with the hum of conversation, and their lively atmosphere provided fertile ground for creative and intellectual collaboration. For the Impressionists, these cafes were essential hubs of modern life, offering a unique glimpse into the everyday social and cultural practices that were redefining Paris. Many of the Impressionist artists frequented these cafes, where they not only sought social interaction, but also inspiration for their work. Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edouard Manet, among others, often spent time in these vibrant spaces, discussing the latest artistic trends or drawing sketches of the scenes around them. The cafes allowed them to observe the nuances of social life in Paris, which they translated into their art. For example, Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party captures a group of friends relaxing and enjoying a leisurely meal at a cafe on the Seine, conveying the easy camaraderie and the cheerful, sun-dappled environment that defined the social culture of the time. The scene encapsulates the cafe's role as a place for relaxation, conversation, and the enjoyment of leisure. Beyond the artistic community, the cafes also attracted a range of intellectuals and writers who contributed to the vibrancy of the discussions taking place. Figures such as Émile Zola, Stéphane Mallarmé, and Henri Toulouse-Lautrec were frequent visitors to Parisian cafes, where they engaged in spirited debates on art, politics, and philosophy. These gatherings had a profound impact on the development of modern thought and art, as they provided a space for the exchange of new ideas and the challenging of established norms. The conversations in these cafes helped to shape the avant-garde movements of the time, including Impressionism, which sought to break free from traditional artistic conventions. For the artists, these cafes were not only places of social interaction, but also valuable spaces for networking and gaining exposure. Some of the earliest exhibitions and critiques of their work came from informal gatherings at these establishments. Artists would share their latest pieces with one another, offering critique and encouragement. In this sense, the cafe played a pivotal role in the development of the Impressionist movement, fostering the relationships and intellectual exchanges that helped to propel the artists' careers forward. In conclusion, the Parisian Café was much more than a mere backdrop for leisure in the Impressionist era. It was a dynamic space where artists, intellectuals, and social figures came together to exchange ideas, challenge the status quo, and engage with the rapid changes occurring in society. These gatherings profoundly influenced the direction of Impressionism, contributing to the development of a new artistic vision that reflected the vibrancy and complexity of modern life. Through their presence in these cafes, the artists were able to immerse themselves in the cultural pulse of Paris, capturing the essence of the city's intellectual and artistic energy. Depictions of cafe life in Impressionist paintings. The Parisian cafe was a central subject in many Impressionist paintings, capturing the dynamic and often fleeting moments of social interaction, leisure, and modern life. These cafes, with their bustling atmosphere, became a mirror of the modern city's vibrancy and its complex social dynamics. Impressionist artists, attuned to the rapid changes in Parisian society, depicted cafe life not just as a physical space, but as a reflection of the cultural, economic, and social changes unfolding around them. These paintings often explored the nuances of light, color, and movement, revealing the artist's deep engagement with the atmosphere of the cafe and the interactions taking place within it. Pierre-Auguste Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party is one of the most iconic representations of cafe life in Impressionist art. The painting depicts a relaxed gathering of friends at a riverside cafe on the Seine, capturing the warmth and intimacy of the moment. Renoir's use of light and vibrant color gives the scene a joyful, sunlit ambiance, emphasizing the pleasure of socializing and the enjoyment of leisure. The figures, dressed in fashionable clothing, are seen engaged in conversation and laughter, and the artist's loose brushwork creates a sense of immediacy, as if the viewer is peering into a snapshot of a lively afternoon. This painting encapsulates the idealized vision of cafe culture during this period, one of companionship, good food, and pleasant conversation. In contrast to Renoir's idyllic portrayal, Edgar Degas' depiction of cafe life offers a more introspective view of modern urban society. Works like The Absinthe Drinker show a solitary figure seated in a cafe with a melancholic air that contrasts sharply with the more upbeat scenes of social gatherings. Degas captures the isolation and alienation that could also be present in such public spaces, emphasizing the psychological complexity beneath the surface of modern social life. The figure of the woman, staring blankly while holding a glass of absinthe, reflects the darker side of cafe culture, where individuals could be lost in thought or disconnected from their surroundings. Gustave Caillebotte, another prominent Impressionist, painted cafes as scenes of urban interaction, as seen in works like Paris Street, Rainy Day. While not exclusively about cafes, this painting shows Parisians walking along the boulevards and passing cafes, capturing the dynamic relationship between the social space of the cafe and the bustling city life around it. The cafe, in Caillebotte's works, often serves as a background for the modern urban scene, illustrating the integration of leisure into the rhythm of the city. Overall, the cafe provided Impressionist artists with an opportunity to explore the interplay of social interaction, light, and modernity. Through their depictions of cafe life, they captured not just a physical setting, but a vibrant, evolving way of life in Paris. These paintings reflect the importance of the cafe as both a social and artistic space where different aspects of modern society, whether joy, isolation, or the rapid pace of urban existence, could be explored and conveyed through the medium of art. The role of cafes in fostering artistic innovation. Parisian cafes played a crucial role in the artistic and intellectual innovation that defined the Impressionist movement. These cafes, which were often gathering spots for artists, writers, and intellectuals, acted as informal salons where new ideas about art, society, and culture could be exchanged and debated. The cafe environment, with its relaxed yet lively atmosphere, became a fertile ground for the kind of creative collaboration and dialogue that nurtured the revolutionary approaches to art seen in the works of the Impressionists. For the artists themselves, the cafes were places to meet and converse with fellow creatives. They were spaces where new ideas could be tested, and the prevailing artistic conventions could be challenged. Before the rise of the Impressionist movement, much of the artistic world was dominated by academic traditions, which adhered to strict rules of composition, subject matter, and technique. However, within the walls of the cafes, artists were able to move beyond these conventions. They discussed the potential of plein air painting, the use of light and color, and the abandonment of fine detail in favor of capturing fleeting moments. These informal discussions laid the groundwork for the stylistic innovations that would characterize Impressionism. The exchange of ideas that took place in the cafes helped the artists to refine and evolve their techniques. For example, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Claude Monet would often discuss their works and share their thoughts on new painting methods. Renoir's loose, expressive brushwork and Monet's exploration of light and atmosphere were products of this dialogue, as they encouraged one another to break free from academic traditions and focus on capturing moments of daily life as they were experienced. The cafe became a sanctuary of sorts, where the constraints of the traditional art world could be temporarily suspended in favor of a more experimental, subjective approach to art. Cafes also provided a space for artists to observe and study the social dynamics of modern Paris. With the rise of the bourgeoisie and the growing interest in leisure activities, cafes were populated with a diverse range of people, from the fashionable middle class to intellectuals and artists. This environment allowed the Impressionists to engage with and portray a broad spectrum of Parisian life, from casual social gatherings to moments of introspection. The characters they painted in cafe scenes often reflected the complexities of modern urban existence, capturing both the vibrancy and the isolation inherent in city life. In essence, the Parisian cafe was a crucial incubator for the ideas and innovations that defined the Impressionist movement. It offered a space for experimentation, for exchanging thoughts and observations, and for developing a new artistic language that would break from tradition and capture the essence of modern life. Through the intellectual and social connections formed in these cafes, the Impressionists were able to push the boundaries of art, creating a lasting legacy that would reshape the trajectory of Western painting. Artistic relationships forged in social settings. The cafes of Paris in the late 19th century were more than just gathering places for leisure. They were dynamic hubs for the forging of artistic relationships that played a pivotal role in the development of the Impressionist movement. Artists, many of whom were relatively unknown in the early stages of their careers, found in these social spaces an environment that nurtured collaboration, experimentation, and the exchange of ideas. These informal settings allowed artists to develop new approaches to painting, share techniques, critique one another's work, and inspire each other toward groundbreaking innovations. In the cafes, friendships and partnerships were formed between some of the most notable figures of the Impressionist movement, including Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edouard Manet, and Edgar Degas. These artists shared not only their artistic goals, but also their personal philosophies on art, helping to shape each other's styles and perspectives. The camaraderie that developed in these social spaces was integral to the rise of Impressionism, as artists collectively worked to break free from the rigid constraints of academic art and explore new ways of capturing light, color, and movement. For example, Renoir and Monet frequently painted together, exchanging ideas on their approach to light and the natural world. Their close relationship allowed them to refine their techniques and push the boundaries of what was acceptable in the art world. The cafe culture also played a significant role in establishing a sense of community among these artists. The Impressionists, who were often rejected by the official art establishment, found in their fellow artists a sense of solidarity and mutual support. These social interactions provided emotional and intellectual encouragement that helped them maintain their resolve in the face of criticism and rejection. For example, when Monet faced difficulties in gaining acceptance from traditional galleries, Renoir and other friends provided both support and practical assistance, including offering to display their works alongside his in independent exhibitions. This spirit of camaraderie was essential for the group's ability to continue developing and exhibiting their art outside of the conventional channels. Moreover, the social connections formed in the cafes extended beyond the artists themselves, influencing the broader cultural landscape. Writers, critics, and intellectuals who frequented these cafes also played a role in shaping the direction of the movement. By offering critique and praise, or simply engaging in discussions about the state of contemporary art, they helped elevate the visibility of Impressionist work and contributed to the evolving dialogue surrounding modernism. Figures such as the writer Émile Zola and the critic Jules Claretie were involved in the cafe-based discussions, influencing both the reception and development of Impressionism. In summary, the cafes of Paris were essential in fostering the artistic relationships that would define the Impressionist movement. These spaces allowed artists to come together, share ideas, critique one another, and find inspiration in the bustling, ever-changing atmosphere of modern Paris. The bonds forged in these social settings helped create a collective spirit among the Impressionists that enabled them to challenge traditional norms and develop a revolutionary approach to art. The emergence of modern leisure activities. The late 19th century in Paris saw the rise of modern leisure activities that became a defining aspect of the city's cultural life. As industrialization rapidly transformed society, new forms of recreation emerged, providing an escape from the increasingly fast-paced and urbanized environment. These leisure activities, such as cafe culture, outdoor sports, and social gatherings in parks and gardens, reflected a shift in the way people experienced and enjoyed their free time. The Impressionist artists were deeply influenced by this cultural shift, and their works often depicted these leisure activities, capturing the essence of modern life and offering a glimpse into the everyday experiences of the bourgeoisie and working class alike. One of the most iconic symbols of this modern leisure culture was the cafe. In contrast to the formal, private settings of earlier centuries, the cafe became a public space where people from all walks of life could gather to socialize, relax, and observe the world around them. It was a space where the bourgeoisie, intellectuals, and artists could exchange ideas, while also enjoying the pleasures of food, drink, and conversation. The cafes of Paris were vibrant hubs of social interaction, and they offered a perfect setting for the Impressionists to explore the dynamics of modern life. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Édouard Manet captured the social energy of these establishments, depicting moments of relaxation and camaraderie with a loose, expressive brushwork that reflected the spontaneity of the social scene. In addition to cafe culture, outdoor leisure activities also became more prominent in Paris during this period. The expansion of public parks, gardens, and promenades provided new spaces for the middle class to enjoy nature and engage in leisurely pastimes. Artists often turned their attention to these green spaces, depicting people strolling, resting, or engaging in outdoor sports like boating, picnicking, or tennis. Claude Monet's Woman with a Parasol and Renoir's The Swing are examples of works that highlight the joy and relaxation associated with these outdoor activities. The Impressionists were particularly drawn to capturing the interplay of light and color in these outdoor scenes, using their signature loose brushwork to convey the fleeting nature of the moment and the transient effects of sunlight. The emergence of modern leisure activities also coincided with the rise of the bourgeoisie as a dominant social class. With the increasing affluence of this group, new forms of entertainment and recreation became more accessible, contributing to the growing demand for art that reflected their experiences and desires. The Impressionists responded to this shift by painting scenes of leisure that celebrated the pleasures of modern life while also subtly commenting on the social changes taking place in the city. Overall, the emergence of modern leisure activities in Paris was a key feature of the cultural landscape during the late 19th century, and it played a significant role in shaping the themes and subjects of Impressionist art. These activities not only provided a sense of relaxation and enjoyment for the people of Paris, but also served as a reflection of the broader social, cultural, and economic transformations that defined the era. Through their vibrant depictions of cafes, parks, and outdoor pursuits, the Impressionists captured the spirit of modern life and its emphasis on leisure, offering a window into the joys and complexities of a rapidly changing world. Chapter 8, Gender and the Role of Women in Impressionism. The role of women in the Impressionist movement is both complex and significant, reflecting broader social attitudes about gender, class, and the evolving roles of women in 19th century society. The Impressionist movement, with its break from tradition and embrace of modernity, provided new opportunities for female artists and subjects to emerge within the art world. At the same time, the portrayal of women in Impressionist paintings was shaped by contemporary ideas of femininity, beauty, and social roles, which often reflected the ideals of the bourgeoisie. One of the most notable female figures within the movement was Berthe Morisot, who became one of the leading members of the Impressionist circle. Morisot's work focused on intimate, domestic scenes that highlighted the experiences of women, offering a nuanced and personal perspective on gender roles. Her depictions of women in domestic settings, such as the cradle, reflect both the quiet, nurturing aspects of femininity, as well as the subtler complexities of women's lives within the private sphere. Despite facing the societal constraints of being a woman artist in a male-dominated field, Morisot's success within the group was a testament to her skill and ability to express the feminine experience with sensitivity and insight. Women were also significant as subjects in many of the Impressionist works. The portrayal of women in leisure settings, such as cafes, gardens, or at the beach, was a central theme for artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Edouard Manet. Renoir's works often idealized women, portraying them in light-filled outdoor settings, celebrating their beauty, youth, and vitality. Works like Luncheon of the Boating Party emphasize a relaxed, pleasurable world in which women participate as active members of society. These depictions were at once a celebration of femininity and a reflection of the growing social freedom that women began to experience, particularly in the bourgeoisie circles that the Impressionists often depicted. However, the portrayal of women in Impressionism was not without its complexities. While the Impressionists presented women as central figures in their works, these portrayals were often filtered through a male gaze, emphasizing beauty, charm, and sensuality. Many of the women depicted were idealized and constructed to embody the virtues of the contemporary ideal of womanhood, especially in the bourgeois context. At the same time, these works were often infused with a sense of agency and individuality, reflecting the shifting dynamics of women's roles in society. While the presence of women in the art world was still marginalized compared to men, the Impressionist movement allowed for the emergence of women artists like Morisot and Mary Cassatt, who gained recognition for their distinct approaches to the portrayal of women and the domestic realm. These women artists used their positions to comment on the societal expectations placed upon women, as well as the broader themes of femininity, motherhood, and the private lives of women. The representation of women in Impressionism thus serves as both a reflection of the period's social norms and a subtle critique of the limitations placed on women in both society and the art world. Ultimately, the Impressionist movement's treatment of gender and women's roles presents a fascinating tension between societal norms and the innovative, progressive vision of the artists themselves. Through both their depictions of women and the contributions of female artists, Impressionism offered a complex and layered perspective on gender in the modern world. Female artists and their contribution to the movement. The contributions of female artists to the Impressionist movement were integral to the shaping of the style and its eventual recognition within the art world. While the art establishment of the late 19th century was predominantly male-dominated, a number of talented women managed to carve out their space within the movement, not only as subjects of art, but also as creators of highly regarded works themselves. Among these women were figures like Berthe Morisot, Mary Cassatt, and Eva Gonzalez, who brought unique perspectives to the movement and broadened its scope. Berthe Morisot is perhaps the most well-known female artist associated with the Impressionist movement. As one of the founding members of the group, her works explored themes of domestic life and women's experiences in the private sphere. Morisot's mastery of light and color, combined with her intimate, yet subtly expansive view of everyday life, brought a new layer to the Impressionist canon. Her paintings often featured women in domestic settings, such as her famous work, The Cradle, which portrays her sister and child in a tender moment. Despite the restrictions of the time, Morisot's skillful handling of paint and her attention to the emotional lives of women made her a standout figure in the movement. Another significant female figure in the Impressionist movement was Mary Cassatt, an American artist who spent much of her career in Paris. Cassatt's focus on the private lives of women, particularly mothers and children, brought a fresh and intimate perspective to Impressionist art. Her works, such as The Child's Bath and Mother and Child, challenged traditional portrayals of women by emphasizing their agency, strength, and emotional depth. Cassatt was known for her innovative use of color and composition, bringing a sense of modernity and freshness to her portrayals of motherhood, a theme that had been depicted in art for centuries, but rarely with such psychological insight and tenderness. Eva González, a student of Édouard Manet, was another important female artist in the Impressionist circle. Although she did not achieve the same level of fame as Morisot or Cassatt, González's work was highly regarded by her contemporaries. She often painted domestic and social scenes that captured the nuances of modern life, particularly focusing on the roles of women. Like Manet, González employed a bold, direct style, and her works often featured vibrant colors and dramatic lighting. Her piece, The Reading, exemplifies her ability to convey the subtle emotions of her subjects, capturing them in moments of introspection or quiet contemplation. These female artists, among others, helped to diversify the scope of the Impressionist movement. Their work not only provided a critical perspective on the lives of women, but also expanded the ways in which the Impressionists approached light, color, and composition. Through their contributions, they broke down barriers for women in the arts and helped to define the movement, pushing back against the male-dominated art world and establishing themselves as key figures in the history of modern art. The legacy of female artists in Impressionism is a testament to their talent, resilience, and the unique contributions they made to the revolution in art that defined the late 19th century. Depictions of women in Impressionist works. The portrayal of women in Impressionist art is a defining characteristic of the movement, offering both a reflection of contemporary social dynamics and an exploration of the evolving roles of women in society. While women were often depicted in idealized, passive forms throughout history, Impressionist artists sought to depict them in more naturalistic, dynamic ways, challenging the traditional, often restrictive representations of femininity. These depictions, however, still reflected the conventions and expectations of the time, providing a complex and nuanced view of women's roles in 19th century Parisian society. In many Impressionist works, women are shown engaged in leisure activities, which was a significant departure from earlier depictions of women in more passive or domestic settings. Artists such as Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Édouard Manet often painted women in social and outdoor environments, such as parks, cafes, and gardens. Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party is one of the most famous examples of this, depicting a lively gathering of men and women enjoying an afternoon by the river. The women in Renoir's work, like the others in the scene, are not portrayed as mere objects of beauty, but as active participants in social life, enjoying the moment and engaging with the people around them. This modern portrayal of women as autonomous, joyful, and part of a vibrant social fabric was a significant departure from the more subdued, idealized portrayals of women in academic art. Another key aspect of the Impressionists' depictions of women was their attention to light and color. Artists like Claude Monet and Edgar Degas captured women in dynamic, ever-changing environments, using color and light to convey not just the external beauty of their subjects, but their inner emotions and the fleeting nature of modern life. Monet's Woman with a Parasol and Degas' Ballet Rehearsal showcase women in motion, whether in the context of nature or in the practice of ballet, emphasizing the vibrancy and energy of their lives. Despite the progress made in the depiction of women, many of the paintings still reflect the gender roles and social expectations of the time. Women were often shown in private or domestic spaces, which was in line with the ideal of the angel in the house that dominated the bourgeois consciousness. Berthe Morisot's The Cradle, which features a woman gazing at her child, is an example of this intimate and domestic portrayal. Morisot's work, however, goes beyond simple idealization, offering a more personal and emotional view of motherhood and domestic life, drawing attention to the quiet strength and complexity of the female experience. Ultimately, the Impressionist depictions of women present a mixture of traditional ideals and modern sensibilities. They provided a fresh perspective on women's lives, one that emphasized their participation in modern society while also acknowledging the restrictions and expectations placed upon them. Through their use of color, light, and innovative composition, the Impressionists expanded the representation of women in art, portraying them as active, dynamic individuals rather than mere passive subjects of beauty. These depictions have left a lasting legacy, offering insight into both the artistic revolution of the time and the evolving role of women in society. The challenge of women as both subjects and creators. The challenge of women as both subjects and creators within the Impressionist movement reflects the broader societal constraints and gender expectations of 19th century France. While the movement itself was groundbreaking in its break from academic tradition, the position of women within it, both as artists and as subjects of art, remained complex. Female artists and models navigated a world where their roles were often defined by societal norms. Yet they found ways to subvert and challenge these constraints through their participation in the revolutionary new style of painting. As subjects of art, women were frequently depicted in the private domestic sphere, where they were idealized as symbols of femininity and motherhood. This reflected the traditional view of women's roles in bourgeois society. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir and Édouard Manet often painted women as leisure figures, capturing moments of relaxation, beauty, and charm. While these depictions were innovative in their use of color and light, they still often reinforced traditional ideals about women, portraying them as passive or ornamental figures. In works like Luncheon of the Boating Party and Olympia, women were portrayed as subjects of the male gaze, their beauty and sensuality often the focal points of the composition. These portrayals were groundbreaking in their naturalism and honesty, but still reflected prevailing gender norms that confined women to specific roles in society. At the same time, women faced significant barriers as artists within the movement. The academic art world of the 19th century was dominated by male artists, and female artists were often excluded from formal training and recognition. The role of women as creators within the Impressionist movement was therefore a significant challenge. Female artists had to contend with not only the entrenched gender bias within the art world, but also the societal expectation that women's work should be confined to domestic activities or decorative arts. Despite these obstacles, women like Berthe Morisot, Mary Cassatt, and Eva Gonzalez made lasting contributions to the movement, producing works that were recognized for their innovation and emotional depth. Berthe Morisot, for example, challenged gender conventions by painting intimate, domestic scenes with remarkable sensitivity and insight. She often depicted women in roles that were central to bourgeois life, mothers, daughters, and wives, but her works did not merely glorify these roles. In paintings like The Cradle, Morisot used light and color to suggest the emotional complexity of her subjects, subtly exploring the tension between personal freedom and societal expectation. Similarly, Mary Cassatt focused on portraying the bonds between mothers and children, but her works, such as The Child's Bath, also convey a deep understanding of women's agency, presenting them as active participants in both family life and society. While women artists in the Impressionist movement faced immense challenges, Their ability to navigate these obstacles and create innovative, influential works made them integral to the movement's success. Their contributions not only expanded the scope of Impressionist art, but also helped redefine the role of women in the art world, offering new possibilities for female expression and representation. Through both their depictions of women and their own artistic achievements, these women played a crucial role in shaping the future of modern art. Social expectations and the limited roles for women. In the 19th century, women in France and in much of the Western world were subject to strict social expectations that dictated their roles and behavior. These roles were primarily defined within the confines of the domestic sphere, focused on marriage, motherhood, and maintaining the household. As such, women were largely excluded from many aspects of public life, including the arts. The societal belief in the inherent difference between men and women was reinforced by a variety of cultural and social structures, which limited women's opportunities for self-expression, education, and professional work. This gendered division of labor not only restricted women's roles in society, but also dictated their representation in the arts. In the visual arts, women were often portrayed as objects of beauty, passivity, or idealized innocence, never as active agents. The role of the female model was, therefore, one of submission and silence, with the woman existing solely to fulfill the desires and fantasies of the male artist and the male gaze. This representation echoed the broader social view that women were meant to be ornamental, nurturing, and subordinated to men. Within the world of Impressionism, however, this traditional role of women was challenged in several ways. The portrayal of women in Impressionist art, while still often imbued with beauty and sensuality, also began to reflect a more nuanced understanding of their lives. Artists like Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Claude Monet, and Edouard Manet depicted women in more relaxed, modern settings, café scenes, parks, and beaches, where women were not simply passive objects of male desire, but active participants in modern life. These portrayals were innovative in that they captured women enjoying leisure, autonomy, and social freedom, albeit often still confined within the boundaries of bourgeois respectability. Even as women were increasingly portrayed in these more modern and independent roles, their representation in art still largely reflected societal ideals about femininity. Women were often shown as mothers, daughters, or wives, reinforcing the view that their primary roles were within the home and family. Berthe Morisot, one of the few prominent female Impressionist artists, often focused on domestic scenes, painting portraits of women and children in intimate, private settings. In works like The Cradle, Morisot subtly critiqued these domestic roles by imbuing her subjects with emotional complexity, showing motherhood as both a source of fulfillment and constraint. Despite their important contributions to the movement, female artists faced enormous challenges in being taken seriously as professionals. The art world, dominated by male institutions, offered few avenues for women to receive formal training or recognition. Social expectations dictated that women should focus on household duties or domestic crafts rather than pursue careers in fields like painting, where men dominated. As a result, women artists had to navigate not only the prejudices of the art world, but also the societal pressure to conform to traditional roles as wives and mothers. Nevertheless, artists like Morisot, Mary Cassatt, and others managed to break through these barriers, producing significant works that have come to define the legacy of Impressionism. The social expectations of women in the 19th century were restrictive, but the Impressionist movement allowed for a subversion of these ideals, offering new ways of seeing and representing women. It revealed the complexities of their lives beyond the traditional roles imposed by society, and showed that women could both shape art and be portrayed as active participants in the changing modern world. Gender dynamics within the Parisian art world. The Parisian art world in the 19th century was a male-dominated space, and the gender dynamics within it reflected the broader societal structures that restricted women's roles. Art academies, galleries, and prestigious exhibitions like the Salon were key arenas where artists gained visibility, recognition, and financial support. However, women faced significant barriers to entry in these institutions, both as artists and as active participants in the professional art scene. The prevailing belief that women were inherently less capable of producing serious or intellectual art made it difficult for female artists to gain acceptance or find a place among their male counterparts. Women in the Parisian art world had limited access to formal training, which was traditionally offered at the Académie des Beaux-Arts, an institution that refused to admit female students. Instead, women were often relegated to private studios or classes that taught decorative arts or portraiture, subjects that were considered more appropriate for women. Many aspiring female artists had to navigate this restricted space, developing their craft in alternative ways, often through private mentorships or by working independently outside the boundaries of formal education. Even as they trained in these unconventional spaces, they faced the pervasive belief that their art would never be equal to that of men. Despite these obstacles, women did manage to make their mark within the art world, particularly with the rise of the Impressionist movement. The Impressionists themselves were more inclusive than the academic art establishment, embracing new ideas and fostering a more egalitarian approach to artistic expression. Artists like Berthe Morisot and Mary Cassatt were invited to exhibit alongside their male counterparts, and their works were featured in major Impressionist exhibitions. Still, even within this more progressive group, female artists had to contend with biases that limited their visibility and recognition. Morisot, for example, often found herself scrutinized for the domestic nature of her subjects, as her paintings primarily depicted intimate scenes of women, children, and family life. This focus on domesticity, while groundbreaking in its emotional depth, was also seen as less serious or less capable of representing the broader social changes of the time. The challenges women faced within the Parisian art world also extended to their position as subjects of art. The female form, frequently portrayed in nude or semi-nude form in academic painting, was often presented as an object of male desire rather than as an active participant in society. However, the Impressionists began to shift this dynamic, not only through the representation of women as more active and dynamic figures, but also through their own involvement in the making of art. Female models in Impressionist works were depicted as engaged in the world around them, often in modern, urban settings, a departure from the passive, idealized representations that had been standard in academic art. In sum, the gender dynamics of the Parisian art world were marked by exclusion and inequality. Female artists had to navigate a complex and often hostile environment where their access to training, recognition, and exhibition opportunities was severely restricted. However, the Impressionists' more inclusive approach to artistic production allowed women artists to contribute significantly to the development of the movement, even as they continued to face societal and institutional barriers. Their success in doing so helped to challenge and redefine the role of women within the art world, both as creators and as subjects of representation. Chapter 9: The Evolution of the Impressionist Exhibition. The Impressionist exhibition was a pivotal development in the history of modern art, marking a radical break from the tradition of displaying artwork in the official salon. The Salon, the official annual exhibition of the French Academy, had long been the principal avenue for artists to gain recognition and secure commissions. However, the increasing dominance of academic standards, which prioritized historical, mythological, and idealized subjects, alienated many avant-garde artists who sought to represent modern life and explore new artistic techniques. In response to this rigid structure, the Impressionists created their own independent exhibitions, which allowed them to showcase their works without the constraints of the academic system. The first Impressionist exhibition took place in 1874, organized by a group of artists including Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Camille Pissarro, among others. This inaugural exhibition was a bold challenge to the established norms of the art world, as the participating artists rejected traditional academic standards in favor of a more spontaneous, experimental approach to painting. The choice to exhibit independently was crucial to the development of the movement, as it allowed the Impressionists to present their works directly to the public without the interference of the Salon's juries, which often rejected their unconventional styles. The 1874 exhibition was not initially well received. The term Impressionism itself was coined derisively by the art critic Louis Leroy, who, after seeing Monet's Impression, Sunrise, used the title to mock the unfinished, sketch-like quality of the work. Despite the negative criticism, the exhibition marked the beginning of a new era in art. It represented a deliberate rejection of the Salon's rigid academic standards, offering a platform for innovative works that captured contemporary life and emphasized light, color, and atmosphere over detailed realism. In the years that followed, the Impressionists held several more exhibitions, each one growing in importance and recognition. The exhibitions became a crucial opportunity for the artists to challenge the public's understanding of what art could be. While still controversial, these exhibitions attracted a growing audience, including collectors, critics, and intellectuals, some of whom began to embrace the new approach to painting. Over time, the works shown at these exhibitions gained greater acceptance, and the once dismissed style became an essential part of the art world's transformation. The evolution of the Impressionist exhibitions also mirrored the broader changes occurring in society, particularly in Paris, which was rapidly becoming the cultural and intellectual capital of Europe. These exhibitions not only transformed the way art was created and viewed, but also provided an avenue for artists to engage with the changing dynamics of urban life, leisure, and modernity. In many ways, the Impressionist exhibitions were both a reflection and a catalyst of the cultural revolution of the late 19th century. By the late 1880s, the Impressionist exhibitions had played a significant role in altering the trajectory of art history. The movement's challenge to the traditional hierarchy of art exhibitions helped pave the way for future avant-garde movements and contributed to the eventual acceptance of modernist art in the broader cultural landscape. The legacy of the Impressionist exhibitions is still felt today, as they represent a moment when art was irrevocably changed by a collective desire to break free from tradition and embrace innovation. The organization of the first Impressionist exhibitions. The organization of the first Impressionist exhibition in 1874 was a groundbreaking moment in art history, reflecting both the creative ambitions and the collective frustration of a group of artists determined to break free from the constraints of the traditional salon. The group, which included key figures like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and Camille Pissarro, sought to present their works in a space that valued innovation over adherence to academic conventions. The idea for the exhibition emerged after many of these artists had been repeatedly rejected by the official salon for their unconventional techniques and subject matter. In creating their own independent exhibition, they took control of their artistic destiny and set the stage for a new direction in modern art. The first exhibition was held at 35 Boulevard des Capucines in Paris, in a former photography studio. This location was chosen because it was centrally located, offering the artists the opportunity to be seen by a broad public. The venue was modest by the standards of the Grand Salon exhibitions, but it was adequate for the purpose of showcasing the artists' works. The space was unorthodox, and the walls were hung with a wide range of paintings, many of which challenged the artistic norms of the time, with their use of vibrant color, loose brushwork, and focus on contemporary life rather than historical or mythological subjects. The organization of the exhibition was a collaborative effort among the artists, who each took responsibility for their own works, but the exhibition was also a symbol of their collective rebellion. They were determined to exhibit without the traditional approval of the Salon's jury, which had repeatedly rejected their works for not conforming to the standards of academic art. The artists who organized the show were united in their commitment to the belief that art should reflect the realities of modern life and capture the transient moments of everyday existence. This shared vision created a sense of camaraderie and purpose among the group, and the exhibition itself was a form of protest against the rigid traditions of the art establishment. The public reaction to the first Impressionist exhibition was mixed, with many critics dismissing the works as unfinished or overly experimental. The most famous critic, Louis Leroy, famously coined the term Impressionism after seeing Monet's painting Impression Sunrise, mocking the work's sketch-like quality. However, despite the negative reviews, the exhibition marked a pivotal moment in the history of art. It was the first of many independent exhibitions, and over time, the Impressionists would continue to organize similar shows, gradually gaining recognition and securing their place in the art world. While the first exhibition was initially controversial and often ridiculed, it helped solidify the Impressionists' commitment to their unconventional vision. The event not only provided a platform for their work, but also demonstrated the power of collective action in challenging the status quo of the art world. The organization of the first Impressionist exhibition was a testament to the artists' resolve to push boundaries, and its legacy continues to resonate as a crucial turning point in the development of modern art. Reception by the public and critics. The first Impressionist exhibition of 1874 was met with a mixture of curiosity, confusion, and outright scorn from both the public and art critics. The artists' decision to break away from the academic tradition and showcase their work outside the salon was a bold move, but it was one that alienated many. At the time, the art world was firmly entrenched in classical ideals of realism, symmetry, and idealized beauty, all of which were championed by the prestigious salon. The Impressionists, however, were focused on capturing fleeting moments, emphasizing light, color, and atmosphere in a way that felt unrefined and unfinished to traditional tastes. Critics were especially harsh in their reviews of the first exhibition. One of the most famous reactions came from art critic Louis Leroy, who, after seeing Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise, coined the term Impressionism in a satirical review. He mocked the artists for producing works that appeared unfinished or more like sketches than fully realized paintings. Leroy's critique was not unique. Many critics accused the artists of lacking technique, dismissing their works as mere impressions of the world rather than serious academic representations. The loose brushwork, the emphasis on light over detail, and the rejection of historical or mythological subjects struck many as radical and incomprehensible. The public's response was similarly mixed. While some visitors were intrigued by the new approach to color and light, many were bewildered by the unconventional subjects, such as scenes from modern Parisian life or everyday activities. The absence of historical or religious themes, which had dominated academic art for centuries, led some viewers to dismiss the paintings as shallow or insignificant. The exhibition did, however, draw a crowd of curious onlookers, some of whom were fascinated by the novel artistic language the Impressionists employed. The show also gained attention from a few forward-thinking collectors and artists who recognized the innovation in the works, even if they didn't fully understand the techniques at first. Despite the hostile reception, the first exhibition was not a complete failure. It gave the Impressionists a platform to showcase their work outside the confines of the salon, and although the reviews were largely negative, they succeeded in establishing themselves as a distinct group with a unique vision. Over time, the term Impressionism, once coined as an insult, came to define an entire movement that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of modern art. The public's reception of the exhibition became more favorable as the years went on, and the artists continued to challenge conventions with their subsequent shows. The first Impressionist exhibition marked the beginning of a long and difficult journey toward recognition, but it was also a pivotal moment that began to redefine what art could be in a rapidly changing world. The shifting definitions of Impressionism over time. The term Impressionism has undergone significant shifts in meaning since it was first coined in a derogatory context by art critic Louis Leroy in 1874. Initially, the word was used to mock the unfinished and sketch-like quality of the paintings in the first Impressionist exhibition, particularly Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise. Leroy's review dismissed the work as nothing more than a rough impression of a scene, with little regard for the detail and polish that had long been considered necessary for fine art. In this early instance, Impressionism was intended as a critique, underscoring the movement's rejection of traditional academic standards. But over time, the term would be embraced by the artists themselves and come to represent one of the most influential and groundbreaking styles in the history of Western art. As the movement progressed and its artists continued to exhibit their works, the term Impressionism began to evolve. It became associated with a specific approach to capturing moments in time, emphasizing light, color, and atmosphere over detailed realism or idealized forms. Rather than focusing on precise lines and careful representation, Impressionists sought to convey the fleeting effects of light and weather, as well as the immediacy of a scene. They worked quickly, often outdoors, using bold, loose brushstrokes to depict not only the visual details of a landscape or figure, but also the emotional and sensory experience of the moment. The movement was defined by its emphasis on perception, on how light and color shifted with time and space. In the years following the first exhibition, critics and the public began to recognize and appreciate the innovation and revolutionary nature of the movement, even if they did not always understand or fully embrace its methods. As the term Impressionism became more widely recognized, it began to represent a broader departure from the academic art tradition, highlighting the artists' focus on modern life, their rebellion against convention, and their desire to capture the dynamism of the changing world around them. By the end of the 19th century, Impressionism had become an accepted term, no longer seen solely as a critique, but as a label for an entire movement. The association with capturing the impression of a scene, as opposed to a precise or idealized representation, became central to the identity of the movement. In the 20th century, as modern art continued to evolve, the Impressionists' focus on light, color, and spontaneous expression influenced a variety of new artistic styles, from Post-Impressionism to abstract expressionism. Today, the term Impressionism is no longer a derogatory label, but a defining feature of one of the most beloved and studied art movements in history. What began as an insult has become a symbol of artistic innovation and a benchmark for the radical transformations that would follow in the development of modern art. The shifting definition of Impressionism underscores its dynamic and enduring legacy, illustrating how art can evolve both in technique and in cultural perception over time. Later exhibitions and their legacy. The later Impressionist exhibitions, held between 1874 and 1886, played a crucial role in solidifying the movement's influence and expanding its reach. Although the first exhibition in 1874 was met with harsh criticism, subsequent exhibitions began to attract a growing audience and garnered increasing recognition for the group's innovative approach to art. These exhibitions not only challenged the academic standards of the French salon, but also created a new platform for artists to present their works in ways that reflected the rapidly changing world around them. Each new exhibition further refined the group's identity and established Impressionism as a distinctive movement in the history of art. The second Impressionist exhibition, held in 1876, saw the inclusion of new works and a more cohesive presentation of the group's artistic vision. Despite the continued skepticism from traditional critics, This exhibition began to attract collectors and art patrons who were interested in the new artistic language the Impressionists were developing. Over time, the exhibitions began to feel more like an established tradition in their own right, with each show evolving in terms of the works presented and the participation of new artists. The Impressionists embraced a broad range of subjects, from urban scenes and landscapes to portraits and still lifes, showcasing the diversity of modern life. The later exhibitions, particularly those held in the 1880s, marked a turning point in how Impressionism was perceived by the public and critics. While the movement was still met with some resistance, its reputation began to shift, with critics beginning to appreciate the subtlety and freshness of the works. The Impressionists' commitment to capturing the fleeting effects of light, the essence of modern life, and the transient nature of everyday moments began to resonate more deeply with the public. As the 1880s progressed, the exhibitions became an anticipated event in the Parisian art calendar, attracting a more diverse audience, from academics to the emerging bourgeoisie class. These later exhibitions also had a significant impact on the development of modern art. They provided a platform for future avant-garde movements, including Post-Impressionism, which would continue to build on the foundation laid by the Impressionists. Artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Georges Seurat were influenced by the Impressionist exploration of color, light, and brushstroke techniques, and many exhibited alongside the Impressionists in their final shows. The legacy of the Impressionist exhibitions is felt not only in the art world, but in broader cultural contexts as well. These exhibitions challenge conventional ideas of beauty, technique, and subject matter, pushing art toward a more personal, expressive, and modern form. The continued influence of the Impressionists can be seen in the ways that later movements embraced freedom of expression and explored new ways to represent reality. The exhibitions solidified the Impressionists' place in history, ensuring that their revolutionary approach to painting would inspire generations of artists and redefine the course of Western art. The lasting impact of these exhibitions on the art world. The later Impressionist exhibitions had a profound and lasting impact on the art world, fundamentally altering the trajectory of modern art. While the early exhibitions were met with skepticism and derision, they eventually played a pivotal role in challenging the dominance of academic traditions and established new paradigms for artistic expression. By showcasing innovative approaches to color, light, and subject matter, these exhibitions helped to expand the boundaries of what could be considered art, leaving a legacy that would influence generations of artists long after the final Impressionist show in 1886. One of the most significant impacts of the Impressionist exhibitions was their challenge to the entrenched academic standards of the Salon. The artists rejected the traditional focus on idealized subjects, such as historical, mythological, or religious themes, and instead embraced contemporary life. Their exploration of everyday moments, urban scenes, and rural landscapes, rendered with a focus on light and color, marked a departure from the idealized visions of earlier academic painting. This shift opened the door for future artistic movements to explore new ways of depicting the world, paving the way for the development of Post-Impressionism, Expressionism, and eventually abstract art. Moreover, the Impressionist exhibitions helped to establish a model for independent artistic exhibitions. By organizing their own shows outside of the official salon, the Impressionists demonstrated that artists could take control of their careers and exhibit works on their own terms. This notion of artistic autonomy would influence not only future movements like Cubism and Futurism, but also generations of avant-garde artists who sought to challenge institutional control over the art world. The idea of self-organized exhibitions would become a central tenet in modern art practice, allowing artists greater freedom to experiment and present their works to a wider public. The focus on color, light, and movement that defined the Impressionist style also had a far-reaching influence on the development of modern art. The Impressionists' use of vibrant colors and loose brushstrokes broke away from the realistic precision of earlier styles, providing a fresh approach to capturing both the physical and emotional essence of the world. Their emphasis on portraying the transient nature of light and the passage of time laid the groundwork for future artists to explore new ways of depicting reality. This opened the door for new explorations into abstraction and emotional expression, seen in the works of artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Jackson Pollock in the 20th century. Ultimately, the lasting impact of the Impressionist exhibitions can be seen in how they reshaped the art world by challenging old norms, fostering artistic freedom, and providing a platform for modernity. The exhibitions helped to cement the Impressionists' place in art history, and their influence continues to resonate in the art world today, making them not only a key moment in the history of painting, but also a pivotal moment in the broader evolution of modern art. Chapter 10: The Response of Critics and the Public. The response to the Impressionists from both critics and the public was initially one of harsh rejection and ridicule. When the group first exhibited their works in 1874, they were met with ridicule from many established critics who adhered to traditional standards of academic painting. The term Impressionism, coined by the art critic Louis Leroy, was originally intended as a derogatory term after viewing Claude Monet's Impression Sunrise. Leroy's mocking review suggested that Monet's painting looked like a mere impression of a scene, unfinished and lacking in detail. This encapsulated the broader reaction of the time, as many critics saw the loose brushstrokes, bright colors, and emphasis on light and atmosphere as signs of incompetence and lack of artistic skill. The public's reception mirrored that of the critics. Most of the art-buying bourgeoisie, who were used to more polished and conventional works, found the Impressionists' loose, fluid style perplexing and difficult to appreciate. The absence of realistic detail and the focus on light and color rather than subject matter left many viewers unimpressed. The works presented at the first exhibition were seen as unconventional and, to some, even offensive. Many paintings, particularly Monet's Impression, Sunrise, or Renoir's depictions of Parisian leisure, were dismissed as unfinished drafts, and many critics considered them too radical for serious artistic consideration. However, over time, the public and critical response began to shift. Despite the initial hostility, the Impressionists' work started to attract a small but dedicated group of supporters, including some progressive critics and art collectors who recognized the uniqueness of their approach. As the exhibitions continued, with each showing featuring more diverse works and subject matter, the Impressionists gained a growing following. The movement's ability to capture the fleeting quality of light and its focus on modern life began to resonate more with viewers who were themselves living through a period of rapid social and technological change. By the 1880s, the critical reception had become more mixed, but increasingly sympathetic. Artists outside the Impressionist circle began to appreciate the innovation of their technique, even if they did not entirely embrace the style. Many of the Impressionist critics eventually came to acknowledge their technical skills, especially regarding their use of color and light. The shifting attitudes of critics and the broader public were essential to the movement's eventual success, as more people began to see the beauty in the Impressionists' ability to capture the modern world with freshness and immediacy. In the long run, the Impressionists not only changed the trajectory of art, but also challenged the very notion of what art could be. What was once viewed as an insult, Impressionism, eventually became a term synonymous with one of the most significant and beloved movements in art history. The Impressionist legacy, though initially met with skepticism, now holds a central place in the canon of Western art, revered for its revolutionary impact on both artistic technique and the representation of modern life. The initial backlash against Impressionism. When the Impressionist movement first emerged in the 1870s, it faced intense criticism and was met with fierce opposition from both the public and established critics. The group's rejection of academic traditions and their novel approach to painting challenged the very foundations of the art world at the time, leading to a harsh backlash. The first exhibition, held in 1874, which included works by Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Edgar Degas, and others, was particularly contentious, sparking widespread criticism that branded the artists as rebels and outcasts. One of the main sources of criticism was the Impressionists' abandonment of the highly detailed, idealized approach to painting that had dominated the academic tradition. The artists used loose brushstrokes, often leaving parts of the canvas seemingly unfinished, and focused on capturing the transient effects of light rather than realistic depictions of their subjects. This departure from the meticulous standards of the official salon, the state-sponsored art institution in France, was perceived as a threat to the established norms of artistic excellence. Many critics, including those from the prestigious Le Figaro and Le Journal, dismissed the works as crude, unfinished, and lacking in technical skill. The term Impressionism itself was coined by art critic Louis Leroy in a derogatory review of Monet's painting, Impression Sunrise, suggesting that the work appeared to be nothing more than an impression of a scene, rather than a fully realized piece of art. This mockery became emblematic of the wider public's reaction. The new style was so unfamiliar that many viewed it as a form of artistic vandalism, undermining centuries of established traditions. The rejection of traditional subjects, historical, religious, or mythological scenes, in favor of everyday moments such as street scenes, landscapes, and leisure activities, further alienated critics and viewers accustomed to the grandeur and moral seriousness of classical painting. In addition to academic critics, the bourgeois audience that traditionally supported the Salon also found the Impressionists' works disorienting. These art collectors, who sought out works that would reflect their wealth and status, viewed the Impressionist subjects, often scenes of modern, urban life, as trivial and unworthy of serious consideration. The artists' break from tradition also alienated many patrons, making it difficult for the group to sell their work and establish a secure financial footing. Despite the backlash, the Impressionists remained determined in their artistic vision, pushing forward with more independent exhibitions and slowly gaining support from a small, progressive group of collectors and art lovers. Over time, the movement would grow in stature, challenging the very definition of art and reshaping the course of artistic history. Criticism and its role in shaping the movement. Criticism played a pivotal role in both the development and public perception of the Impressionist movement. While the early responses to their work were overwhelmingly negative, the intense scrutiny and often harsh reviews inadvertently shaped the course of the movement and its artists. Rather than discouraging them, the criticism helped to solidify the Impressionists' resolve to break from academic tradition and embrace a new form of artistic expression. The backlash also spurred them to refine their techniques and explore new avenues for showcasing their work. In the early stages, critics attacked the Impressionists for their unorthodox methods. The critics lambasted the artists for their loose brushstrokes, unrefined finish, and emphasis on light and color, rather than meticulous detail. The term Impressionism, initially coined as a term of derision by the art critic Louis Leroy in 1874, became synonymous with what many saw as an artistic rebellion against the academic conventions that dominated French art. The style was derided as unfinished and unskilled, lacking the technical precision that was revered in traditional academic circles. However, the attention of critics, even if negative, was not without its benefits. As the movement gained exposure, it attracted a wider audience, including progressive critics and intellectuals who began to understand the innovative nature of the Impressionist work. While mainstream critics initially attacked the movement, some art critics, such as Felix Nadar and Albert Wolff, began to appreciate the revolutionary nature of the style, recognizing it as an important step forward in the evolution of art. This shift in perspective helped the movement to find its footing, gaining support from a growing number of progressive thinkers and collectors. Furthermore, the harsh criticism ultimately strengthened the Impressionists' desire to prove their artistic merit. Far from being discouraged, the artists used the negativity to fuel their determination to continue exhibiting their works outside the constraints of the official salon. The criticism also influenced the group to focus even more intensely on the aspects of light, atmosphere, and modern life that were central to their work. In some ways, the attacks forced the artists to develop a clearer and more refined artistic identity, as they sought to counter the criticisms with more innovative techniques. In the long term, criticism proved essential in defining the movement's legacy. As the public's perception slowly shifted and the art world began to accept the Impressionists' unconventional approach, the criticism that once seemed so damaging became part of the historical narrative that established the movement as one of the most revolutionary in art history. Thus, the criticism, while initially painful and disheartening, ultimately played a key role in shaping both the movement and its legacy, driving the artists to solidify their position within the evolving modern art world. The eventual acceptance of Impressionist principles. The eventual acceptance of Impressionism marked a significant turning point in the art world, transforming a once reviled movement into one of the most celebrated and influential artistic developments in history. In the early years of the movement, the Impressionists faced a barrage of criticism and rejection, but over time, their groundbreaking approach to art began to win both critical approval and public admiration. This shift did not occur overnight, and it took several years of persistence, evolving exhibitions, and a changing cultural climate for Impressionism to gain recognition. The first major sign of acceptance came in the late 1870s and early 1880s, when the movement's focus on light, color, and everyday life began to resonate with a broader audience. Initially, the art world and public viewed the Impressionists' loose brushstrokes, bright color palettes, and emphasis on capturing fleeting moments as a break from tradition, an unsettling departure from the highly detailed and polished academic art that dominated the salon exhibitions. However, by the 1880s, as the socio-political environment shifted and Paris continued its transformation into a modern metropolis, Impressionist paintings began to feel more in tune with the changing times. A key factor in this acceptance was the gradual transformation of the Parisian art world itself. The official salon, once the only avenue for public recognition, began to lose its dominance as other independent exhibitions, organized by the Impressionists themselves, gained traction. These exhibitions allowed the artists to present their work on their own terms, without the interference of academic judges who remained hostile to their style. The movement's persistence in showcasing its works outside the traditional channels helped cultivate a dedicated following of collectors, critics, and art enthusiasts who valued the Impressionists' novel approach. Critics who initially derided the movement as chaotic and unfinished began to soften their views. Some began to appreciate the unique technical achievements of the artists, particularly their innovative use of color and light. The art world also began to recognize the importance of capturing contemporary life, the bustling streets, parks, cafes, and leisure activities that characterized modern Paris. Works that had once been deemed unrefined or incomplete were now seen as progressive, capturing the world in a new way. Monet's Water Lilies, Renoir's Luncheon of the Boating Party, and Degas' depictions of ballet dancers, for instance, were recognized for their mastery in portraying the essence of the modern experience. By the turn of the 20th century, the Impressionists had achieved widespread acceptance. Major museums began to acquire their works, and the art market, once dismissive of their approach, embraced them. The legacy of Impressionism endured, influencing generations of artists and redefining the boundaries of artistic expression. The movement's acceptance was not just a triumph for its artists, but also a victory for artistic innovation and the embrace of modern life. Impressionism's enduring popularity today is a testament to its revolutionary principles and the way it reshaped the way we see and experience art. The role of key critics and art dealers. The journey of Impressionism from initial rejection to widespread acceptance was significantly influenced by the role of key critics and art dealers, who played a critical part in shaping public perception and promoting the movement. While many critics and art institutions initially mocked or dismissed the Impressionists, a few individuals emerged who recognized the innovation within their work and helped foster their success. One of the most important figures in this early support was the art dealer Paul Durand-Ruel. He became a vital champion of the Impressionists at a time when their work was not selling well in Paris. Durand-Ruel saw the potential in the artists' fresh approach and took it upon himself to promote and sell their paintings. He provided financial stability to many of the Impressionists, purchasing their works in bulk, thereby allowing them to continue working without the immediate pressure of having to cater to traditional art patrons. Durand-Ruel not only ensured that their works were seen by a wider audience in Paris, but he also played a key role in introducing Impressionism to international markets, notably in London and New York. By organizing exhibitions and facilitating the sale of their paintings, he helped ensure that the movement would endure and expand its influence beyond France. While Durand-Ruel played a practical role, critics like Félix Nadar and the writer and critic Théodore Duret offered essential intellectual support to the movement. Nadar, a well-known photographer and journalist, was one of the few critics to understand the significance of the Impressionists' break from tradition. He supported the group early on, recognizing their radical approach as a new form of artistic expression rather than a mere rebellion. He used his influence in the Parisian art scene to counteract the negative reviews from mainstream critics, and he attended many of their exhibitions to offer his support. Another key figure was Théodore Duret, whose writings helped defend the Impressionist artists and explain their motivations to the broader public. Duret's writings were among the first to articulate the philosophical and artistic underpinnings of the movement, and his defense of the Impressionists in his book, The Rise of the Impressionist Painters, was crucial in securing the movement's reputation. His recognition of the artists' contributions to modern art helped cement their place in the annals of art history. The support of these critics and art dealers allowed the Impressionists to weather the storm of initial criticism, and their efforts to promote and defend the movement proved instrumental in its eventual acceptance. The relationships that these key individuals formed with the artists provided a platform for the movement to flourish, helping transform what was once seen as a radical and fringe movement into one of the most influential periods in the history of Western art. Public perception and changing tastes in art. The changing public perception of Impressionism was a gradual process that reflected broader shifts in society and culture during the late 19th century. Initially, the movement's novel approach to painting was met with skepticism and disdain, as it stood in stark contrast to the well-established academic traditions of French art. However, as societal attitudes shifted and new cultural forces came into play, public tastes began to change, and Impressionism gradually gained acceptance, ultimately revolutionizing the art world. In the early years, the public, including art collectors and patrons of the official salon, viewed Impressionism as chaotic and unfinished. The artist's focus on capturing light, atmosphere, and fleeting moments, rather than portraying realistic detail and polished subjects, was disorienting for those accustomed to the refined depictions of classical art. The Impressionists' use of bold brushstrokes, non-traditional compositions, and vibrant colors was seen as an affront to the established norms of French art. This led to a backlash, with many critics and art lovers dismissing the works as lacking in skill and artistic integrity. However, as Paris itself transformed into a modern, industrialized city, the Impressionists' depiction of contemporary life began to resonate more deeply with the public. The artists captured scenes of everyday activities, people in cafes, parks, and on bustling streets, offering a fresh perspective on urban life. These depictions of modernity aligned with the changing tastes of a rapidly evolving society, one that was increasingly influenced by the rise of the bourgeoisie, industrialization, and the advent of leisure culture. The growing middle class, with its newfound wealth and interest in the vibrancy of city life, began to find appeal in the Impressionists' depictions of their own experiences. Moreover, as the 1880s progressed, the Impressionists began to gain the attention of a more progressive and diverse group of art collectors. These collectors, many of whom were new to the art world, found the works of Monet, Renoir, Degas, and others to be exciting and relevant to the contemporary moment. The novelty of the Impressionist style, with its emphasis on color and light, appealed to individuals who were open to new artistic expressions. Some of these collectors, like the influential art dealer Paul Durand-Ruel, began to support the artists financially, helping to secure their works a place in both private collections and galleries. Over time, the shifting tastes of the public and the broader societal embrace of modernity allowed Impressionism to evolve from a fringe movement into a mainstream artistic force. The movement's focus on the ordinary, the transient, and the fleeting moments of modern life found a growing audience in an era increasingly defined by rapid change. By the end of the 19th century, Impressionism had transformed from a contentious style into a celebrated and influential force in the art world, its works now seen as a profound contribution to the cultural landscape. This shift in public perception marked the triumph of Impressionism, forever altering the course of Western art. Chapter 11: The Decline of Impressionism and the Rise of Post-Impressionism. By the late 19th century, the Impressionist movement had cemented its place in the art world. Its revolutionary use of light, color, and brushwork had forever changed the way artists approached painting. However, as with any artistic movement, the growth of Impressionism eventually led to its decline, paving the way for new artistic movements to emerge. The shift from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism marked a significant turning point, as artists began to move away from the spontaneous, light-focused qualities of Impressionism in search of greater depth, structure, and emotion in their works. Several factors contributed to the decline of Impressionism. By the 1880s, many of the leading figures of the movement, including Monet, Renoir, and Pissarro, had achieved recognition and success, which in part led to a certain saturation of the style. As Impressionism grew in popularity, it began to lose the radical edge that had originally set it apart from academic art. Artists who had once sought to capture the essence of light and fleeting moments through rapid brushstrokes and vibrant color began to feel limited by the movement's stylistic conventions. At the same time, younger artists, influenced by the success of the Impressionists, began to experiment with new approaches. These artists sought to explore deeper themes, such as emotional expression, the symbolic potential of color, and a more structured representation of reality. This departure from the Impressionists' emphasis on immediate perception gave birth to Post-Impressionism, a movement characterized by diversity in style and approach. Leading figures of this new movement, such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin, sought to push beyond the limitations they saw in Impressionism, each in their own way. Post-Impressionists rejected the Impressionist preoccupation with light and momentary impressions, instead focusing on personal expression and innovative use of form and color. Artists like Van Gogh introduced more intense emotional expression in their works, using color to convey mood and inner turmoil. Cézanne, on the other hand, sought to bring structure and order to the seemingly chaotic world of Impressionism, developing a more methodical approach to painting that laid the groundwork for modern abstraction. Meanwhile, Seurat's pointillism, a technique of applying small dots of color to create a larger image, pushed the boundaries of how color could be understood and utilized. The rise of Post-Impressionism did not mark the complete disappearance of Impressionism, but rather its evolution. The Impressionists' innovative exploration of light, color, and ordinary life influenced many of the developments that followed, and their work continued to be celebrated throughout the early 20th century. Post-Impressionism was in many ways a natural progression, as artists sought to build on the foundation laid by the Impressionists while pushing their work in new directions, ultimately setting the stage for the emergence of modernism. The gradual shift from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism. The transition from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism was not an abrupt or sudden change, but rather a gradual shift marked by evolving ideas and the responses of artists to both their surroundings and the limitations they saw within their own work. While Impressionism had revolutionized art by emphasizing light, color, and the depiction of fleeting moments in time, many of its followers began to feel that the movement had run its course, pushing them to explore new ways of expressing the complexities of the world around them. In the 1880s, Impressionism was experiencing both commercial success and critical acclaim, but for many artists, its achievements felt confined to capturing surface beauty and immediate visual effects. The movement's focus on the here and now of light and natural phenomena, though innovative, left little room for more symbolic or emotional content. The Impressionists' reliance on spontaneous brushstrokes and an exploration of light and shadow, while groundbreaking, also felt limiting to some artists who began to yearn for greater depth, structure, and personal interpretation in their work. The emergence of Post-Impressionism can be understood as a response to these limitations. Leading figures of the movement, such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin, each sought to push beyond the boundaries of Impressionism, exploring their own ideas of form, color, and emotion. Rather than simply reproducing a scene's outward appearance, Post-Impressionists wanted to delve deeper into their inner experiences and perceptions, creating work that was more introspective and symbolic. For instance, Cézanne, often considered the father of modern art, sought to create structure out of the fluidity of Impressionism. He was dissatisfied with the lack of form in many Impressionist works and introduced a more geometric and methodical approach to painting, focusing on the underlying structures of nature. His works, such as his landscapes and still lifes, are often seen as a precursor to Cubism, as he sought to break down objects into their basic shapes. Meanwhile, Seurat's innovation of pointillism, which used tiny dots of pure color to create form, represented a move towards a more scientific approach to color theory and optical effects. This technique sought to achieve a more cohesive vision by organizing color and light in precise patterns, providing a new method of creating depth and vibrancy on the canvas. Van Gogh, in contrast, took a more emotional and expressive approach, using swirling brushstrokes and bold, vibrant colors to convey psychological intensity. His work emphasized the artist's emotional response to the world, a stark departure from the detached observation of the Impressionists. The gradual shift from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism reflects a natural progression in the development of modern art, as artists sought new ways to express their subjective experiences, explore different ways of using color and form, and challenge the conventions that had defined academic painting for centuries. Key differences between the two movements. Though Post-Impressionism evolved directly from Impressionism, the two movements are distinct in their approaches, themes, and techniques. While both sought to break away from the rigid conventions of academic art, they diverged in their artistic goals and methods. These differences highlight the transition from a focus on naturalism and sensory experience to a deeper exploration of personal expression, structure, and symbolism in the visual arts. Impressionism was centered around the depiction of immediate visual effects, particularly light and color. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas sought to capture the transient moments of everyday life, often painting outdoors, en plein air, to convey the shifting qualities of light in natural environments. The emphasis was on spontaneous, direct observation, with a focus on the sensory experience of a scene. This led to loose brushwork, fragmented forms, and an avoidance of fine details, aiming to create an impression of a moment rather than a precise, realistic representation. The colors were bright and vibrant, reflecting the artist's interest in the effects of light and the natural world. The movement's core was a democratic celebration of ordinary life, with subject matter ranging from landscapes to urban scenes, people in cafes, and leisure activities. In contrast, Post-Impressionism, led by figures like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, Paul Gauguin, and Georges Seurat, marked a shift away from the Impressionists' emphasis on light and momentary perception. While Post-Impressionist artists retained an interest in color and light, their approach was more concerned with conveying emotion, structure, and deeper meaning. The Post-Impressionists sought to express their inner feelings through art, often using color not just to replicate nature, but to evoke moods and emotions. Van Gogh's swirling, expressive brushstrokes and intense use of color were aimed at representing his emotional state rather than a scene's literal appearance. Furthermore, while Impressionism embraced a loose, non-structured approach, Post-Impressionism reintroduced order and form. Cézanne, for example, was focused on the geometric structures underlying nature, breaking objects down into cubes, spheres, and cones in his famous still lifes and landscapes. This approach paved the way for Cubism and abstract art. Seurat, on the other hand, developed pointillism, a technique where small, precise dots of color are applied to the canvas to create a harmonious whole. Another defining difference between the two movements is their philosophical outlook. Impressionism, focused on capturing the fleeting nature of time, embraced the transient and the momentary. Post-Impressionism, however, sought to give lasting significance to its subject matter, incorporating deeper symbolism and personal meaning. In summary, while both movements sought to challenge traditional art, the shift from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism represented a movement from sensory experience and naturalism to deeper emotional expression, structure, and personal symbolism in art. The impact of Post-Impressionism on art history. Post-Impressionism, though a relatively short-lived movement, had a profound and lasting impact on the course of art history. Emerging as a response to the perceived limitations of Impressionism, it introduced new ideas, techniques, and approaches to art that would shape the trajectory of modern art for decades to come. The artists associated with Post-Impressionism, such as Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin, sought to push beyond the fleeting effects of light and color explored by the Impressionists, and in doing so, they laid the groundwork for many of the revolutionary movements that followed. One of the most significant contributions of Post-Impressionism was its emphasis on individual expression and emotion. Artists like Van Gogh used bold, expressive brushwork and intense, non-naturalistic color to communicate inner feelings and psychological states. This emphasis on emotional depth, rather than mere visual representation, influenced later movements, such as Expressionism and Abstract Expressionism, where artists sought to convey raw emotion and subjective experience through their work. Van Gogh's exploration of color and brushstroke as emotional tools transformed how artists understood the role of the artist's psyche in their creative process. Post-Impressionism also paved the way for the development of modern art by encouraging a move away from realism and toward abstraction. Paul Cézanne, in particular, is often considered a precursor to Cubism due to his reimagining of form and space. By breaking down natural forms into geometric shapes and focusing on the structure beneath the surface, Cézanne influenced artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, who would go on to develop Cubism. His exploration of volume and perspective challenged traditional concepts of space and representation, providing new possibilities for the abstraction of the human figure and the landscape. In addition, Georges Seurat's pointillism introduced a new way of thinking about color theory and optical effects. Through his meticulous technique of applying small dots of pure color, Seurat demonstrated how the human eye blends these colors when viewed from a distance, a concept that influenced both scientific approaches to color and artistic practices. His method also foreshadowed the rise of divisionism, a technique that emphasized color separation and became a foundation for later abstract movements. Post-Impressionism's exploration of color, form, and emotional expression also played a critical role in the rise of symbolism, fauvism, and eventually abstract art. Its influence can be seen in the works of countless 20th century artists, and its legacy endures in modern art practices that continue to challenge traditional boundaries. In sum, Post-Impressionism's break with the naturalistic depictions of the world led to the birth of new artistic languages, deeply influencing the development of modern art. It helped shape the course of avant-garde movements, pushing art into new realms of abstraction, expression, and conceptual depth. The last Impressionist exhibitions and their legacy. The final Impressionist exhibitions, held between 1886 and 1887, marked the closing chapter of the movement's formal existence as a cohesive group. By this time, the Impressionists had already achieved a degree of recognition and success, both within the art world and among the general public, though they still faced significant criticism and resistance. The last exhibitions were a testament to the group's enduring commitment to their vision of art, even as many artists began to drift away from the movement's core principles in search of new directions. The 1886 exhibition was particularly notable for its presentation of works that pushed the boundaries of the movement even further. It included contributions from artists who would eventually become major figures in Post-Impressionism, such as Georges Seurat and Paul Signac. Seurat, for example, exhibited some of his early pointillist works, which diverged from the fluid brushwork and emphasis on light typical of traditional Impressionism. His technique of applying small dots of color to create form marked a significant shift in how color and structure were perceived in painting, and it foreshadowed the rise of more abstract movements in the years to come. Similarly, the exhibitions of the 1880s also featured works from artists like Paul Cézanne, who had begun to explore a more structured approach to form and composition. His shift toward a methodical, geometric style was already influencing the direction of modern art, suggesting that Impressionism had reached a point where new ideas about form and space were necessary. By this time, some of the earlier leaders of the Impressionist group, such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, had also started to experiment with different themes and techniques, hinting at the movement's gradual evolution toward Post-Impressionism. Despite the growing internal shifts and the criticism that the group faced from conservative art critics, the legacy of the final Impressionist exhibitions was undeniable. They solidified the movement's place in the art world, demonstrating that the artist's emphasis on capturing light, color, and everyday life had not only been innovative, but also deeply influential. These exhibitions provided a platform for emerging artists to experiment and push the boundaries of traditional art, helping to usher in new artistic movements that would define the modern era. The final Impressionist exhibitions also laid the groundwork for the later acceptance and mainstream recognition of the movement. What had once been dismissed as radical and unrefined was now recognized as a significant step in the evolution of art. The impact of these last exhibitions extended well beyond their time, influencing the development of later movements such as Post-Impressionism, Fauvism, and even Cubism. As the avant-garde artists of the 20th century looked back on the Impressionists, they saw a group that had not only transformed the way art was made, but also how art was perceived. paving the way for the broad and diverse range of artistic expressions that followed. The eventual canonization of Impressionism as a revolutionary style. Impressionism, once rejected and criticized by the art establishment, eventually became recognized as one of the most revolutionary and significant movements in the history of Western art. Its journey from controversy to canonization was gradual, shaped by evolving public perceptions, critical reappraisal, and the eventual mainstream acceptance of its innovations. The transformation of Impressionism from a fringe movement into a cornerstone of modern art reveals not only the changing dynamics within the art world, but also the shifting tastes and values of society as a whole. At the height of its early exhibitions, Impressionism faced scorn from both critics and the public. The loose brushwork, non-naturalistic use of color, and seemingly unfinished quality of the works bewildered traditional art lovers and academic institutions. The movement's focus on light everyday scenes and the rejection of historical or mythological subjects were considered frivolous and even rebellious. The critics, most notably Louis Leroy, famously mocked the movement by coining the term Impressionism as a derisive reference to Claude Monet's 1872 painting Impression Sunrise, which, with its hazy and indistinct forms, seemed more like an impression than a finished work of art. However, as the decades passed, a significant shift occurred. The avant-garde spirit of the Impressionists began to resonate with broader societal changes. The late 19th and early 20th centuries saw industrialization, urbanization, and the rise of modernity, which led to a growing interest in portraying everyday life, fleeting moments, and the experience of time. The Impressionists' focus on light and color, rather than on rigid forms, provided a new visual language that matched the dynamism of the modern world. Their paintings captured the transient beauty of the world, reflecting the rapid changes taking place in society. As younger artists emerged and the new century progressed, the formal art institutions and collectors began to recognize the importance of Impressionism. Artists like Pablo Picasso, Henri Matisse, and Georges Braque were directly influenced by the breakthroughs made by Monet, Renoir, Degas, and others. These artists saw in Impressionism a departure from traditional academic art and an embrace of personal expression, a value that resonated with the rise of new art movements like Fauvism and Cubism. Impressionism's innovative approach to light, color, and composition opened the door for further experimentation, laying the groundwork for the abstraction and experimentation that would follow. By the early 20th century, Impressionism had become an integral part of the art world's canon. Museums began acquiring and displaying Impressionist works, which were now hailed as masterpieces of modern art. Today, these paintings are not only considered visually stunning, but are also viewed as symbols of a radical shift in artistic thinking, an upheaval that changed the course of art history. The once scorned movement had, in the end, firmly established itself as a revolutionary style that redefined the possibilities of artistic expression and continues to influence artists and audiences around the world. Chapter 12: Impressionism's Influence on Future Art Movements. Impressionism's impact on the development of future art movements is profound and far-reaching. The movement's break with tradition and its embrace of new ways of seeing and representing the world laid the foundation for many of the groundbreaking styles and techniques that followed in the late 19th and 20th centuries. Though Impressionism itself lasted only a few decades, its innovations in color, light, and perspective influenced a wide range of artists and movements that shaped the trajectory of modern art. One of the most significant ways in which Impressionism influenced future art movements was through its challenge to traditional perspectives on representation. The Impressionists broke away from the academic conventions of highly detailed and realistic depictions, instead focusing on capturing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere. This emphasis on subjective experience rather than objective reality inspired later movements such as Post-Impressionism, Fauvism, and Expressionism. For example, Post-Impressionist artists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin pushed the boundaries of color and form, further developing the ideas introduced by the Impressionists, particularly the emotional use of color. Van Gogh's swirling brushstrokes and vivid palette are direct descendants of the experimental techniques Monet and Renoir pioneered. Impressionism's focus on color also influenced movements like Fauvism, which emerged in the early 20th century. Artists such as Henri Matisse embraced the bold use of color, free from the constraints of naturalism, inspired by the loose and expressive color palettes of the Impressionists. The Fauves took the Impressionist idea of using color for emotional and expressive purposes to new extremes, focusing on how color could communicate mood and feeling rather than simply replicate the world around them. Similarly, the German Expressionists, with their emphasis on emotional intensity, also found inspiration in the way Impressionist artists used color and brushwork to convey personal experiences and states of mind. In addition to influencing color and form, Impressionism's innovative approach to capturing everyday life and movement set the stage for the development of Futurism and even aspects of Cubism. The Impressionists' interest in depicting modern life, including scenes of urban leisure and industry, resonated with the Futurists, who sought to capture movement and the energy of modern life in dynamic, fragmented forms. Cubism, in turn, drew upon the Impressionist departure from realism, though it pushed it even further by abstracting the form of subjects and exploring multiple perspectives simultaneously. Artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque were influenced by the way the Impressionists broke free from traditional viewpoints and used color and form to convey a more subjective reality. In the realm of abstraction, the Impressionists' breaking down of naturalistic form opened the door for the more radical experiments that followed. Movements such as abstract expressionism, with its focus on spontaneous, gestural brushwork and non-representational art, trace their roots back to the innovations of the Impressionists. Through their rejection of traditional techniques and their embrace of personal expression, the Impressionists not only reshaped the way artists approach their subjects, but also redefined the very role of the artist in modern society. Ultimately, Impressionism's influence on future art movements cannot be overstated. By challenging the established norms of representation and focusing on perception, light, and personal expression, the movement opened the door for artistic experimentation and led the way for some of the most transformative shifts in art history. Its legacy continues to resonate with artists today, as its revolutionary spirit remains a touchstone for those who seek to break with tradition and explore new ways of seeing and creating. The influence of Impressionism on Fauvism and Cubism. Impressionism had a profound influence on many of the modern art movements that followed, notably Fauvism and Cubism. While these movements took different directions, their roots can be traced back to the revolutionary break with tradition initiated by the Impressionists. Through their innovative use of color, form, and perspective, the Impressionists set the stage for the bold and experimental practices that defined Fauvism and Cubism. Fauvism, which emerged in the early 20th century, was heavily influenced by the use of color pioneered by the Impressionists. Artists like Henri Matisse and André Derain, known as the Fauve, meaning wild beasts, embraced the bold, non-naturalistic use of color that had been a hallmark of the Impressionist palette. Monet and Renoir's exploration of color as a means of capturing light and atmosphere inspired the Fauve to go even further, using color not just to reflect the environment, but as a tool for emotional expression. Where the Impressionists aimed to depict the fleeting effects of natural light, the Fauve sought to convey personal emotional responses to their subjects through vivid, often unnatural hues. For example, Matisse's Woman with a Hat, 1905, exemplifies this bold use of color, where the face of the subject is rendered in bright, contrasting colors, shifting away from any attempt at realistic portrayal. This move toward expressive color was an extension of the Impressionist focus on color, but pushed to a more subjective, emotive level. While Fauvism was focused on color and emotion, Cubism, which emerged a few years later, owed much of its innovative approach to form and perspective to the path set by the Impressionists. Though Cubism diverged from the Impressionists' attention to light and color, it shared their break from traditional, representational art. One of the most important contributions of the Impressionists was their departure from the use of linear perspective and their interest in capturing multiple viewpoints of a subject. This challenge to traditional perspectives deeply influenced the Cubists, notably Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, 1907, reflects the Cubist approach of fragmenting the human form into geometric shapes, a technique that was in part inspired by the Impressionists' attempt to capture the essence of a subject through a series of different perspectives. Cubism took the Impressionist approach to multiple viewpoints and pushed it further, deconstructing forms and creating an abstract representation that conveyed a sense of dynamism and fluidity, similar to the ways the Impressionists aimed to capture the changing effects of light and atmosphere. Both Fauvism and Cubism reflected a continuation of the Impressionist spirit of innovation and a desire to break away from the constraints of traditional art. While the Faux focused on color and emotional expression, and the Cubists focused on form and perspective, both movements embraced a modern approach that was grounded in the core principles of Impressionism: an interest in perception, subjectivity, and the rejection of academic tradition. Through their work, Fauvism and Cubism carried forward the legacy of the Impressionists, reshaping the course of modern art and influencing generations of artists who sought to explore new ways of seeing and representing the world. Legacy in 20th century modern art. Impressionism left an indelible mark on the trajectory of 20th century modern art. Its radical break from traditional academic styles and its focus on subjective experience rather than objective representation paved the way for numerous movements that sought to further deconstruct established artistic conventions. The legacy of the Impressionists is evident in the evolution of several major art movements throughout the 20th century, including Fauvism, Cubism, Expressionism, and even abstract Expressionism. These movements, while diverse in style and philosophy, all owe a significant debt to the principles introduced by the Impressionists. One of the most significant impacts of Impressionism on modern art was the shift away from academic realism toward abstraction and personal interpretation. By embracing loose brushwork, vibrant color, and non-traditional compositions, the Impressionists freed later artists to explore new methods of expression. Fauvism, led by figures such as Henri Matisse, was perhaps the first movement to fully embrace the idea of color as an emotional and expressive tool, rather than merely a means of representing reality. This move was rooted in the Impressionist use of color to convey atmosphere and light, but Fauvist artists pushed it to its extreme, using wild, non-naturalistic colors to evoke emotion rather than imitation. Cubism, another movement deeply influenced by the Impressionists, took this freedom with form and perspective to a new level. Pioneered by Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, Cubism shattered the traditional notion of perspective, presenting subjects from multiple viewpoints simultaneously. This break with the linear perspective that dominated Renaissance art was foreshadowed by the Impressionists' experiments in capturing the transient nature of light and movement. While the Impressionists focused on the ephemeral effects of light and atmosphere, Cubists abstracted the forms themselves, fragmenting objects into geometric shapes and presenting them in a fragmented, multiple perspective manner. In the realm of Expressionism, the use of color and brushstroke techniques, pioneered by the Impressionists, also found fertile ground. Artists like Edvard Munch and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner used vibrant, emotive color palettes and intense brushstrokes to express personal emotions and psychological states, an approach that can be traced back to the Impressionists' exploration of subjective perception. Perhaps the most lasting impact of Impressionism was its emphasis on the artist's personal vision and the rejection of the academic art establishment. This shift in artistic values gave rise to movements like abstract expressionism in the mid-20th century, where artists such as Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko sought to create non-representational works that conveyed raw emotion and individual expression, much like the Impressionists had done a century before. In essence, the Impressionists opened the door to the endless possibilities of modern art, encouraging artists to break away from tradition and embrace the freedom to create based on personal perception and emotional response rather than formal academic constraints. Their legacy is a continual exploration of new ways of seeing and understanding the world, making them integral to the development of 20th century art. The rise of abstract art and the breaking of traditional boundaries. The rise of abstract art in the early 20th century marked a radical shift in the direction of modern art, one that can be traced back to the groundbreaking innovations of the Impressionists. By rejecting the academic conventions of representational art, the Impressionists opened the door for artists to explore new ways of depicting reality, moving towards abstraction, where the focus was no longer on mimicking the visible world, but on expressing internal perceptions, emotions, and subjective experiences. Impressionism was itself an early step toward abstraction. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas broke with the tradition of detailed, realistic depictions of subjects, opting instead for loose brushstrokes, vibrant colors, and a focus on capturing fleeting moments of light and atmosphere. While they still depicted recognizable subjects, such as landscapes, people, and urban scenes, their treatment of these subjects was increasingly non-literal and more concerned with evoking a sense of mood or sensation than with faithful representation. This focus on color, light, and movement was key in setting the stage for the eventual rise of fully abstract art. In the years following the Impressionists, artists began to push the boundaries even further. The Post-Impressionists, such as Paul Cézanne and Vincent van Gogh, further moved away from strict representation by experimenting with form and structure, but they still maintained a recognizable connection to the visible world. Cézanne's geometric simplifications of form and Van Gogh's expressive use of brushstroke and color were crucial developments that foreshadowed abstract art's total break with the visible world. The true break from representation came with movements such as Cubism and Futurism, where artists like Pablo Picasso, George Braque, and Umberto Boccioni began to create works that no longer depicted objects as they appeared in the real world. Instead, they presented fragmented, multiple perspectives, or even completely non-representational forms. Cubism, in particular, deconstructed objects into geometric shapes, challenging the notion of a fixed viewpoint and representing the subject from all angles simultaneously. This marked a decisive step toward abstraction, as artists were now more concerned with the underlying structure and form rather than the external appearance. Abstract art truly took off with artists like Wassily Kandinsky, Kazimir Malevich, and Piet Mondrian, who moved beyond even the fragmented forms of Cubism to create works that had no direct reference to the physical world. Kandinsky, often regarded as the first true abstract painter, believed that art could express the inner spiritual and emotional state of the artist without relying on recognizable forms. His work was based on color, line, and shape in a purely non-representational way. This new approach to art, where the focus was on pure abstraction, marked a pivotal moment in art history and a complete break from traditional boundaries. Thus, the rise of abstract art was a direct consequence of the Impressionists' challenge to established norms. The Impressionists' emphasis on personal vision, subjective experience, and the exploration of perception laid the foundation for the radical departures that followed. The focus on abstraction, free from the constraints of representation, opened up new possibilities for artists to explore the emotional and spiritual dimensions of their work, ultimately leading to the development of some of the most revolutionary art movements of the 20th century. The lasting impact of Impressionism in contemporary art. The impact of Impressionism on contemporary art is profound and enduring, shaping the way artists perceive and engage with the world around them. While the movement itself emerged in the late 19th century as a response to the constraints of academic painting, its influence has reverberated across various art forms and continues to inspire contemporary practices. The Impressionists' revolutionary approach to light, color, and subject matter laid the groundwork for modern and contemporary art, fostering greater freedom of expression and experimentation. One of the most significant contributions of Impressionism to contemporary art is its challenge to the idea that painting must adhere to strict representation. By prioritizing subjective perception over precise realism, the Impressionists encouraged later artists to explore abstraction and other forms of non-representational art. This shift toward the use of color, light, and texture as primary elements in painting has influenced countless movements, from abstract expressionism to pop art and beyond. Artists like Jackson Pollock and Mark Rothko, who explored the emotional and symbolic potential of color and form, owe much of their approach to the legacy of the Impressionists. Additionally, the Impressionists' focus on capturing fleeting moments and the transient qualities of light paved the way for contemporary art's emphasis on time and temporality. This concept is reflected in the works of contemporary artists who explore impermanence and the changing nature of experience. For example, in video art, photography, and installation, many artists engage with the idea of capturing moments in time or exploring the ephemeral qualities of light and atmosphere, similar to the techniques first pioneered by Monet and his contemporaries. Moreover, the Impressionists' exploration of everyday life as a legitimate subject for art has had a lasting effect on contemporary artistic practices. Scenes of modern leisure activities, urban life, and the natural world continue to be central themes in contemporary art, often depicted through a variety of media, including photography, digital art, and performance. The democratization of subject matter, moving beyond the elite or historical subjects of earlier art, has opened the door for contemporary artists to examine and represent all facets of human existence, from personal moments to global issues. In the realm of art theory and critique, Impressionism's emphasis on the subjective experience of the artist has paved the way for more introspective and experimental approaches in contemporary art. The movement's embrace of individual vision and personal expression encouraged the development of diverse artistic voices in the present day. As artists continue to push boundaries and explore new methods of representation, the core principles of Impressionism, freedom, innovation, and emotional depth, remain as relevant today as they were in the 19th century. The lasting impact of Impressionism is a testament to its transformative role in the evolution of art, continually influencing and shaping contemporary artistic practices across the globe. Impressionism in popular culture and its continued relevance. Impressionism's influence extends far beyond the walls of galleries and museums. It has permeated popular culture and continues to resonate in contemporary life. The movement's impact can be seen in various forms of media, including film, fashion, design, and advertising, where its distinct style and principles are used to evoke a sense of beauty, spontaneity, and modernity. This enduring relevance of Impressionism in popular culture is a testament to its timeless appeal and its capacity to capture universal human experiences. In film, Impressionism's influence is often felt in the visual language of directors who seek to convey mood and atmosphere through light and color. Filmmakers like Jean Renoir, whose work was inspired by his father, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, have explored Impressionist themes by using natural lighting, capturing everyday life, and emphasizing fleeting moments. The movement's emphasis on the passage of time and the impermanence of moments aligns well with the cinematic medium, where the fleeting nature of scenes and emotions mirrors the transient qualities that Monet and other Impressionists sought to capture. Films such as The Painted Veil, 2006, or Amélie, 2001, evoke the same sense of dreamlike realism and focus on intimate, ephemeral moments seen in the paintings of the Impressionists. In fashion and design, Impressionism's legacy can be seen in the use of color, texture, influencing everything from fabric patterns to the aesthetics of fashion collections. Designers, particularly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, have drawn upon the movement's exploration of light and color, incorporating vivid, unblended hues and natural motifs into textiles and garments. High-end fashion houses such as Dior and Chanel have often referenced the work of Impressionist artists in their collections, creating designs that celebrate the free-flowing, organic qualities found in their works. The fluid, dynamic brushstrokes that characterize the movement are reflected in the flowing, natural forms of contemporary fashion. Impressionism has also left a significant mark on advertising, where its emphasis on vivid colors and evocative depictions of everyday life is often used to create compelling and relatable imagery. Advertisements today often evoke the sense of beauty and simplicity that the Impressionists explored by highlighting fleeting moments of happiness, natural scenes, and urban life. The use of light and color in modern advertising draws heavily on the same principles that the Impressionists developed, using visuals to evoke specific emotions and associations with products or lifestyles. Overall, the continued relevance of Impressionism in popular culture lies in its celebration of the ordinary and its focus on capturing the essence of the moment. Its timeless appeal, rooted in emotional resonance, sensory experience, and a profound connection to the changing world, ensures that Impressionism remains a significant and influential cultural force, inspiring new generations to appreciate its beauty and innovation. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The Impressionist movement, born in the late 19th century, remains one of the most revolutionary periods in the history of art. What began as a radical departure from academic traditions and a challenge to artistic conventions has become a cornerstone of modern art. Impressionism's influence is felt not only in the visual arts, but also in how we perceive and represent the world around us. The movement's focus on capturing the fleeting nature of light, color, and time, as well as its commitment to portraying modern life and its everyday rhythms, changed the trajectory of art history. Impressionism disrupted the dominance of academic realism and paved the way for a more subjective and expressive approach to art. The rejection of the rigid rules of the traditional salon and the embrace of plein air painting opened up new possibilities for artistic freedom, allowing artists to engage with nature and urban life in unprecedented ways. The loose brushstrokes and emphasis on light and color, rather than detail and form, brought a fresh, vibrant energy to painting. In many ways, this shift reflected the rapidly changing society of the time: industrialization, urbanization, and an emerging middle class. The Impressionists' ability to capture the essence of modern life in all its vibrancy and impermanence resonated with a broader audience, ensuring their legacy in both art history and popular culture. The movement's emphasis on individual expression and its focus on the beauty of the ordinary also laid the groundwork for later avant-garde movements. From Post-Impressionism to Fauvism and Cubism, the innovations of the Impressionists would go on to inspire generations of artists who sought to break free from traditional norms and explore new ways of seeing and creating. The legacy of the Impressionist painters is seen in the continued evolution of art, where experimentation with form, color, and light remains central to artistic exploration. In addition to its lasting influence on art movements, Impressionism's relevance today continues to be reflected in the broader cultural landscape. The movement's principles have transcended the gallery, shaping not only modern art, but also fashion, design, film, and advertising, Its focus on sensory experience, fleeting moments, and the beauty of everyday life remains a touchstone for contemporary artists and creatives seeking to capture the essence of the world as they see it. Ultimately, Impressionism's enduring legacy is its transformative effect on art, its challenge to established conventions, and its celebration of the ordinary. By shifting the focus of art from idealized historical subjects to the beauty found in everyday moments, Impressionism not only revolutionized painting, but also shaped the way we see and engage with the world around us, ensuring its place as one of the most influential movements in the history of art. Post-Impressionism, exploring the divergence from Impressionism, written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Post-Impressionism. Post-Impressionism is an art movement that emerged in France in the late 19th century, evolving directly from the innovations of the Impressionists, but diverging significantly in both style and philosophy. While the Impressionists focused on capturing the fleeting effects of light and color in the natural world, Post-Impressionists sought to push the boundaries of art further, exploring deeper emotional expression, symbolic meaning, and new approaches to structure and form. This chapter introduces the movement, highlighting its key features, influences, and the artists who played central roles in its development. The roots of Post-Impressionism lie in the revolution brought about by the Impressionist movement. The Impressionists, such as Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, broke away from traditional academic painting by focusing on everyday scenes and the transient quality of natural light. However, while the Impressionists were concerned with the external world, Post-Impressionist artists began to look inward, using art as a tool for personal expression. They were less concerned with capturing the exact moment or the accuracy of color, as the Impressionists had been. Instead, they sought to represent emotion, the subconscious, and the subjective experience. At its core, Post-Impressionism is characterized by a more expressive use of color, shape, and form. The artists of this movement began experimenting with color theories, often using vibrant hues to convey mood and emotion rather than simply reproducing the natural world. They also experimented with brushwork, texture, and abstraction, rejecting the notion that art should only represent reality in a realistic manner. Where Impressionism blurred boundaries and captured light, Post-Impressionism sought to structure and control it in new ways, emphasizing the artist's personal vision and inner world. Post-Impressionism is not a unified style, but rather a collection of approaches that represent individual responses to the limitations of Impressionism. The movement includes a range of techniques and philosophies, with some artists, like Paul Cézanne, focusing on the geometry and structure of objects, while others, like Vincent van Gogh, emphasized emotional intensity and dynamic brushwork. Others, such as Georges Seurat, developed scientific methods of color application, notably through pointillism. The diversity within Post-Impressionism reflects the broader trends of experimentation that were unfolding in art, setting the stage for many of the modernist movements that followed in the 20th century. By breaking away from the constraints of realism and offering new ways to approach subjectivity and form, Post-Impressionism redefined the role of the artist in society and its place in cultural history. The legacy of Impressionism. The legacy of Impressionism is foundational to the development of modern art, and its influence stretches far beyond the late 19th century. As a revolutionary movement, Impressionism broke with centuries of tradition, changing the way artists perceived and represented the world around them. Its impact paved the way for subsequent art movements, including Post-Impressionism, and reshaped the future of artistic expression. This legacy is seen in its radical departure from established conventions of form, color, and subject matter, as well as its challenge to the role of the artist in society. Impressionism was characterized by its focus on capturing the transient effects of light and color. By painting on plein air or outdoors, Impressionist artists sought to record the fleeting moments of everyday life. This marked a departure from the rigid, studio-bound academic painting that dominated the art world at the time. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas embraced unconventional techniques, using loose, rapid brushstrokes and a lighter color palette to convey the essence of a scene rather than focusing on its precise details. This approach freed art from the constraints of realism and opened up new possibilities for how to depict the world. The Impressionist movement also rejected traditional subject matter, embracing ordinary scenes from modern life, street scenes, landscapes, and leisure activities, rather than historical or mythological themes. This democratic shift in subject matter brought the art world closer to everyday life, helping to elevate the mundane to the level of high art. The movement also brought the idea that an artist's personal vision and subjective experience could be as valid as objective reality. This was a radical shift, considering the prior emphasis on technical skill and representation in art. Impressionism's emphasis on innovation and personal expression set the stage for the Post-Impressionist movement as artists sought to push the boundaries of what art could achieve. Figures like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, and Georges Seurat built upon the achievements of the Impressionists, but expanded on them with their own unique approaches. While the Impressionists focused on light and atmosphere, Post-Impressionists delved into the use of color, structure, and symbolism to convey deeper emotional and intellectual themes. The legacy of Impressionism's exploration of color, light, and modernity would continue to reverberate throughout the 20th century, influencing movements such as Fauvism, Expressionism, and Cubism. In sum, the legacy of Impressionism is profound. Its break from tradition, its embrace of modern life, and its exploration of light, color, and subjective experience reshaped the art world and paved the way for future experimentation. The freedom and innovation that Impressionism introduced remain essential to the language of contemporary art. Defining Post-Impressionism. Post-Impressionism is a term used to describe a diverse group of artists and artistic approaches that emerged as a reaction to the limitations of Impressionism in the late 19th century. While Impressionism focused on capturing the fleeting effects of light, color, and atmosphere in everyday scenes, Post-Impressionism sought to push the boundaries of artistic expression, moving beyond the emphasis on immediate visual perception to explore deeper emotional, psychological, and symbolic meanings. The movement is not a unified style, but rather a collection of individual artistic responses to the principles established by the Impressionists, characterized by varied techniques, subjects, and ideologies. One of the key features of Post-Impressionism is its rejection of the Impressionists' focus on capturing the momentary aspects of light and nature. Artists in this movement were less concerned with the transient qualities of the natural world and more interested in creating art that conveyed personal expression, emotion, and structure. For instance, Paul Cézanne, often considered the father of modern art, sought to impose a sense of order and structure onto the landscape, emphasizing geometric shapes and the underlying forms of nature. His approach to color and perspective would later influence the development of Cubism. In contrast, Vincent van Gogh's work was driven by emotional intensity and the expression of inner turmoil. His bold use of color and dramatic brushwork communicated powerful emotions, often reflecting his personal struggles with mental health. Van Gogh's approach moved far beyond the mere depiction of reality, as his paintings conveyed his internal experiences and interpretations of the world around him. This emotional depth became one of the defining aspects of Post-Impressionism. Another prominent figure in Post-Impressionism, Georges Seurat, took a more scientific approach to color. Seurat developed pointillism, a technique that involved applying small distinct dots of color to create optical effects. His work emphasized the theory of color mixing and sought to bring precision and order to the expressive freedom seen in Impressionism. In doing so, he created a visual language that was both systematic and deeply innovative. Ultimately, Post-Impressionism was not about a single set of principles or techniques, but about artists seeking to explore new ways of representing their subjective experiences. Whether through the abstraction of form, the emotional use of color, or the incorporation of symbolism, Post-Impressionists expanded the possibilities of what art could achieve. Their work marked a decisive break from the past and laid the groundwork for the modern art movements of the 20th century. Key characteristics of Post-Impressionism. Post-Impressionism, while stemming from the innovations of the Impressionist movement, is distinct in its emphasis on personal expression, emotional depth, and a departure from mere visual accuracy. The movement encompasses a wide range of styles and approaches, but certain key characteristics unify the work of its artists. These features include the use of vibrant color, a focus on structure and form, an exploration of symbolic and emotional content, and a push toward abstraction, all of which contributed to the radical transformation of art at the turn of the century. One of the most defining characteristics of Post-Impressionism is the bold and expressive use of color. While Impressionists focused on capturing the light and natural colors of a scene, Post-Impressionists sought to manipulate color for emotional or symbolic effect. Artists like Vincent van Gogh used color to express inner turmoil and psychological states, choosing intense, non-naturalistic hues to reflect emotion rather than natural observation. Similarly, Paul Gauguin's use of vivid colors in his Tahitian works conveyed symbolic meaning and a sense of otherworldliness, further separating his approach from the Impressionist goal of representing reality. Another key characteristic is the Post-Impressionists' departure from the Impressionist preoccupation with light and atmospheric effects. Artists in this movement turned their attention to structure, form, and the underlying geometry of the subject. Paul Cézanne, for instance, used simple shapes and distorted perspectives to create a sense of order and permanence in his landscapes and still lifes. His focus on the geometric underpinnings of nature, such as his repeated depiction of a mountain or a group of apples, laid the groundwork for future abstract art and cubism. Post-Impressionism is also marked by a move towards abstraction. While Impressionism captured the essence of a moment, Post-Impressionists began to explore ways of representing more subjective and emotional realities. This shift is evident in the work of artists like Georges Seurat, who employed the technique of pointillism to explore optical color mixing, and in Van Gogh's expressive brushstrokes that conveyed his emotional engagement with the subject. Seurat's precise, systematic approach contrasted sharply with Van Gogh's emotional intensity, yet both artists were united in their desire to move beyond mere visual representation. Finally, Post-Impressionism is characterized by a greater emphasis on symbolism and personal meaning. Artists sought to convey their individual psychological states, dreams, and internal experiences through their work, often incorporating symbolic imagery to express deeper layers of meaning. The movement rejected the notion that art should be limited to realistic depictions of the visible world, and instead, Post-Impressionists used their art to explore themes of spirituality, psychological complexity, and the imagination. Together, these characteristics define Post-Impressionism as a dynamic and diverse movement that shifted the course of modern art, laying the groundwork for the developments of early 20th century avant-garde movements. Overview of leading Post-Impressionist artists. The Post-Impressionist movement, though diverse in style and approach, was defined by a group of artists who each brought unique perspectives and techniques to the evolving art world. While these artists shared an interest in moving beyond the constraints of Impressionism, their individual contributions varied significantly, ranging from emotional expressionism to the exploration of geometric form and symbolism. Among the most influential of these figures were Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin, each of whom helped shape the trajectory of modern art. Paul Cézanne is often considered the bridge between Impressionism and the more abstract movements of the 20th century. His focus on structure, form, and the underlying geometry of nature distinguished him from his contemporaries. Cézanne's revolutionary approach to perspective, as seen in his landscapes and still lifes, emphasized the solidity and permanence of the natural world, even as he abstracted and simplified it into geometric shapes. His work, such as the iconic Mont Sainte-Victoire series, laid the groundwork for the development of Cubism and had a profound influence on future artists, including Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Vincent van Gogh, on the other hand, was deeply invested in the emotional power of color and brushwork. His turbulent life and struggles with mental health informed much of his art, and his bold, expressive use of vibrant colors and dynamic brushstrokes became one of the defining aspects of Post-Impressionism. Works like Starry Night and Sunflowers reflect his inner turmoil, while also capturing a sense of deep emotional connection to the world. Van Gogh's approach to color and texture would later inspire Expressionism and Abstract Expressionism, influencing generations of artists who sought to convey emotional depth through their work. Georges Seurat introduced a more scientific approach to Post-Impressionism with his development of pointillism. By applying small dots of color in a precise, methodical manner, Seurat explored the relationship between color and light, and the way the eye perceives color when viewed from a distance. His masterpiece, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, is a prime example of his technique, creating optical effects through the careful placement of color. Seurat's methodical approach to painting was a marked departure from the spontaneous, expressive brushwork of other post-impressionists, yet his work had a lasting influence on modern art. Paul Gauguin, another pivotal figure in post-impressionism, rejected both the conventions of European painting and the industrialized society of the time. His work is characterized by vibrant colors, symbolic imagery, and a desire to return to a more primitive and untainted world. Gauguin's time in Tahiti was particularly influential, as it allowed him to explore themes of spirituality, innocence, and the exotic in ways that defied Western artistic traditions. Paintings like Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Reflect his complex engagement with symbolism and the search for meaning in art. Together, these artists, Cézanne, Van Gogh, Seurat, and Gauguin, each advanced the post-impressionist movement in distinct ways, setting the stage for the diverse and experimental art that would follow in the 20th century. Their exploration of new techniques, emotional depth, and symbolic content helped to redefine the possibilities of painting and left an indelible mark on the course of modern art. The transition from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism. The transition from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism was not a sudden break, but rather a gradual shift in both artistic philosophy and practice that took place over several decades. While Impressionism, which flourished in the 1870s and 1880s, sought to capture the fleeting effects of light, color, and atmosphere in natural scenes, Post-Impressionism represented a departure from this focus on immediate perception. Post-Impressionist artists moved beyond the goals of the Impressionists, exploring more personal, emotional, and symbolic aspects of their subjects. This shift reflected a broader change in the cultural and intellectual climate of the time, as artists increasingly sought to reflect the complexities of modern life and the inner workings of the mind. Impressionism itself marked a dramatic departure from the rigid, classical traditions of academic painting, and in many ways, it laid the foundation for the changes that followed. The Impressionists' emphasis on capturing natural light, spontaneous brushwork, and the everyday lives of modern people set a new standard for artistic freedom. However, over time, many of these artists began to feel constrained by the limitations of their approach. The Impressionists' focus on color and light, while revolutionary, did not provide the means to explore deeper emotional or intellectual concerns. some artists felt the need to move away from the Impressionists' emphasis on the external world and experiment with more personal and subjective representations. This search for greater expression and meaning is one of the key reasons for the emergence of Post-Impressionism. Artists like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin were all directly influenced by the innovations of the Impressionists, but sought to expand upon them. Cézanne, for instance, while building on the Impressionist use of color, began to focus on structure and form, using color to define and solidify the composition of his landscapes and still lifes. Van Gogh's bold, emotional use of color and brushstroke represented a break from the Impressionist ideal of objective reality, embracing instead a more introspective, personal interpretation of the world. The advent of pointillism, developed by Seurat, also represented a shift away from the free-flowing brushwork of the Impressionists. Seurat's careful, methodical application of tiny dots of color was a direct challenge to the spontaneity that characterized much of Impressionism. Likewise, Gauguin's move away from realism and his embrace of symbolism and the exotic reflected a desire to explore deeper, often mystical themes in his work. The transition from Impressionism to Post-Impressionism was, therefore, a natural progression as artists sought to push the boundaries of what was possible within the framework of Impressionist ideals. The Post-Impressionists expanded on the Impressionist emphasis on color and light, but did so in ways that allowed for greater emotional depth, structural innovation, and symbolic expression. This shift laid the groundwork for the modernist movements of the early 20th century, including Cubism, Fauvism, and Expressionism, which would further break from traditional forms of representation. Chapter 2: Historical Context and Influences. The emergence of Post-Impressionism in the late 19th century was deeply influenced by the historical, social, and intellectual climate of the time. As the world transitioned from the rigid structures of the 19th century to the dynamic changes of the modern era, artists sought new ways to express the complexities of the rapidly evolving society. Political upheaval, technological innovation, and the shift toward industrialization all played significant roles in shaping the artistic responses of post-impressionist painters, who aimed to break free from traditional conventions and explore fresh ways of representing reality. In France, where post-impressionism was born, the late 19th century was marked by a period of political instability and change. The French Revolution of 1789 and the subsequent rise of industrial capitalism had already transformed French society, and by the time Post-Impressionism emerged, the country was witnessing the rise of the Third Republic and dealing with the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War. This period of uncertainty, along with the rapid growth of cities and the rise of the middle class, prompted a reevaluation of societal values. The rapid urbanization of Paris, in particular, became a central theme in the art of the period, as artists sought to depict the vibrancy and alienation of modern life. The bustling streets, cafes, and leisure activities of the city were captured by both the Impressionists and the Post-Impressionists, though the latter often infused these scenes with deeper emotional or symbolic meaning. At the same time, advances in technology, especially in photography and the development of new pigments, had a profound effect on the visual arts. Photography, in particular, challenged the traditional role of painting as a means of documenting reality. With the camera now able to capture moments with great precision, artists turned their attention to exploring different aspects of reality, such as emotion, perception, and abstraction. This sense of liberation from the constraints of realism gave rise to the experimental approaches seen in Post-Impressionism. Intellectually, the period was marked by the influence of new scientific and philosophical ideas. Theories of color and perception, such as those developed by chemist Michel-Eugène Chevreul, provided post-impressionist artists like Georges Seurat with the tools to experiment with color theory, and optical effects. Additionally, the growing interest in psychology, particularly in the works of Sigmund Freud, encouraged artists to delve into the unconscious mind, leading to more expressive and symbolic representations in their work. The symbolist movement, which emphasized the subjective and emotional experience over objective reality, also played a significant role in influencing post-impressionist artists like Paul Gauguin. Thus, the historical context of post-impressionism was shaped by a confluence of social, political, technological, and intellectual developments. These influences not only altered the way artists viewed the world, but also spurred them to explore new ways of expressing the complexities of modern life. The result was a movement that sought to move beyond the visible world, embracing subjective experience, emotion, and abstraction to capture the essence of the human condition. Social and political climate in late 19th century France. The late 19th century in France was a period of profound social and political change, marked by significant upheaval and transformation that directly influenced the course of art. This era was shaped by the aftermath of the French Revolution, the rise of industrialization, the growth of cities, and the formation of a new political landscape. These changes created an atmosphere of both optimism and uncertainty, which can be seen reflected in the works of post-impressionist artists who were deeply engaged with the modern world and its challenges. Politically, the late 19th century in France was dominated by the transition between monarchies and republics, which followed the tumultuous events of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era. The rise of the Third Republic in 1870, after the defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, marked the beginning of a more stable political system, but also one that faced internal struggles. France was grappling with the aftermath of the war, the loss of Alsace-Lorraine, and the suppression of the Paris Commune, an uprising in 1871 that had sought to create a socialist government. The political climate was polarized, with tensions between monarchists, republicans, and socialists, as well as growing support for various radical political movements. These divisions influenced the artistic community, as many artists began to express dissatisfaction with the status quo, seeking alternative ways of representing the social and political realities of their time. Socially, this period was defined by rapid industrialization and urbanization. The rise of the factory system and the growth of Paris as a major industrial and cultural center brought profound changes to everyday life. While the middle class expanded, so did the disparities between rich and poor, and the challenges of industrial labor and overcrowded living conditions became pressing issues. Artists responded to these shifts by turning their attention to modern life, including the vibrant energy of Parisian cafes, the leisure activities of the bourgeoisie, and the alienation that accompanied the city's urban expansion. The post-impressionists, however, sought to transcend mere social realism by focusing on the emotional and psychological dimensions of modern existence, reflecting the turbulence of the period in their work. Culturally, the late 19th century was a time of intellectual and philosophical growth, with new ideas about society, psychology, and perception influencing artists. The rise of scientific discoveries, such as the theory of evolution and new studies in psychology, challenged traditional ways of thinking about humanity and the natural world. The Impressionists had already broken with academic tradition, but the Post-Impressionists sought to push even further, delving into abstraction, emotional expression, and symbolism to convey their own unique views of the world. Thus, the social and political climate of late 19th century France created a backdrop of tension, experimentation, and transformation that profoundly impacted the development of art. Post-Impressionist artists responding to these changes explored new ways to express both the external world and their inner lives, helping to lay the groundwork for the modernist movements that would follow. Technological and scientific advances. The late 19th century was a period of remarkable technological and scientific advancements that had a significant impact on art and culture. Innovations in various fields, including photography, color theory, and psychology, helped shape the way artists approached their work and the ways in which they explored perception, representation, and the human experience. These advancements, along with the broader context of industrialization and modernization, contributed to the evolution of Post-Impressionism, a movement that sought to go beyond the observational realism of Impressionism by exploring deeper emotional, psychological, and abstract concepts. One of the most important technological developments was the invention and widespread use of photography. Introduced in the 1830s and perfected throughout the century, photography challenged traditional painting by providing an accurate and instantaneous means of recording visual information. As photographers were able to capture reality in a way that painting had once been tasked with doing, artists began to question the role of painting as a means of representation. This shift led many artists, including the Post-Impressionists, to focus less on the mere depiction of the visible world and more on personal expression, emotional resonance, and the underlying structures of reality. Artists like Paul Cézanne and Georges Seurat, for example, moved away from the illusion of photographic realism and began to experiment with abstraction and color theory, seeking to convey a deeper, more subjective understanding of the world. Scientific advancements in the study of color also played a crucial role in shaping post-impressionist techniques. The work of chemists such as Michel-Eugène Chevreul, who developed theories on the optical effects of complementary colors, influenced artists like Georges Seurat and Vincent van Gogh. Chevreul's research revealed how colors could interact and intensify each other when placed side by side, which led to the development of pointillism, a technique that Seurat famously employed in his work. By applying small dots of pure color, Seurat was able to create optical effects, allowing the viewer's eye to blend the colors at a distance, resulting in a vibrant and dynamic composition. Moreover, the rise of psychology and new theories of perception influenced the ways in which artists approach their subjects. The growing interest in the unconscious mind and human emotion, particularly through the works of figures like Sigmund Freud, inspired artists to explore inner states and subjective experience. This is evident in the emotionally charged works of Vincent van Gogh, whose swirling, intense brushstrokes and color choices convey a psychological depth that went beyond mere representation of the physical world. In sum, the technological and scientific advancements of the late 19th century were pivotal in shaping the development of Post-Impressionism. Photography, color theory, and psychological studies all played a role in pushing artists to explore new ways of seeing and representing the world, resulting in a movement that sought to capture not just what was visible, but what was felt, perceived, and imagined. These innovations helped artists move toward abstraction, symbolism, and emotional expression, and laid the groundwork for the modernist movements of the 20th century. The rise of new art movements. The late 19th century saw a dramatic shift in the world of art, with the rise of new movements that broke away from the traditional academic conventions of the past. As industrialization, political upheaval, and scientific discoveries transformed society, artists began to question the established norms and sought new ways to reflect the rapidly changing world. These shifts laid the foundation for the development of Post-Impressionism, as well as the broader modern art movements that followed, such as Fauvism, Cubism, and Expressionism. The rise of these new movements was in part a reaction against the rigid academic standards of the past and the constraints of realism, as artists sought to explore more personal, emotional, and abstract expressions of reality. One of the most significant movements that influenced Post-Impressionism was Impressionism itself. Emerging in the 1870s, Impressionism rejected the traditional rules of academic painting, embracing spontaneous brushwork and a focus on light and color. Artists like Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, and Edgar Degas sought to capture the fleeting effects of nature and everyday life. Focusing on scenes of modern life, rather than the historical or mythological subjects favored by previous generations. While the Impressionists were initially criticized for their loose brushstrokes and unorthodox techniques, their emphasis on capturing the essence of the moment marked a break from centuries of academic tradition. This shift in approach opened the door for post-impressionists to further experiment with style and subject matter, as they moved away from mere observation toward personal expression and abstraction. By the time post-impressionism emerged in the 1880s, artists were already seeking to push beyond the impressionist focus on light and atmosphere. Artists like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, and Georges Seurat began to explore new techniques and ways of seeing the world, each reacting to the limitations they saw in the work of their predecessors. Seurat, for example, developed pointillism, a technique based on the scientific principles of color theory, while Van Gogh turned to bold, expressive brushstrokes and vibrant color to convey emotion. These artists were not merely concerned with reproducing what they saw, but with translating their inner experiences and perceptions onto the canvas. Simultaneously, the symbolist movement, which had emerged in the 1880s as a reaction to realism, was also influencing the post-impressionists. Symbolism emphasized the subjective, emotional, and spiritual aspects of art, often using dreamlike and mystical imagery to evoke feelings rather than describe reality. Paul Gauguin, with his exploration of primitivism and spiritual themes, was deeply influenced by symbolism, as seen in his work during his time in Tahiti. This move toward symbolism and emotional depth further distanced post-impressionism from the observational approach of impressionism. Thus, the rise of new art movements in the late 19th century, including impressionism, symbolism, and the exploration of abstraction, directly influenced the development of post-impressionism. Artists in this period were responding to the rapid changes in society and culture by forging new paths in artistic expression. These shifts laid the groundwork for the radical transformations in art that would characterize the 20th century, shaping the course of modernism and beyond. The role of exhibitions and art criticism. Exhibitions and art criticism played a pivotal role in the development and spread of post-impressionism. These elements helped shape public perception of the movement and played a key part in how the artists were received by both their contemporaries and future generations. The relationship between exhibitions, criticism, and the rise of new artistic movements was complex. While many post-impressionist artists faced initial rejection and harsh criticism, these exhibitions ultimately allowed their work to be seen, discussed, and understood in new ways. In the late 19th century, the organization of exhibitions was often a reflection of the broader tensions within the art world. Artists who were aligned with traditional academic painting had their works exhibited in the prestigious Salon, an official annual exhibition hosted by the French government. However, as new movements like Impressionism began to gain momentum, many artists found themselves at odds with the established norms. The Salon, with its rigid criteria and preference for academic subjects, was increasingly seen as a barrier to the artistic freedom that many young artists, including the post-impressionists, sought. The Impressionists, in particular, were the first to challenge the Salon system directly. In 1874, a group of artists, including Claude Monet, Edgar Degas, and Pierre-Auguste Renoir, organized their own exhibition in protest of the Salon's rejection of their works. This independent exhibition marked a significant turning point in the relationship between artists and institutions. While the exhibition was met with ridicule and scorn from many critics, it was crucial in gaining attention for the new movement. It also set a precedent for future alternative exhibitions, allowing artists to bypass traditional venues and present their works directly to the public. By the time Post-Impressionism emerged in the 1880s, these alternative exhibitions had become an established practice. The most notable of these was the Exposition des Indépendants, held annually from 1884 onward, which allowed artists to exhibit their works without submitting to the Salon's official selection process. These exhibitions provided a platform for the Post-Impressionists who, like the Impressionists before them, were often rejected by traditional venues. Artists such as Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, and Georges Seurat exhibited their works in these non-conventional spaces, where they were able to engage with a broader audience and push the boundaries of accepted artistic norms. However, art criticism played a mixed role in the reception of post-impressionist works. While some critics recognized the novelty and emotional power of the new styles, many were initially dismissive. Prominent critics like Jules Claretie and Albert Wolff frequently derided the artists' unconventional techniques, accusing them of abandoning realism and craftsmanship. Yet, as the movement gained momentum, more progressive critics began to acknowledge the innovative nature of post-impressionism and its departure from traditional representation. This shift in critical reception helped solidify the legacy of the post-impressionist artists, leading to their eventual acceptance as foundational figures in the development of modern art. Ultimately, exhibitions and art criticism played an integral role in shaping the legacy of post-impressionism. The alternative exhibitions provided a space for innovation, and despite initial criticism, they helped bring the post-impressionists' groundbreaking works into the public eye. Over time, art criticism evolved, and the contributions of these artists became recognized as central to the development of modern art. Influence of symbolism and other contemporary movements. The influence of symbolism, along with other contemporary movements, had a profound impact on the development of post-impressionism. As the 19th century drew to a close, the art world was undergoing significant transformations. Artists were increasingly turning away from the strict representational demands of realism and academic tradition and embracing a more subjective, emotional, and symbolic approach to art. This shift was driven in part by the growing interest in spirituality, mysticism, and the exploration of the inner psyche, themes that resonated strongly with the post-impressionists as they sought to go beyond mere observation of the external world. Symbolism, a movement that emerged in the 1880s, was one of the most significant contemporary influences on post-impressionist artists. Symbolist artists rejected the materialism and rationality of the modern world, instead focusing on the spiritual, the emotional, and the symbolic. They were particularly interested in evoking feelings and experiences through metaphorical and dreamlike imagery, rather than depicting reality in a straightforward manner. This fascination with the unseen, the inner world, and the dream state resonated deeply with post-impressionist painters, who were increasingly turning to personal symbolism in their work. Paul Gauguin, in particular, was heavily influenced by symbolism. His move to Tahiti and his exploration of primitivism were informed by his desire to escape the industrialized world and its societal constraints. Gauguin's work, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Exemplifies his quest to find deeper, existential meaning beyond the physical world. His use of bold color, simplified forms, and symbolic imagery aimed to convey emotional truths rather than literal depictions of reality. Gauguin's embrace of symbolism also led him to explore themes of spirituality, mythology, and the unconscious, all of which would deeply influence the trajectory of modern art. In addition to symbolism, other contemporary movements such as Japonism and the burgeoning interest in the unconscious mind also shaped the post-impressionists. Japonism, the influence of Japanese art and aesthetics on Western artists, was particularly important in the development of color and composition. Japanese woodblock prints, with their flat planes, bold outlines, and emphasis on the decorative, inspired many post-impressionist artists to experiment with new approaches to visual space. Van Gogh, for example, was captivated by Japanese prints and incorporated their stylistic elements into his own work. Simultaneously, the exploration of the unconscious mind and psychological states was gaining traction through the rise of modern psychology and the work of figures like Sigmund Freud. This intellectual movement encouraged artists to delve into more personal, introspective, and emotional realms in their work, creating an emphasis on individual perception and inner experiences. Artists like Vincent van Gogh, whose work conveys a deep emotional intensity, and Paul Cézanne, with his focus on structure and underlying form, were both influenced by these developments. Thus, symbolism, Japonism, and contemporary intellectual movements all played a crucial role in shaping the vision of post-impressionist artists. These influences helped push the boundaries of artistic representation, encouraging a deeper exploration of emotion, symbolism, and subjective experience that laid the groundwork for the modern art movements of the 20th century. Chapter 3: Paul Cézanne, the Father of Modern Art. Paul Cézanne is often heralded as the father of modern art, a title that reflects his pivotal role in the transition from 19th century artistic traditions to the bold, innovative movements of the 20th century. His work bridged the gap between Impressionism and the radical developments that would follow, such as Cubism and abstraction. Cézanne's dedication to exploring the formal aspects of painting, structure, color, and perception, redefined the possibilities of visual art, influencing countless artists and shaping the course of modernism. Born in 1839 in Aix-en-Provence, Cézanne initially studied law before pursuing his passion for painting. In his early years, he was influenced by the work of the Impressionists, particularly their emphasis on light and color. However, Cézanne was never content to simply follow the trends of his time. While he experimented with the loose brushwork and vivid color of the Impressionists, he sought to go beyond their focus on fleeting moments and atmospheric effects. Cézanne was interested in the underlying structure of the natural world, and his works often focus on the geometric forms he believed were present in nature. He saw the world as a collection of shapes, cylinders, spheres, and cones, stripped of illusionistic detail. One of the key aspects of Cézanne's work was his approach to perspective. While traditional art adhered to linear perspective to create the illusion of depth, Cézanne rejected this approach in favor of a more complex, multifaceted view of space. He often used multiple perspectives within a single composition, creating a sense of depth and volume without relying on a fixed point of view. This technique laid the groundwork for the later development of Cubism, particularly the work of Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, who would further explore the fragmentation of space and form. Cézanne's use of color was also groundbreaking. Instead of relying on the traditional use of light and shadow to model forms, he applied color in a more systematic and expressive way. His brushstrokes were thick and deliberate, and he often used color to define the contours and volumes of objects, breaking away from the idea that color should simply represent light and shadow. This innovative approach to color and form revolutionized the way artists would think about the relationship between color and structure. Although Cézanne was not widely recognized during his lifetime and struggled with acceptance within the Parisian art establishment, his influence grew dramatically after his death in 1906. His work had a profound impact on the development of modern art, influencing not only Cubism, but also Fauvism, Expressionism, and abstract art. Cézanne's commitment to exploring the essential forms and structures of the world around him, combined with his innovative use of color and perspective, cemented his legacy as one of the most important figures in the history of art. His pursuit of a deeper truth in nature, through both form and color, ultimately marked him as a revolutionary figure in the development of modern artistic expression. Cézanne's early life and artistic journey. Paul Cézanne's journey into the world of art was shaped by both his early life experiences and his unwavering commitment to pushing the boundaries of traditional painting. Born on January 19, 1839, in Aix-en-Provence, France, Cézanne was the son of a wealthy, self-made banker. His early years were marked by privilege, yet he felt a deep conflict between his family's wishes for him to pursue a stable career in law and his own desire to be an artist. He initially enrolled at the law school in Aix, but it was clear from the outset that his true passion lay in painting. In 1861, Cézanne moved to Paris to study at the prestigious École des Beaux-Arts. There, he was exposed to the academic art tradition, which emphasized classical techniques and the mastery of perspective, anatomy, and composition. Yet Cézanne struggled to fit into the conventional framework of academic art. While many of his contemporaries gravitated toward the salon tradition, which valued polished, idealized depictions of reality, Cézanne found himself yearning for something more personal and expressive. Early in his career, Cézanne was influenced by the work of the Romantic and Realist painters, as well as the early Impressionists. He admired the way they approached light and color, but he felt that their focus on capturing fleeting moments of nature lacked the solidity and permanence that he sought in his own work. Cézanne's first few years in Paris were difficult, as his early works were met with little acceptance. He faced rejection from the official Salon, the annual exhibition of the French Academy, and his paintings were often criticized for their unconventional style. Nonetheless, he continued to experiment with new techniques and ideas. His exposure to the works of artists like Gustave Courbet, Edouard Manet, and the early Impressionists pushed him to develop his own unique style. During this time, Cézanne developed a deep appreciation for the role of structure in art. Unlike the Impressionists, who were focused on capturing the ephemeral effects of light, Cézanne wanted to convey the solidity and permanence of the natural world. His works from this period show his developing interest in the geometric forms that he believed lay beneath the surface of objects in nature, anticipating the formal innovations that would define his later works. In the 1870s, Cézanne began to gain more recognition for his work, but his career continued to be marked by a sense of isolation. He was often critical of the Impressionists, despite sharing some of their concerns with light and color. Throughout his life, Cézanne was plagued by self-doubt and struggled with the tension between his desire to innovate and the pressure to conform to established norms. His early artistic journey, marked by rejection and inner conflict, ultimately led him to develop the distinctive style that would later make him a central figure in the development of modern art. Cézanne's perseverance and his dedication to searching for the deeper truths of nature through his paintings would set him apart as one of the most influential artists of his time. Key techniques and innovations. Paul Cézanne's work is defined by a series of groundbreaking techniques and innovations that challenged the artistic norms of his time. His approach to painting was both methodical and revolutionary, and his exploration of form, color, and perspective laid the foundation for many modern art movements, including Cubism and abstract art. One of his most significant contributions was his shift away from traditional perspective and his quest to find a more dynamic, structural approach to representing the world. One of the key techniques Cézanne developed was his use of color to define form and space. While the academic tradition focused on light and shadow to create depth and volume, Cézanne used color in a much more deliberate and innovative way. Instead of using light to model shapes, he applied color in patches and strokes, allowing the colors to act as building blocks that created a sense of volume and structure. His brushwork was thick and tactile, often leaving visible, expressive strokes that gave his paintings a palpable texture. This technique helped him create a sense of depth that was not based on illusionistic perspective, but rather on the interplay of colors and their interaction within the composition. Cézanne was also fascinated by the idea of multiple perspectives within a single composition. Unlike traditional artists who adhered to a fixed point of view, Cézanne would depict objects from various angles and viewpoints, often within the same painting. This was especially evident in his still lifes and landscapes, where objects such as apples or mountains were shown from different perspectives simultaneously. By doing so, Cézanne introduced a more fragmented and dynamic view of space, foreshadowing the developments of Cubism in the early 20th century. His handling of perspective was not about adhering to realistic spatial rules, but about presenting a more subjective and complex experience of seeing. In addition to his approach to color and perspective, Cézanne's exploration of geometric forms was a major innovation in his work. He believed that nature could be broken down into simple geometric shapes like cubes, spheres, and cones. He often painted landscapes, still lifes, and figures using these forms as the foundation of his compositions. This reduction of the natural world into its essential geometric elements was an important precursor to Cubism, where artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque would go on to deconstruct objects into abstract shapes and planes. Cézanne's commitment to breaking away from traditional artistic conventions and his relentless exploration of form, color, and perspective ultimately redefined the role of the painter. His innovations in technique and his conceptual approach to the structure of visual space made him a foundational figure in the evolution of modern art. The role of color and brushwork. Paul Cézanne's innovative use of color and brushwork played a central role in the transformation of modern painting. These elements became integral to his distinct style and served as a means to express the deeper structural relationships between forms and the natural world. Cézanne was not just concerned with the representation of light or color in a purely decorative sense. For him, color and brushwork were essential tools for building structure, conveying depth, and creating emotional resonance in his paintings. Cézanne's approach to color was revolutionary in that he used it as a primary means of defining form and space. Traditional painting, influenced by academic conventions, often relied on modeling with light and shadow to create volume and depth. Cézanne, however, sought to break free from this illusionistic approach. Instead of focusing on light as the source of form, he used contrasting and complementary colors to establish structure. He would apply colors in separate patches or strokes, using them to build up a three-dimensional effect. This approach was radical at the time, as it emphasized color's role as a tool for defining the shapes and volumes of objects, rather than simply mimicking the effects of light. His use of color was not uniform or smooth. The individual brushstrokes were visible, creating a textured surface that gave his paintings a palpable, almost sculptural quality. Cézanne's brushwork, likewise, was an essential component of his distinctive style. His strokes were deliberate and methodical, and he often painted in layers, building up texture and depth as he worked. His brushwork was less about the fluidity and immediacy seen in the Impressionist style, and more about a constructed, thought-out approach to surface and form. This approach was evident in his landscapes, still lifes, and portraits, where his brushstrokes were thick and purposeful, conveying both the materiality of the objects he painted and their underlying structure. The visible strokes gave the works a sense of energy and presence, making the act of painting itself part of the composition. In his later works, the brushstrokes became more dynamic, contributing to the feeling of movement within the static scene. Another notable aspect of Cézanne's brushwork was his use of short, repetitive strokes that seemed to build up layers of color and texture, often creating a sense of depth and volume. This technique, when combined with his use of color, allowed him to represent the natural world not as an illusion, but as a series of interrelated forms, constantly shifting and interacting. His brushstrokes also imbued his paintings with a rhythm and energy, making the process of painting itself an integral part of the final image. Cézanne's role as a pioneer in the use of color and brushwork cannot be overstated. His groundbreaking techniques laid the groundwork for many of the artistic developments of the 20th century, influencing movements like Cubism, Fauvism, and even abstract art. By using color not just to imitate the world but to shape it, and by applying brushstrokes that were expressive and structural, Cézanne redefined the possibilities of painting and opened new pathways for future artists. Cézanne's impact on Cubism and modern art. Paul Cézanne's influence on the development of Cubism and modern art is profound and far-reaching. Although his work did not directly align with the geometric abstraction that defined Cubism, his explorations of form, structure, and perspective laid the foundational principles that would later be expanded upon by artists such as Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Cézanne's ability to distill complex subjects into geometric shapes, his experimental use of perspective, and his revolutionary approach to color and brushwork all provided the tools and the theoretical groundwork for the Cubist movement and the broader evolution of modern art. Cézanne's focus on the underlying structure of the natural world, often reducing objects to basic geometric forms like cones, spheres, and cylinders, was one of his most significant contributions to the development of Cubism. This approach allowed him to see beyond the surface of objects and instead represent them in a way that emphasized their spatial relationships and volume. His depictions of landscapes, still lifes, and figures, often fragmented and composed of simplified shapes, revealed the potential for representing reality in a more abstract manner. Cézanne's belief that everything in nature is based on the cylinder, the sphere, and the cone became a guiding principle for later artists. His use of multiple viewpoints within a single composition also anticipated Cubism's fragmentation of form and the simultaneous representation of various perspectives. Picasso and Braque, who are often credited with founding Cubism in the early 20th century, were deeply influenced by Cézanne's work. Both artists studied Cézanne's paintings closely and drew inspiration from his explorations of geometric shapes and the manipulation of perspective. Cézanne's legacy is especially evident in the Cubist method of breaking down subjects into their fundamental geometric components, presenting them from multiple angles within the same painting. Just as Cézanne had done, Picasso and Braque sought to capture the essence of their subjects, but they took this exploration to new extremes, using abstraction to deconstruct objects and scenes entirely. Cézanne's impact extended beyond Cubism. His work also laid the groundwork for movements such as Fauvism and abstract expressionism. His emphasis on color as a structuring element of form influenced the vibrant palettes of the Fauve, while his emotional use of color and brushwork had a lasting impact on the development of expressionist art. Cézanne's formal experiments with color, texture, and structure also paved the way for the abstraction that would emerge in the 20th century. In sum, Cézanne's revolutionary approach to form, perspective, and color provided a springboard for the artists who would push the boundaries of representation in the 20th century. His work, although rooted in the observation of nature, transcended naturalistic depiction and opened the door for abstraction, fragmentation, and the exploration of new artistic languages that defined the modern era. His influence on Cubism and modern art is both direct and enduring, making him one of the most important figures in the history of Western art. Analysis of major works: Mont Sainte-Victoire, The Bathers. Two of Paul Cézanne's most iconic works, Mont Sainte-Victoire and The Bathers, provide deep insights into his artistic evolution and his groundbreaking approach to form, color, and space. Both paintings exemplify Cézanne's quest to capture the underlying structure of the natural world and his departure from traditional representational techniques. These masterpieces also showcase his unique ability to merge emotion with structure, a combination that would leave a lasting mark on the trajectory of modern art. Mont Sainte-Victoire is a series of paintings that Cézanne created over the course of several years, focusing on a distinctive mountain near his home in Aix-en-Provence. The mountain, a central motif in his work, became a symbol of his interest in the stability and permanence of nature. In these paintings, Cézanne explored the notion of space and perspective in a way that broke away from traditional linear perspective. The mountain is depicted from different angles, showing the same scene from multiple viewpoints, which creates a sense of depth and movement within the composition. Rather than using a fixed perspective, Cézanne depicted the landscape as a series of interrelated planes and volumes, each defined by a distinct color. His use of color in Mont Sainte-Victoire was particularly revolutionary, as he applied it not just to represent light and shadow, but as a tool to structure the landscape, making color an integral part of the painting's spatial organization. In contrast, the Bathers series represents Cézanne's exploration of the human figure, a subject he approached with the same desire for structural clarity. The figures in the Bathers are not idealized or anatomically precise, but rather simplified and composed of geometric shapes. The bodies are often angular and blocky, reflecting Cézanne's fascination with the way forms could be broken down into basic geometric structures. In these works, Cézanne also played with the relationship between the figures and the surrounding landscape, integrating the two in a way that created a harmonious yet dynamic composition. The use of color in the Bathers is similarly expressive, with Cézanne applying rich, vibrant hues to define the bodies and the environment. The soft, blending colors in the figures contrast with the more defined, structured colors of the landscape, further highlighting his exploration of how color can serve both as representation and as a formal element. Both Mont Sainte-Victoire and the Bathers are essential to understanding Cézanne's artistic legacy. In these works, Cézanne sought to bridge the gap between the visible world and the emotional, structural core beneath it. His innovative use of color and form, as well as his rejection of conventional perspective, created a new way of seeing the world, one that would influence the development of modern art, particularly in movements like Cubism and abstraction. These works exemplify his relentless pursuit of a deeper truth in art, one that transcended naturalistic representation and embraced the essence of the subject. Chapter 4: Vincent van Gogh, Expression Through Color and Emotion. Vincent van Gogh is one of the most celebrated figures in the history of art, known for his intense use of color and emotionally charged brushwork. His paintings, often imbued with a deep sense of personal turmoil and an unwavering desire to convey the essence of his subjects, mark a significant departure from traditional artistic techniques. Van Gogh's work, which bridged the gap between Post-Impressionism and Expressionism, introduced a powerful emotional element to painting that would inspire generations of artists. Born in 1853 in the Netherlands, Van Gogh initially struggled to find his place in the art world. His early years as a painter were marked by a sense of isolation and a lack of recognition. His early works, including still lifes and scenes of rural life, were somber in tone, influenced by his interest in the Dutch realist tradition. However, after moving to Paris in 1886, Van Gogh encountered the vibrant colors and loose brushwork of the Impressionists, which had a profound effect on his artistic development. Inspired by the works of artists such as Claude Monet, Van Gogh began to experiment with brighter colors and more expressive brushwork. His exposure to the work of the Impressionists, coupled with his own struggles with mental health, led him to create a style that was deeply emotional and personal. One of Van Gogh's most distinctive features as an artist was his use of color. Unlike the Impressionists, who used color to capture the transient effects of light, Van Gogh used color symbolically to express emotion. He often employed bold, contrasting colors in his paintings, allowing the vibrancy of the hues to convey his inner feelings. For example, in his famous Starry Night, the swirling blues and yellows evoke a sense of restlessness and yearning, reflecting Van Gogh's inner turmoil. The expressive brushwork in this painting, with its thick, impassioned strokes, further emphasizes the emotional intensity of the scene. Similarly, in works like Sunflowers and The Bedroom, Van Gogh used color to imbue ordinary subjects with deep emotional resonance, transforming them into powerful symbols of his personal experience. Van Gogh's brushwork was equally revolutionary. His thick, textured strokes created a sense of movement and vitality, lending his paintings a dynamic, almost sculptural quality. His swirling, gestural marks gave his work a sense of urgency and raw emotion, often mirroring his internal struggles. This technique is particularly evident in works like Wheatfield with Crows and The Night Café, where the brushstrokes seemed to vibrate with intensity, reflecting Van Gogh's restless mind. Although Van Gogh's work was largely ignored during his lifetime, his expressive use of color and emotion would have a profound influence on the development of modern art. His ability to communicate inner feelings through color and brushwork laid the foundation for the Expressionist movement, which would flourish in the early 20th century. Van Gogh's legacy as an artist is not only in the beauty of his paintings, but also in the depth of emotion and expression that they convey. His work continues to resonate with viewers today, offering a poignant and timeless reminder of the power of art to capture the human experience. Van Gogh's life and artistic struggles. Vincent van Gogh's life was marked by intense personal struggles and profound emotional turmoil, which deeply influenced his art. Born on March 30th, 1853, in the Netherlands, Van Gogh's early years were shaped by a strict religious upbringing and a series of unfulfilled attempts to find his place in the world. He initially worked as a missionary, then as an art dealer, but neither of these careers satisfied him. It was only later in life, after a period of personal crisis, that he fully committed to painting. Despite his deep passion for art, Van Gogh's journey to becoming one of the most famous artists in history was plagued by isolation, mental health issues, and a lack of recognition. Van Gogh's artistic career began in earnest around 1880 when he decided to become a full-time painter. Early on, he struggled to develop his style, influenced by the Dutch realists and, later, by the French Impressionists. His early works, including somber, dark-toned paintings like The Potato Eaters, reflect his struggle to convey the emotional weight of human experience. Van Gogh's early years as an artist were fraught with financial hardship, emotional instability, and a lack of formal training. However, this period also marked the beginning of his lifelong quest to express profound emotion through his artwork. In 1886, Van Gogh moved to Paris, where he encountered the vibrant world of the Impressionist and Post-Impressionist movements. Here, he began to experiment with brighter colors and more fluid brush strokes, influenced by artists like Claude Monet and Georges Seurat. His artistic development took a more dynamic turn, moving away from the somber tones of his early works to a more expressive, colorful approach. It was during this time that Van Gogh's emotional struggles also intensified. He became increasingly isolated, battling periods of intense mental illness and depression. His mental state would have a significant impact on his art, with his works becoming even more personal and intense in their emotional expression. In 1888, Van Gogh moved to Arles in the south of France, where he painted some of his most famous works, including Sunflowers, The Bedroom, and The Yellow House. This period was marked by brief bursts of creativity and intense emotional volatility. His infamous ear-cutting incident, a result of a breakdown during his time in Arles, symbolized the growing instability that plagued his life. Despite his artistic achievements, Van Gogh remained largely unrecognized during his lifetime, with only a handful of works sold. His struggle for recognition and internal battles with his mental health culminated in his tragic death from a gunshot wound in 1890 at the age of 37. Van Gogh's life and struggles remain an integral part of his legacy, as they deeply influenced his ability to express raw emotion through his art. His works, filled with color and intensity, continue to resonate with audiences, offering an enduring testament to the emotional power of painting. Use of bold color and emotional brushstrokes. Vincent van Gogh's use of bold color and emotional brushstrokes is one of the defining features of his work and played a crucial role in transforming the landscape of modern art. His innovative approach to color and technique allowed him to convey emotion in ways that had not been seen before, breaking away from the more restrained color palettes and linear brushwork of earlier artistic traditions. Van Gogh's intense, vivid colors and dynamic brushstrokes became a means of expressing his inner turmoil, joy, and profound connection to the world around him. Color for Van Gogh was not just a way to represent reality. It was a tool for emotional expression. Unlike earlier artists who often used color in a more subdued or naturalistic manner, Van Gogh embraced vivid, contrasting hues to convey his psychological state and to heighten the emotional impact of his work. For instance, in The Starry Night, the swirling blues and radiant yellows do not simply represent a night sky, but evoke a sense of restless energy and yearning. The use of color in this way was revolutionary. By applying color so dramatically, Van Gogh captured the turbulence of his emotional world, giving viewers insight into his psyche rather than just his external surroundings. His approach to color was also influenced by his time in Paris, where he encountered the vibrant palette of the Impressionists. However, Van Gogh took this experimentation further, using color symbolically to express emotion. He often paired complementary colors, such as bright oranges and blues, to create tension and intensity in his works. This use of bold color was not just for visual impact. It was an integral part of his artistic language, allowing him to communicate his inner struggles and moments of clarity. Van Gogh's brushstrokes were equally crucial in conveying emotion. His thick, impassioned strokes were expressive and unrestrained, a departure from the smooth, controlled technique favored by many of his contemporaries. The physical act of painting itself seemed to become a means of emotional release for Van Gogh. In works like Wheatfield with Crows and The Night Café, the swirling, almost violent brushstrokes amplify the emotional intensity of the scenes. The brushstrokes do not simply create texture, they add to the rhythm of the painting, creating a sense of movement and urgency that mirrors Van Gogh's internal state. Together, Van Gogh's bold color choices and emotional brushwork created a new visual language, one that transcended the boundaries of realistic representation and tapped directly into the realm of subjective experience. His paintings are a vivid portrayal of his emotional landscape, allowing viewers to not only see the world as he saw it, but also to feel what he felt. This combination of expressive color and dynamic brushwork was revolutionary and paved the way for the Expressionist movement, profoundly influencing modern art in the 20th century. Themes of mental health, loneliness, and nature. Vincent van Gogh's work is deeply intertwined with the themes of mental health, loneliness, and nature, reflecting the complexity of his personal struggles and his relationship with the world around him. These themes are not only central to his life, but also pivotal in understanding the emotional intensity of his art. Throughout his career, Van Gogh used his paintings as a way to express his inner turmoil, the isolation he often felt, and his profound connection to the natural world. Mental health is perhaps the most pervasive theme in Van Gogh's life and work. His ongoing battle with depression, anxiety, and intense mood swings is well documented, and it is clear that these struggles shaped both the content and the style of his paintings. Van Gogh's psychological distress is often communicated through the emotional intensity of his brushstrokes and the boldness of his color choices. In works like The Night Café and Wheatfield with Crows, the swirling, chaotic brushwork and stark color contrasts seem to mirror his inner unrest. The exaggerated, almost frenetic movement in these paintings reflects his emotional instability, which often led him to view the world through a distorted lens. His struggle with mental illness was not just a personal battle, but a key element in the emotional depth of his artistic vision. Loneliness also features prominently in Van Gogh's life and works. His isolation from society, his family, and the artistic community left him feeling profoundly alone. His time in Paris, Arles, and later in the St. Paul de Mausole Asylum was marked by a sense of disconnection from others. This solitude is echoed in the quiet, introspective nature of many of his paintings, such as The Bedroom and Self-Portrait with Bandaged Ear. In these works, the empty rooms and vacant gazes reflect a profound sense of isolation, where Van Gogh's only companion seems to be his own troubled mind. His lack of acceptance and recognition during his lifetime likely exacerbated his feelings of alienation, and this sense of loneliness is embedded in the emotional texture of his art. Nature, however, offered Van Gogh a source of solace and inspiration. Many of his most celebrated paintings, including sunflowers, irises, and the olive trees, depict the beauty and vibrancy of the natural world. Despite his personal struggles, Van Gogh often found comfort and meaning in nature, seeing it as a way to express both the harmony and chaos he experienced internally. His connection to nature is particularly evident in his landscapes, where he used color and brushwork to depict the ever-changing moods of the environment. In Starry Night, the swirling sky seems to capture both the beauty and the turbulence of Van Gogh's mind, showing how his emotional state was intricately tied to his perception of nature. Through these themes of mental health, loneliness, and nature, Van Gogh's art became a powerful means of exploring the complexity of the human condition. His ability to translate personal pain and emotional depth into vivid, expressive paintings transformed the way artists approached the depiction of inner life and established Van Gogh as one of the most emotionally resonant figures in the history of art. Iconic works: Starry Night, Sunflowers, The Bedroom. Vincent van Gogh's most iconic works, Starry Night, Sunflowers, and The Bedroom, are celebrated not only for their stunning visual impact, but also for their deep emotional resonance. Each of these paintings exemplifies Van Gogh's innovative use of color, dynamic brushwork, and his ability to infuse everyday subjects with intense personal meaning. These masterpieces reflect his struggle with mental health, his connection to nature, and his search for peace and stability amidst personal chaos. Starry Night, perhaps Van Gogh's most famous painting, is a prime example of his emotional approach to landscape painting. Created in 1889 while Van Gogh was residing in the St. Paul de Moselle Asylum in Saint-Rémy-de-Provence, Starry Night depicts a swirling night sky over a quiet village. The painting's intense blues and bright yellows, along with the exaggerated, undulating brushstrokes, convey a sense of movement and emotional turbulence. The sky seems alive, pulsating with energy, while the tranquil village below contrasts with the chaos above, mirroring Van Gogh's own inner conflict. The scene is not an accurate representation of the view outside his window, but a deeply subjective interpretation, one that blends Van Gogh's personal emotions with his perception of the world. Sunflowers, another of Van Gogh's iconic works, showcases his ability to turn simple subjects into profound emotional statements. Painted in 1888, this series of still lifes features a vibrant arrangement of sunflowers in a vase. Van Gogh's use of bold, contrasting colors, vivid yellows, oranges, and deep browns, imbues the flowers with life and energy, reflecting his own emotional intensity. The sunflowers, in their various stages of bloom, symbolically capture both life and decay, representing the passage of time and the fleeting nature of beauty. Van Gogh's choice to depict the flowers in a direct, almost raw manner, with thick, impassioned brushstrokes, underscores the emotional significance he attached to even the most commonplace objects. The Bedroom, painted in 1888 during Van Gogh's time in Arles, is another deeply personal work. The painting depicts Van Gogh's modest bedroom, rendered in a simple yet striking composition. The use of bold, contrasting colors and the exaggerated angles create a sense of discomfort and unease, reflecting the artist's inner turmoil and desire for stability. Unlike typical depictions of serene domestic interiors, the bedroom feels almost claustrophobic, as if the walls themselves are closing in on the viewer. The distorted proportions and vivid colors are indicative of Van Gogh's psychological state, yet the room itself is also a sanctuary, a place where he sought rest and solace from the emotional struggles that plagued him. In Starry Night, Sunflowers, and The Bedroom, Van Gogh not only explored his personal struggles, but also sought to communicate the depths of his emotional experience through color, form, and brushwork. These works remain central to his legacy, capturing the complexity of his inner world and the enduring power of his artistic expression. Through these masterpieces, Van Gogh transformed the way art could convey emotion, leaving an indelible mark on the history of Western art. Van Gogh's lasting influence on Expressionism. Vincent van Gogh's contributions to modern art extend far beyond his own lifetime, and his influence on the Expressionist movement is particularly profound. Known for his bold use of color, dynamic brushwork, and emotionally charged compositions, Van Gogh revolutionized how art could communicate the inner workings of the human psyche. His paintings, deeply tied to his own emotional experiences and struggles, laid the groundwork for the Expressionist artists who would follow, shaping the development of a movement that emphasized the subjective, emotional, and symbolic over the objective and realistic. One of the most significant aspects of Van Gogh's influence on Expressionism is his use of color. His revolutionary approach to color went beyond mere representation. For Van Gogh, color became a powerful tool for emotional expression. He used vibrant, often contrasting colors to evoke particular feelings, creating an emotional resonance that spoke to the viewer's own inner experience. Works such as The Starry Night and Sunflowers demonstrate how Van Gogh harnessed color to convey his intense emotional states. His use of swirling, luminous blues and fiery yellows in Starry Night, for example, created a sense of restlessness and turbulence that resonated with the psychological intensity of his inner world. This approach to color as a vehicle for emotional communication would deeply influence later Expressionist artists who sought to evoke raw emotion and psychological depth in their work. Van Gogh's brushwork was equally groundbreaking. His thick, energetic strokes imbued his paintings with a sense of immediacy and emotional urgency. In pieces like Wheatfield with Crows and The Night Cafe, the exaggerated, almost violent brushstrokes convey a sense of movement, tension, and emotional distress. This dynamic brushwork, which broke free from the conventions of smooth, controlled technique, became a hallmark of Expressionism. Artists such as Edvard Munch, Ernst Ludwig Kirchner, and Wassily Kandinsky would adopt similar gestural brushstrokes, using them to communicate their own inner turmoil and existential concerns. Moreover, Van Gogh's ability to distill human emotion into his art resonated with Expressionist artists who sought to express the deeper, often darker aspects of the human experience. His exploration of themes like isolation, mental health, and existential anxiety created a bridge between the personal and the universal. Expressionist painters, like those in the German Die Brücke movement, were similarly interested in depicting the raw emotional and psychological states of their subjects, moving away from realism and toward abstraction and distortion. Through his innovative use of color, brushwork, and emotional depth, Van Gogh set the stage for the Expressionist movement, which would fully emerge in the early 20th century. His works paved the way for artists to explore the emotional and psychological dimensions of life, marking a decisive shift in the trajectory of modern art. Van Gogh's legacy as an emotional pioneer in painting continues to influence artists to this day, particularly those seeking to capture the complexities of human feeling and experience in their work. Chapter 5, Georges Seurat and the Technique of Pointillism. Georges Seurat, a pivotal figure in the development of Post-Impressionism, is best known for pioneering the technique of pointillism, a revolutionary approach to painting that transformed the use of color and light. Seurat's method, often referred to as divisionism in its technical form, was a response to the more spontaneous, loose brushwork of the Impressionists. His precise and scientific approach to color and form sought to elevate the emotional and optical effects of painting to a new level, combining artistic intuition with an understanding of color theory. Seurat developed pointillism in the late 1880s as a way to create a more structured, methodical approach to the vibrant colors that Impressionism had embraced. Rather than blending pigments on the palette or mixing colors on the canvas, Seurat applied small, distinct dots of pure color side by side. These dots, placed in such a way that they are not blended but allowed to merge visually when seen from a distance, were intended to maximize the brightness and luminosity of the color. By using the optical mixing of colors rather than physical blending, Seurat took advantage of the scientific principles of color perception, which suggested that juxtaposing small areas of complementary colors would result in a more vibrant, glowing effect when viewed from a distance. One of Seurat's most famous works, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, demonstrates the power and precision of his pointillist technique. The painting depicts a leisurely scene of Parisians enjoying a sunny afternoon in a park. The work is meticulously composed, with each figure and element in the scene made up of tiny, carefully placed dots of color. The result is a remarkable harmony between form and color, as the dots, viewed from a distance, create a luminous effect that brings the entire scene to life. This careful method of applying paint creates a sense of clarity and order, in stark contrast to the spontaneous and often chaotic brushwork of the Impressionists. Seurat's innovative approach to color and technique was rooted in scientific experimentation, influenced by contemporary research into color theory, particularly the work of scientists like Michel-Eugène Chevreul and Ogden Rood. Seurat believed that by using complementary colors placed next to one another, he could create a greater sense of vibrancy and depth than could be achieved through traditional color mixing. This technique required patience and precision, and Seurat's works often took much longer to complete than those of his contemporaries. Seurat's work had a lasting impact on the development of modern art. While pointillism never fully supplanted other techniques, it significantly influenced later movements, including Fauvism and even the early stages of abstract art. Seurat's careful, methodical approach to painting brought a new level of sophistication to the handling of color, light, and form. And his legacy endures in the way artists continue to explore the relationship between color theory and visual perception. The development of pointillism and divisionism. Pointillism, a technique that revolutionized the art world in the late 19th century, emerged primarily through the work of Georges Seurat, who developed it as a method for achieving luminous color and optical depth. While often associated with Seurat, the technique is also linked to the broader Post-Impressionist movement's exploration of new ways to capture light, color, and form. Seurat's method of painting, based on scientific principles of color theory, would lay the foundation for a significant departure from traditional painting techniques and set the stage for modern artistic developments. At the heart of pointillism is the concept of divisionism, a technique based on the division of colors into separate, distinct dots or strokes. This method contrasted with the Impressionists' more blended approach, where colors were mixed on the palette or directly on the canvas. Instead of applying colors in traditional brushstrokes, Seurat placed small dots or strokes of pure color side by side. When viewed from a distance, these individual color dots merge in the viewer's eye, creating an optical blending effect that is brighter and more vibrant than mixed colors. This technique exploits the way the human eye perceives color, especially through complementary colors and their contrasting effects when placed next to each other. Seurat was influenced by scientific studies on color theory, particularly the work of chemist Michel-Eugène Chevreul, who explored the optical effects of color contrast and juxtaposition. Seurat applied these scientific findings to his work, believing that using pure colors and allowing the viewer's eye to blend them would enhance the luminosity of his paintings. His approach was based on the notion that this optical mixing would yield a richer and more vibrant color than the traditional methods of blending pigments. One of the key works demonstrating the technique of pointillism is Seurat's A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, 1884 to 1886. In this monumental painting, Seurat utilized the pointillist technique to depict a tranquil park scene filled with people relaxing on a sunny day. The canvas, composed of hundreds of thousands of tiny dots of color, creates an image that appears both harmonious and meticulously organized. The painting's glowing, vibrant colors, achieved through the juxtaposition of complementary hues, showcased the potential of pointillism to create a sense of luminosity, was unmatched in earlier works. While Seurat's style of pointillism was the most notable form of divisionism, the technique was later embraced and adapted by other artists, including Paul Signac, who was a key collaborator with Seurat. However, divisionism and pointillism, though initially influential, eventually fell out of favor as artists began to experiment with new forms of abstraction and expression. Despite this, Seurat's innovations had a lasting impact on the way color and light were treated in art, influencing later movements like Fauvism and even contributing to the development of early abstraction. The development of pointillism and divisionism marked a profound shift in how artists approached color and composition. By emphasizing optical effects and color contrast, Seurat's technique allowed artists to explore the relationship between the viewer's perception and the artwork itself, paving the way for future innovations in modern art. Seurat's pioneering use of color theory. Georges Seurat's pioneering use of color theory was a central element in his development of the pointillist technique, transforming the way artists approached color and light. Influenced by contemporary scientific studies on color perception, particularly those by Michel-Eugène Chevreul and Ogden Rood, Seurat sought to elevate the impact of color on the viewer's perception of an image. His method, which involved the precise application of small, distinct dots of pure color, was grounded in the belief that the human eye could merge these separate color units into a more luminous and vibrant whole. By following the principles of color theory, Seurat pushed beyond traditional artistic techniques to explore new optical effects and visual experiences. One of the key elements of Seurat's use of color theory was his understanding of complementary colors and their optical effects when placed next to one another. Chevreul's work on the optical mixing of colors in the 19th century had a profound influence on Seurat. According to Chevreul's theory, when complementary colors such as red and green or blue and orange are placed adjacent to each other, they create a sense of vibrancy and brightness that is greater than when mixed together on a palette. Seurat embraced this idea, using pure, unmixed colors to create the sense of luminosity that he sought in his paintings. This optical blending, rather than physical blending, allowed Seurat to achieve a vivid, glowing effect that traditional painting methods could not replicate. Seurat's application of color theory was not limited to his choice of complementary colors. He also used color contrasts to manipulate the viewer's emotional response to the scene. For example, in A Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte, the contrasts between warm and cool colors in the figures and background give the scene a sense of depth and movement, even though the composition itself is still and tranquil. This technique also allowed Seurat to heighten the atmospheric effects of his work, making light and shadow more dynamic through his careful application of color. By avoiding the conventional use of shading and instead relying on the interaction of colors to create volume, Seurat could convey both light and form in a way that felt more direct and immediate. Seurat's exploration of color also had a profound influence on the development of modern art. His innovations would inspire future movements like Fauvism, where bold color choices became central to the expression of emotion and the depiction of reality. Artists like Henri Matisse and André Derain, influenced by Seurat's color theory, adopted vivid and non-naturalistic colors to convey emotional resonance rather than realistic representation. Through his groundbreaking use of color theory, Seurat not only revolutionized the technique of painting, but also reshaped the way artists would think about the relationship between color, perception, and emotion, influencing generations of artists to come. Analysis of A Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte. Georges Seurat's A Sunday Afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte, 1884 to 1886, stands as one of the most iconic works of Post-Impressionism and is a quintessential example of the artist's revolutionary pointillist technique. This monumental painting, composed of countless tiny, distinct dots of pure color, depicts a leisurely afternoon scene at a popular Parisian park on the banks of the River Seine. Seurat's use of color, form, and composition in this work transcends traditional artistic methods, creating a new way of perceiving the visual world and making this piece a pivotal moment in the history of modern art. The most striking feature of La Grande Jatte is Seurat's meticulous application of color theory through pointillism, a technique where individual dots of complementary colors are placed next to one another to create optical mixing. From a distance, these dots blend into a harmonious, vibrant image with a luminosity that traditional blending could not achieve. The painting's vibrant colors, especially the contrast between cool blues and greens and warm oranges and reds, convey the light and atmosphere of a sunny afternoon. Seurat's use of color is not just decorative, it is an integral part of his effort to evoke mood and emotion, underscoring the calm yet detached atmosphere of the scene. The composition of a Sunday afternoon also demonstrates Seurat's skillful use of space and balance. The figures are arranged in a carefully orchestrated manner, each placed within the frame with precision, as though part of a larger, harmonious design. The park's setting, with its neatly aligned trees and figures, suggests an orderly, almost abstracted view of reality, where every detail serves a greater purpose in the overall composition. This sense of order contrasts with the spontaneity of the Impressionists, highlighting Seurat's desire to bring more structure and discipline to the depiction of everyday life. Seurat's figures, though depicted with the same vibrant color palette, possess a degree of formality and detachment that evokes a sense of distance between the people and the viewer. The figures seem isolated from one another, some standing, others seated, but rarely interacting. This separation underscores Seurat's exploration of modern urban life's social isolation, a theme that would resonate with future generations of artists and thinkers. There is no overt narrative in the piece. Instead, the painting captures a moment of stillness, a snapshot of leisure that feels almost timeless. In terms of technique, Seurat's precise and methodical approach to the creation of La Grande Jatte makes it a groundbreaking work. His use of pointillism, informed by scientific theories of color and perception, allowed Seurat to craft a new visual language that was both scientific and emotional. A Sunday afternoon on the island of La Grande Jatte is not only a remarkable achievement in terms of technique, but also an enduring reflection of Seurat's vision of art as a careful synthesis of nature, color, and form. Seurat's influence on later avant-garde movements. Georges Seurat's pioneering approach to color and technique, particularly his development of pointillism, had a profound and lasting influence on the evolution of modern art. Seurat's method, which employed tiny, distinct dots of pure color to create vibrant, luminous compositions, was not only a radical departure from the painting techniques of his time, but also set the stage for the development of various avant-garde movements that followed. His focus on scientific color theory, optical mixing, and a more methodical approach to painting contributed to a new understanding of how artists could use color, light, and form to communicate complex emotional and visual effects. One of the most notable movements that Seurat directly influenced was Fauvism, which emerged at the turn of the 20th century. Artists such as Henri Matisse and André Derain were drawn to Seurat's emphasis on color, but rather than adhering to his precise dot technique, they embraced his belief in color's emotional and expressive power. In their work, color became an essential means of expression, free from the constraints of realistic representation. While Seurat sought to achieve luminosity through careful scientific color application, the Fauve sought to evoke powerful emotions through bold, non-naturalistic color choices. Nonetheless, Seurat's revolutionary approach to the use of color inspired these artists to explore its potential as a tool for subjective and emotional expression. Additionally, Seurat's method of creating harmonious compositions, based on careful planning and a sense of order, influenced the development of Cubism, particularly in the works of artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Cubism, which sought to break down and reassemble objects from multiple perspectives, echoed Seurat's use of structured forms and his focus on the geometric aspects of visual perception. While Seurat's work was still rooted in figuration, his emphasis on the structural organization of the picture plane and his use of color contrasts would resonate in the Cubists' deconstruction of form and space. Seurat's influence extended beyond the visual arts, also impacting the development of early abstraction. Artists like Wassily Kandinsky, who sought to move away from representational art entirely, were drawn to Seurat's ability to convey depth, movement, and emotion through a carefully constructed visual language. While Kandinsky's work diverged significantly from Seurat's, the latter's emphasis on color as a primary means of expression in painting provided the foundation for Kandinsky's exploration of non-objective art. In sum, Seurat's groundbreaking innovations in color theory and painting technique made a lasting impact on the course of modern art. His work provided a bridge between the scientific understanding of visual perception and the emotional expressionism that would characterize the avant-garde movements of the early 20th century. Through his influence, Seurat helped pave the way for artists to explore new ways of seeing and representing the world, ultimately reshaping the landscape of modern art. The scientific foundations of pointillism, developed by Georges Seurat in the late 19th century, was not just a new artistic technique, but also a method deeply rooted in scientific principles, particularly those related to color theory and optical perception. Seurat's use of small, distinct dots of color, which when viewed from a distance blend together to form a cohesive image, was grounded in the study of how the human eye perceives and processes color. His approach sought to exploit these scientific discoveries to create more luminous and vibrant works of art, challenging traditional techniques that involved mixing colors directly on the palette or canvas. At the heart of Seurat's technique was the concept of optical mixing, which relies on the viewer's eye to blend individual dots of color into a continuous, unified tone. This idea was inspired by the work of color theorists like Michel-Eugène Chevreul and Ogden Rood. Chevreul, a chemist and color theorist, studied how colors interact when placed next to each other. He discovered that when complementary colors, such as red and green or blue and orange, are juxtaposed, they appear more vibrant and lively to the eye than when mixed together. Seurat adopted this principle using contrasting, complementary colors placed side by side in small, distinct dots rather than mixing pigments on the palette. The optical blending of these colors, rather than their physical mixing, created a more brilliant, glowing effect. Seurat's method also incorporated a deeper understanding of the way light affects color. In his works, he did not simply apply colors as they appeared to the eye. Rather, he considered how different colors would interact with each other under varying lighting conditions. The division of color into small points, each interacting with its neighbors, allowed Seurat to capture the subtle nuances of light, creating a shimmering effect on the canvas. This careful attention to the science of color perception gave his paintings a luminous quality that was unprecedented at the time. In addition to color theory, Seurat was influenced by the growing interest in optics and visual perception. The development of the scientific study of how the eye perceives light and color was central to his approach. Seurat's work reflected the scientific spirit of the age, wherein artists began to look beyond subjective representation to understand and incorporate objective, empirical knowledge into their creative processes. Seurat's pointillism, with its reliance on scientific color theory and optical perception, represented a shift in artistic practice that bridged the gap between art and science. By incorporating these principles into his work, Seurat not only created a unique style of painting, but also opened up new possibilities for future generations of artists to explore the intersection of science, perception, and visual art. Chapter 6: Paul Gauguin, Exploring Symbolism and Primitivism. Paul Gauguin stands as one of the most influential figures in the development of modern art, particularly through his engagement with symbolism and primitivism. His work defied traditional artistic conventions, challenging the artistic establishment of his time and exploring new ways to represent emotion, spirituality, and the human experience. Gauguin's journey to break from realism and impressionism led him on a path toward abstraction and the exploration of symbolic and cultural meanings, establishing him as a central figure in Post-Impressionism. Gauguin's departure from conventional art began with his rejection of the established artistic traditions that dominated the Parisian art scene. His early works were heavily influenced by Impressionism, but he soon found himself dissatisfied with their focus on capturing transient moments of light and color. Seeking a deeper expression of emotion and meaning, Gauguin turned to symbolism, an artistic movement that emphasized the importance of emotion, imagination, and the depiction of symbolic content rather than objective reality. He believed that art should communicate an inner reality, tapping into the subconscious and representing universal human experiences. One of the key aspects of Gauguin's style was his exploration of color and form to evoke mood and emotion. He deliberately used bold, vibrant colors, often unrelated to naturalistic depictions, to communicate a sense of inner emotion or symbolic meaning. This departure from naturalism was most evident in his later works, such as Vision After the Sermon, 1888, in which he used color to express a spiritual vision rather than simply recreate a scene from reality. The juxtaposition of red and green and the stylized, simplified forms convey a heightened emotional and symbolic reality that transcends the physical world. Gauguin's search for a deeper understanding of human existence also led him to explore what he saw as the primitive cultures of the world. He famously traveled to Tahiti in 1891, drawn by the allure of an untouched, untainted way of life that he believed was closer to nature and the spiritual. This interest in primitivism is reflected in his paintings of Tahitian life, where he sought to represent the essence of human experience, unburdened by modernity. His works from this period, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897, are not literal depictions, but rather symbolic representations of existence, employing bold colors, exotic imagery, and a dreamlike quality to communicate complex spiritual themes. Through his engagement with symbolism and primitivism, Gauguin helped pave the way for later avant-garde movements, including Expressionism and Surrealism. His work challenged the conventions of representation, emphasizing the emotional and symbolic potential of art. By breaking free from natural and embracing bold color, abstraction, and cultural exploration, Gauguin left an indelible mark on the development of modern art, encouraging future generations of artists to seek meaning and emotional resonance beyond the surface of the physical world. Gauguin's search for artistic identity. Paul Gauguin's search for artistic identity was deeply intertwined with his desire to break away from the constraints of conventional art and to explore new ways of representing both human emotion and the mysteries of the inner world. His journey as an artist was one of constant reinvention, as he moved from one style to another in search of a deeper, more personal form of expression. Initially influenced by the realism and impressionism of his contemporaries, Gauguin quickly grew dissatisfied with these movements' focus on naturalism and the fleeting qualities of light and color. Instead, he began to embrace symbolism and sought a more abstract, emotional approach to art that would convey something beyond the observable world. Gauguin's early works, created while he was still closely associated with the Impressionist circle, reflect his interest in color and light. However, he soon found that the Impressionist emphasis on capturing the transient effects of nature left him unsatisfied. He felt that the movement lacked a deeper emotional or spiritual connection to the human experience. This dissatisfaction led Gauguin to experiment with different methods of representation, moving away from traditional techniques of light and shadow and toward a more expressive, symbolic use of color and form. His decision to use bold, flat colors and to simplify shapes marked the beginning of his quest to find an artistic language that could communicate his inner visions. A turning point in Gauguin's search for identity was his rejection of French society and his decision to leave for the south of France and later Tahiti. The idea of finding a more authentic and primitive form of existence, untouched by modern European life, became central to his artistic vision. He believed that by embracing the aesthetic qualities of non-Western cultures, particularly the primitive art of Oceania, he could discover a deeper connection to the spiritual and emotional essence of humanity. Gauguin's move to Tahiti in 1891 was part of this search for authenticity and identity, as he sought to immerse himself in a culture he viewed as pure and uncorrupted by Western civilization. His Tahitian works, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897 represent the culmination of his search for an artistic voice. In these works, Gauguin employed a highly symbolic, almost dreamlike style, using vibrant, non-naturalistic colors and simplified forms to explore existential questions about life, death, and the human condition. These paintings, steeped in symbolism and abstraction, reflect Gauguin's belief that art should transcend realism and directly engage with the complexities of the inner life. Through these bold experiments, Gauguin ultimately established a unique artistic identity that would leave a lasting legacy in the history of modern art. Gauguin's quest for artistic identity was a journey that involved constant self-exploration, a rejection of the mainstream art world, and a desire to represent a deeper, more spiritual connection to humanity. His work challenged traditional notions of representation and paved the way for the exploration of symbolism and abstraction in the 20th century, influencing later artists such as the Expressionists and Surrealists. Departure from France and the influence of Tahiti. Paul Gauguin's departure from France and his subsequent move to Tahiti in 1891 marked a crucial turning point in his life and artistic career. Disillusioned with French society and the limitations of European artistic traditions, Gauguin sought a place where he could escape the constraints of modern life and find the authenticity and simplicity he longed for. His relocation to Tahiti, an island in the South Pacific, was part of his search for an unspoiled, primitive environment that he believed would allow him to reconnect with deeper spiritual and emotional truths. This shift was not only geographical, but also marked a profound transformation in his artistic style, subject matter, and the way he engaged with his work. In France, Gauguin had already begun to experiment with symbolism, moving away from naturalism and impressionism in favor of bolder colors, simplified forms, and emotional intensity. However, his dissatisfaction with European modernity led him to believe that the true expression of human experience lay outside of the industrialized, urbanized West. Tahiti represented for Gauguin a place where he could escape the corrupting influence of Western civilization and reconnect with what he viewed as a more authentic, untouched way of life. Upon his arrival, he was captivated by the island's natural beauty, its people, and its rich cultural traditions, all of which profoundly influenced his work. Tahiti became the subject of many of Gauguin's most iconic paintings, where he explored themes of spiritualism, sensuality, and the human condition. His Tahitian works, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897, are deeply symbolic, using vibrant, non-naturalistic colors and abstracted forms to express complex existential questions. He rejected Western ideals of perspective and realism, instead using bold, flat colors to convey emotion and spirituality. The figures in his paintings are often simplified, sometimes appearing otherworldly, reflecting Gauguin's desire to evoke a sense of timelessness and universality. Moreover, Gauguin's depictions of Tahiti also reflect his fascination with primitivism, the idea that non-Western societies possessed a purity and authenticity that was lost in Europe's industrialized world. This interest in primitive art and culture became central to his work during his time on the island. He sought to represent not just the physical reality of the Tahitian people, but their emotional and spiritual essence, often distorting forms and using vivid colors to communicate a deeper connection to the natural world. In many ways, Gauguin's time in Tahiti allowed him to break free from the traditional constraints of European art and explore new ways of seeing and understanding the world. His works from this period had a profound impact on the development of modern art, influencing movements like Expressionism, Surrealism, and even later forms of abstraction. Through his exploration of the exotic, the spiritual, and the symbolic, Gauguin left an indelible mark on the evolution of modern art, forging a path toward new modes of artistic expression and a redefinition of what it meant to capture the essence of humanity. Symbolism and allegory in Gauguin's work. Paul Gauguin's work is deeply rooted in symbolism and allegory, reflecting his quest to transcend the surface of reality and delve into the emotional, spiritual, and psychological dimensions of human existence. As an artist, Gauguin was disillusioned with the naturalism and realism that dominated the art world of his time. He sought to create art that went beyond mere representation, using symbols and allegorical imagery to communicate deeper truths and universal themes. Gauguin's embrace of symbolism allowed him to explore not just the visible world, but the unseen, inviting viewers into a world of emotion, myth, and inner meaning. One of the most prominent features of Gauguin's work is his use of symbolism to express complex human experiences and existential questions. Rather than merely painting scenes from life, he infused his works with layers of symbolic meaning, often drawing from mythological, spiritual, and philosophical themes. For example, in his masterpiece, Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897, Gauguin tackles profound questions about existence. The painting, depicting a group of Tahitian figures in various poses and states of life, uses symbolism to explore the cyclical nature of life, death, and the search for meaning. The figures in the painting, along with the symbolic use of color, represent different stages of existence, from birth to death, as well as the unknown beyond life. The work is an allegory for the human condition, confronting viewers with existential questions through visual imagery. Gauguin's symbolic approach also extended to his depictions of nature, where he often used the landscape and figures as metaphors for larger spiritual or emotional states. His use of bold, non-naturalistic colors and stylized forms was a deliberate attempt to evoke emotional responses rather than represent physical reality. By emphasizing the symbolic power of color and form, Gauguin sought to communicate an inner truth, one that transcended the limitations of conventional visual representation. In paintings like The Vision After the Sermon, 1888, Gauguin used the image of a vision to convey a spiritual message, employing vivid color contrasts and simplified shapes to heighten the emotional and symbolic resonance of the scene. In addition to symbolism, Gauguin's work often carried allegorical undertones, particularly in his portrayals of Tahitian life. While he was drawn to the idea of an idyllic, primitive paradise, his depictions of the island's people and culture were not simple representations, but rather allegories for deeper, often spiritual meanings. Gauguin viewed the Tahitian landscape and its inhabitants as a reflection of his own search for truth, and he used the island's imagery to express themes of innocence, spirituality, and human connection. Through his use of symbolism and allegory, Gauguin transformed his work into a vehicle for exploring complex and universal themes. His paintings invite viewers to contemplate not only the visible world, but the hidden meanings and emotions that lie beneath it. By departing from the literal and embracing the symbolic, Gauguin created works that continue to resonate with audiences today, offering timeless reflections on the human experience. Key paintings: Vision After the Sermon, Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Two of Paul Gauguin's most significant works, Vision After the Sermon, 1888, and Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897, offer a profound insight into the evolution of his style and his ongoing exploration of spirituality, symbolism, and human existence. Both paintings are rich in symbolic meaning and reflect Gauguin's desire to move beyond the conventions of Impressionism to create art that conveyed deeper emotional and philosophical truths. Vision After the Sermon is one of Gauguin's most iconic works from his time in Pont-Aven, France, where he began developing his distinctive style. The painting depicts a scene of religious contemplation, where the figures of the faithful, having just heard a sermon, experience a vision of the biblical story of Jacob wrestling with an angel. What is striking about the painting is not just its subject matter, but the way Gauguin approached it. The background of the painting is a bold red color, representing a break from traditional perspective and naturalism. The figures are simplified and stylized, their forms flat and almost abstract, while the vision of Jacob and the angel is rendered in an almost dreamlike way, floating above the scene. This vivid use of color and abstraction reflects Gauguin's desire to evoke emotion and spirituality rather than simply depict a scene from reality. The work is a clear example of Gauguin's symbolic approach, as he used the biblical narrative as an allegory for the inner vision or spiritual experience, one that transcends the physical world. In contrast, Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? 1897, painted during his time in Tahiti, is one of Gauguin's most ambitious and deeply personal works. The painting is a meditation on the existential questions of life, death, and the unknown. It depicts a series of Tahitian figures in a lush, tropical landscape, with each figure representing different stages of life, from infancy to old age. The central figures, framed by the lush, symbolic backdrop, are arranged in a way that suggests the cyclical nature of life. The work is infused with a sense of mystery, as Gauguin uses bold color choices and exaggerated forms to create a dreamlike, allegorical scene. Rather than aiming for naturalism, the painting explores the questions that preoccupied Gauguin in his later years: the origins of existence, the meaning of life, and the inevitability of death. The vivid colors, especially the use of bright blue, green, and yellow, add to the surreal and symbolic quality of the piece, reinforcing the theme of an otherworldly or spiritual journey. Both paintings, though stylistically different, share common themes of spirituality, existential inquiry, and a deep connection to the symbolic use of color. Through Vision After the Sermon and Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Gauguin pushed the boundaries of traditional painting, seeking to convey not just the external world, but the inner world of emotion, thought, and human experience. These works stand as testament to his enduring quest for meaning and his profound impact on the trajectory of modern art. Gauguin's influence on modern art and primitivism. Paul Gauguin's impact on modern art and the development of primitivism is profound, as his radical departure from Western artistic traditions helped shape the course of 20th century art movements. Through his exploration of non-Western cultures, his symbolic approach to color and form, and his rejection of naturalism, Gauguin influenced not only his contemporaries, but also future generations of artists. His fascination with what he perceived as the purity of primitive cultures played a pivotal role in the emergence of primitivism in art, a movement that sought to break from the constraints of European academic traditions and instead looked to non-Western art forms for inspiration. Gauguin's interest in primitivism was born out of his dissatisfaction with modern, industrialized society, which he believed had corrupted humanity and art. He found what he considered to be a more authentic, untainted way of life in the cultures of Tahiti, where he sought to reconnect with the spiritual and emotional essence of human existence. His time in Tahiti and his representations of the island's people had a significant influence on the primitivist movement, which sought to embrace simplicity, raw emotion, and an escape from the rationalism of European art traditions. Artists like Picasso, Matisse, and Derain were inspired by Gauguin's bold use of color, simplification of forms, and use of non-Western influences in their own explorations of abstraction and expressive art. Gauguin's approach to color and form was revolutionary. He deliberately used vibrant, exaggerated colors that defied naturalistic representation, focusing instead on the emotional and symbolic power of color. His works like The Yellow Christ and Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Showcased his use of flat color and simplified, stylized figures, creating a visual language that was not about mimicking the world, but about evoking a deeper truth. This departure from realism influenced later movements such as Fauvism and Expressionism, which prioritized emotional expression over accurate representation. Moreover, Gauguin's focus on spirituality, existential themes, and his symbolic depictions of life and death resonated with the later surrealists, who sought to delve into the subconscious and the world of dreams. His work opened the door for artists to explore the inner workings of the human psyche, as well as to challenge societal norms and explore new, uncharted artistic territories. In sum, Gauguin's artistic exploration of primitivism and his symbolic approach to painting left a lasting legacy on modern art. By rejecting the traditional academic art standards of his time, Gauguin redefined the role of the artist and the purpose of art itself, influencing a wide range of movements that would go on to reshape the art world in the 20th century. Chapter 7, Henri Toulouse-Lautrec, The Art of Modern Life. Henri Toulouse-Lautrec was one of the most influential artists of the late 19th century, known for his unique ability to capture the essence of modern life in Paris during the Belle Epoque. His work reflected a deep understanding of the vibrant, sometimes gritty culture of the city, especially the nightlife and entertainment scene. Lautrec's art provided a lens into the world of cabarets, theaters, and cafes, where he portrayed the artists, performers, and everyday people who populated the modern urban landscape. His contributions to Post-Impressionism and the evolution of modern art are significant, not only for his distinctive style, but also for his ability to depict contemporary subjects with both sensitivity and sharpness. Lautrec's style was defined by his keen observation, his use of bold lines, and a remarkable ability to convey the character of his subjects through simplified forms. Drawing on the influences of Impressionism, he focused on capturing the fleeting nature of movement and expression, but his work was less concerned with light and color, and more focused on human figures and the emotional impact of his subjects. His distinctive approach to portraiture allowed him to convey the personalities of his subjects with remarkable depth. Whether in his posters of Parisian cabaret dancers or intimate depictions of the prostitutes, dancers, and entertainers he frequented. As a fixture in the Montmartre district, Lautrec's work was directly tied to the world of the Parisian avant-garde. His iconic posters for the Moulin Rouge, such as La Goulou at the Moulin Rouge, 1891, were revolutionary for their time, blending art with advertising in a way that was previously unseen. These posters utilized strong lines, flat color, and a sense of movement to draw attention to the performers, bringing the energy of the cabaret directly into the viewer's space. Lautrec's skill in capturing both the glamorous and seedy sides of modern life in Paris made him a master of documenting the cultural zeitgeist of his time. Lautrec's personal life was marked by physical challenges, as he was born with a congenital disorder that stunted the growth of his legs. This condition led to a certain sense of alienation, which is often reflected in his work, especially his depictions of marginalized figures in Parisian society. His sensitivity to their lives and struggles is what makes his art resonate with a sense of empathy and realism. Despite his relatively short life, Toulouse-Lautrec's ability to capture the vitality and complexity of modern life remains unparalleled, and his contributions to both modernist and commercial art continue to influence artists today. Toulouse-Lautrec's impact on post-impressionist art. Henri-Lautrec's impact on post-impressionist art is profound and enduring, as his innovative approach to capturing modern life and his ability to merge commercial and fine art made him a pivotal figure in the late 19th century. Lautrec's work broke from the conventions of traditional academic painting, aligning more closely with the experimental spirit of the post-impressionist movement. His distinctive style, characterized by bold lines, dynamic compositions, and vivid colors, not only challenged the norms of portraiture and narrative painting, but also influenced the development of graphic design, printmaking, and the visual language of modern advertising. One of the most significant contributions Toulouse-Lautrec made to post-impressionism was his ability to portray the human figure with a unique blend of psychological insight and emotional depth. His subjects, often marginalized individuals from the Parisian nightlife scene, dancers, prostitutes, and entertainers, were painted with a sense of intimacy and sensitivity that set his work apart from many of his contemporaries. His keen understanding of human expression and body language allowed him to capture his subjects in a way that conveyed their inner lives, moving beyond superficial depictions. This emotional resonance in his portraits and scenes of daily life aligns him with other post-impressionists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin, who were also concerned with expressing personal emotional truths through art. Lautrec's use of color and composition also marked a departure from traditional techniques, particularly his reliance on bold, flat colors and strong outlines, which he borrowed from Japanese woodblock prints and lithographic posters. His graphic work, particularly his iconic posters for the Moulin Rouge and other cabarets, revolutionized the commercial art world. These works, with their simplified forms and striking color contrasts, elevated the status of advertising art and brought the vitality of the Parisian entertainment world into the public's consciousness. This fusion of fine art with commercialism created a new genre that blurred the lines between high and low art, an influence that would be seen later in the works of modern artists like Andy Warhol. In terms of artistic legacy, Toulouse-Lautrec's impact on post-impressionism is most clearly seen in his role as a bridge between the fluidity of impressionism and the symbolic, often abstract tendencies of early modern art. His focus on the fleeting moments of modern life and his ability to convey emotion through simplified, yet highly expressive, forms helped pave the way for the later developments of Fauvism, Expressionism, and even Surrealism. His distinctive combination of vivid color, bold lines, and psychological insight has continued to inspire generations of artists, and his legacy remains deeply embedded in the art world today. Capturing the urban environment, the cabaret and Moulin Rouge. Henri Toulouse-Lautrec's portrayal of the urban environment, particularly his iconic representations of the cabaret and Moulin Rouge, offers a vivid snapshot of the dynamic, often turbulent nightlife in late 19th century Paris. Through his keen eye for detail and his innovative artistic style, Lautrec became one of the most important chroniclers of the city's entertainment culture, capturing the essence of its people, places, and performances with both empathy and wit. His works provide an intimate and often provocative look into the world of Parisian entertainment, a world that was both glamorous and gritty, and a significant part of the urban landscape during the Belle Époque period. The Moulin Rouge, the famous cabaret in the Montmartre district, was at the heart of Lautrec's artistic focus. The establishment, known for its vibrant shows and lively atmosphere, attracted a diverse range of performers, artists, and socialites, all of whom were captured in Lautrec's bold, dynamic paintings and lithographs. Lautrec's work reflected the energy and spectacle of the cabaret, where dancers, musicians, and performers pushed the boundaries of entertainment. In paintings such as La Goulou at the Moulin Rouge, 1891, Lautrec depicted the popular can-can dancer La Goulou, immortalizing her in a moment of high energy and abandon. The dancer's lively, exaggerated pose, coupled with Lautrec's use of flat color and strong outlines, emphasized the vitality of the performance, while also hinting at the ephemeral nature of the spectacle itself. Lautrec's ability to capture the urban environment of the cabaret and the Moulin Rouge was not limited to just its performances. He also portrayed the behind-the-scenes moments and the people who populated this world. His work went beyond glamour, giving attention to the less glamorous aspects of Parisian nightlife. Through portraits of dancers, musicians, and the patrons who frequented these establishments, Lautrec revealed the complexity and contradictions of the entertainment world. He often depicted performers in private moments, highlighting their human vulnerabilities alongside their stage personas, thus adding a layer of psychological depth to his representations. Moreover, Lautrec's use of posters and lithographs helped to blur the line between fine art and commercial advertisement, capturing the popular culture of the time in ways that were both visually striking and accessible to a broad public. His posters for the Moulin Rouge, such as Jane of Rille, 1893, brought the cabaret's vibrant world to life, making these artistic depictions integral to the urban fabric of Paris. In this way, Lautrec's work played a crucial role in shaping the visual culture of the time, immortalizing the essence of Parisian entertainment and urban life. Ultimately, Toulouse-Lautrec's art is a powerful reflection of the modern urban experience. Through his depictions of the cabaret and Moulin Rouge, he captured the intersection of performance, identity, and culture in Paris, providing an enduring record of the city's lively, multifaceted social scene. His ability to blend both the glamorous and the gritty aspects of this world makes his work a timeless exploration of the complexities of modern urban life. Bold use of line and color. Henri Toulouse-Lautrec's distinctive style is largely defined by his bold use of line and color, which set him apart from his contemporaries and cemented his status as a revolutionary figure in the art world. His unique approach to both of these elements not only reflected his ability to capture the energy of modern life, but also underscored his desire to push the boundaries of artistic expression. Lautrec's mastery of line and color can be seen in his posters, paintings, and lithographs, where he used these tools to convey movement, emotion, and the vibrancy of the world around him. Lautrec's use of line was particularly influential in his depictions of the human figure. He often employed strong, sweeping outlines that emphasized the contours and energy of his subjects. This boldness in line created a sense of immediacy and fluidity, allowing him to capture the essence of his subjects in a few dynamic strokes. His ability to distill the figure into a series of fluid lines and shapes not only expressed motion, but also imbued his work with a sense of vitality that was integral to his depiction of Parisian nightlife. Whether in his iconic posters of dancers at the Moulin Rouge or his intimate portraits of performers, Lautrec's lines were more than just a structural element. They conveyed personality and emotional depth, capturing the spirit of his subjects in a way that transcended mere representation. Color, too, was a key component of Lautrec's innovative approach to art. He used color not just to imitate reality, but to enhance the emotional impact of his works. Lautrec's palette was often vivid and striking, with rich hues of reds, yellows, and blues, which he used to infuse his scenes with a sense of drama and intensity. In his posters, the use of flat, bold colors was a departure from the more subtle shading typical of academic painting, creating a more graphic, poster-like quality. This use of color, particularly in his lithographs, helped to blur the line between fine art and commercial advertising, bringing art directly into the public sphere. In works like At the Moulin Rouge, 1892 to 1895, Lautrec's bold use of color combined with his dramatic lines creates a sense of immediacy and energy that draws the viewer into the scene. The figures seem to pulse with life, their poses and expressions captured with a few strategic strokes. This dynamic approach to color and line was not just an aesthetic choice, but a way for Lautrec to convey the rapid pace and heightened emotions of the world he was depicting. His ability to convey the excitement, chaos, and sensuality of Parisian nightlife through such simple yet powerful means marks him as a true innovator of his time. In sum, Toulouse-Lautrec's bold use of line and color was essential to his artistic identity. It allowed him to express the modern world with a level of immediacy and energy that had not been seen before. By pushing the boundaries of these fundamental elements of art, he revolutionized how artists could depict movement, emotion, and modern life, leaving a lasting impact on both fine art and commercial visual culture. Lithographs and posters, the rise of graphic art. Henri Toulouse-Lautrec's contributions to the world of lithographs and posters marked a significant turning point in the evolution of graphic art, merging the worlds of fine art and commercial design in ways that had never been seen before. Lautrec's iconic lithographic posters, particularly those created for Parisian cabarets like the Moulin Rouge, helped redefine the boundaries of art, advertising, and popular culture. His innovative use of this medium not only elevated commercial design to the level of fine art, but also influenced the development of modern graphic art as we know it today. Lithography, a printing process that allowed for mass production of images, was relatively new at the time. Lautrec began experimenting with it. However, Lautrec immediately recognized its potential as a powerful tool for visual communication. Unlike traditional painting or drawing, lithography enabled the artist to create multiple copies of a single image, making art more accessible to the public and allowing it to be integrated into everyday life. Lautrec embraced this reproducibility, using it to reach a wide audience with his striking, colorful designs that were intended for public consumption, on walls, in cafes, on billboards, and in magazines. Lautrec's posters are characterized by their bold use of color, dynamic compositions, and simplified forms, elements that he carried over from his painting style. In works such as La Goulou at the Moulin Rouge, 1891, and Jane Avril, 1893, he used strong lines, flat colors, and a sense of motion to capture the lively energy of Parisian nightlife. His ability to distill the essence of his subjects into graphic yet expressive images made his posters not just advertisements, but dynamic works of art. Lautrec's images became an integral part of the cultural fabric of Paris, bringing the vibrant world of the cabaret into the public's consciousness. Beyond their commercial success, Lautrec's posters also had a lasting influence on the development of modern graphic design. His pioneering work in lithography helped elevate the poster as an art form in its own right, laying the groundwork for the use of bold graphics in advertising and commercial art. His dynamic compositions, use of negative space, and ability to convey personality through minimalistic forms became a standard that would influence future artists and designers, including the likes of Alphonse Mucha, A.M. Cassandre, and even contemporary designers today. Ultimately, Toulouse-Lautrec's lithographs and posters helped establish the power of graphic art as a form of expression. By blurring the lines between art and commerce, he redefined the role of the artist in modern society and demonstrated how art could reflect, influence, and interact with popular culture. His work remains a benchmark in the history of graphic design, illustrating the ways in which commercial and artistic endeavors can coexist and even enhance each other. Analysis of major works. At the Moulin Rouge, La Toilette. Henri Toulouse-Lautrec's works, At the Moulin Rouge and La Toilette, are both exemplary pieces that highlight his unique ability to capture the dynamic world of Parisian nightlife and the intimate moments of his subjects. These paintings offer deep insight into his distinctive style and the way he navigated between the public spectacle and private lives of his figures. Both works reflect his mastery in portraying movement, emotion, and the complexity of modern urban life during the Belle Époque period. At the Moulin Rouge, 1892 to 1895, is one of Lautrec's most famous pieces, showcasing his ability to encapsulate the energy and excitement of Parisian nightlife. The painting features a variety of characters, including dancers, patrons, and performers, all set within the intimate space of the Moulin Rouge Cabaret. The composition is dynamic, with a sharp contrast of figures against dark, shadowy backgrounds, emphasizing the focus on the lively individuals within the crowd. Lautrec's use of unusual perspectives and the inclusion of both the audience and the performers creates a sense of immediacy and immersion. The figures are depicted in bold, expressive strokes, using strong outlines and vivid colors, which convey their physicality and emotional intensity. The feeling of movement is heightened by the posture and expressions of the dancers, as well as Lautrec's loose brushwork. The painting not only captures a moment in the vibrant world of entertainment, but also subtly evokes the complexity and occasional loneliness of these performers, a theme present in many of Lautrec's works. In La Toilette, 1896, Lautrec moves away from the bustling social atmosphere of the Moulin Rouge to a more personal and intimate moment. The painting features a woman preparing herself in the privacy of her room, a scene of quiet reflection and vulnerability. Unlike the energetic crowd scenes of the cabaret, La Toilette focuses on the subtleties of private life and the act of self-care. Lautrec's use of color in this work is softer compared to his vibrant depictions of public life. The palette consists of muted tones, which underscore the intimate nature of the scene. The loose, almost sketch-like brushstrokes capture the figure in a moment of motion, highlighting the tactile sensation of the moment as the woman adjusts her hair or clothes. The psychological depth of the figure is conveyed through Lautrec's ability to capture the quiet contemplation and isolation in the seemingly mundane task of preparing for the day. Both works showcase Lautrec's skill in rendering the human figure with psychological depth and expressive qualities, whether in the frenetic energy of At the Moulin Rouge or the solitude in La Toilette. His ability to merge dynamic composition, emotional insight, and innovative use of color and line defines his legacy as an artist who could simultaneously portray the vibrancy of public life and the quiet moments of private existence. Through these works, Toulouse-Lautrec not only documented the world around him, but also created evocative narratives that continue to resonate with viewers today. Chapter 8, The Diversity of Post-Impressionism. Post-Impressionism as a movement is often regarded as a diverse and multifaceted reaction to the limitations of Impressionism. While both movements shared a rejection of traditional academic techniques and an emphasis on color and light, Post-Impressionism diverged by introducing a broader range of stylistic approaches and philosophical underpinnings. The term itself was coined by the art critic Roger Fry in 1910, capturing the expansive variety of styles and ideologies that emerged in the aftermath of Impressionism. Post-Impressionism was not a cohesive style, but rather an umbrella term for several artists who sought to go beyond Impressionist techniques and experiment with their own expressions, marking a crucial turning point in the history of modern art. One of the defining features of Post-Impressionism was its rejection of the fleeting, momentary impressions that were central to Impressionism. While Impressionist painters like Claude Monet aimed to capture the effects of light and atmosphere at a specific moment, Post-Impressionists were more focused on representing their own emotional responses, subjective perspectives, and the symbolic or psychological dimensions of their subjects. For example, Vincent van Gogh used bold, expressive brushwork and a vivid palette to convey his emotional turmoil and personal vision of the world. In contrast, Paul Cézanne sought to introduce structure and form to the spontaneous brushwork of Impressionism, using geometry to organize his landscapes and still lifes. Georges Seurat, another leading post-impressionist, took a scientific approach to color and technique. His development of the technique of pointillism, or divisionism, was grounded in his study of color theory and optics. Seurat's paintings, such as A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte, used small dots of pure color that, when viewed from a distance, visually blended together to form cohesive images. This method was a significant departure from the spontaneous brushwork of both Impressionism and earlier academic traditions. Paul Gauguin, meanwhile, explored the emotional and symbolic use of color, drawing upon his travels to Tahiti to create works that evoke the primitivist idea of a more innocent, unspoiled world. His use of color was often non-naturalistic, as seen in works like Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Where he used bold, exaggerated hues to enhance the narrative and psychological weight of the scene. While these artists, Van Gogh, Cézanne, Seurat, and Gauguin, represented different facets of Post-Impressionism, they all shared an interest in moving beyond the optical realism of Impressionism to explore new ways of representing both the external world and the internal world of the artist. The diversity within the movement was not only a response to the limitations of previous artistic traditions, but also a significant step toward the abstraction and experimentation that would dominate much of 20th century art. The Post-Impressionists' contributions would set the stage for the development of movements like Fauvism, Cubism, and Expressionism, continuing to challenge conventions and shape the future of modern art. The range of styles and approaches within Post-Impressionism. Post-Impressionism is often characterized by its diversity, as it encompasses a wide range of styles and approaches that emerged in response to the limitations of Impressionism. While the Impressionists focused on capturing the fleeting effects of light and atmosphere through direct observation, the Post-Impressionists sought to explore deeper emotional, psychological, and symbolic meanings in their work. As a result, this movement became a fertile ground for experimentation and innovation, with artists employing a variety of techniques and philosophies to express their individual visions. One of the key figures in Post-Impressionism, Vincent van Gogh, embraced the expressive power of color and brushstroke. His works, such as The Starry Night and Sunflowers, were imbued with intense emotion, with swirling, energetic brushstrokes and vibrant, often exaggerated colors. Van Gogh's approach to color was symbolic and subjective, using it not merely to depict reality, but to express his inner emotional state. His swirling brushstrokes, seen in The Starry Night, evoke a sense of movement and intensity, reflecting the turbulence of his mind. Van Gogh's style was highly personal, a stark contrast to the more objective focus of the Impressionists. In contrast, Paul Cézanne, often regarded as the father of modern art, introduced a more structured and analytical approach to Post-Impressionism. Cézanne was interested in form and the geometric foundations of the natural world. His landscapes, still lifes, and portraits, such as Mont Sainte-Victoire and the Basket of Apples, often appear fragmented and built on the principles of geometry with the use of cubes, spheres, and cones. His focus on the underlying structure of objects, combined with a slow, deliberate brushwork, paved the way for the development of Cubism in the early 20th century. Georges Seurat, another major post-impressionist, developed the technique of pointillism, a method based on the scientific study of color and optics. In works like A Sunday Afternoon on the island of Le Grand Jatte, Seurat used small dots of pure color to build up an image. This technique, also known as divisionism, emphasized color theory and the optical blending of hues, where the eye would mix the colors at a distance rather than through physical pigment mixing. Seurat's approach was highly systematic and meticulous, in contrast to the more spontaneous brushwork of his peers. Paul Gauguin, known for his use of color and his departure from naturalism, sought to evoke deeper symbolic meanings in his work. His paintings, such as Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Often feature bold, non-naturalistic colors and symbolic allegorical subjects. Gauguin's exploration of spirituality, mythology, and the primitivist ideal led him to travel to Tahiti, where he created some of his most renowned works, using color to convey emotional and symbolic depth. Together, these artists and their varying approaches demonstrate the broad range of styles within Post-Impressionism. While they each explore different methods and concerns, whether color, form, structure, or symbolism, they all rejected the limitations of Impressionism, paving the way for modern artistic movements like Expressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism. The diversity of Post-Impressionism reflects the growing individualism in art during the late 19th and early 20th centuries and marks a pivotal shift towards abstraction and subjective expression in the history of Western art. From naturalism to abstraction. One of the most significant shifts in the history of modern art was the transition from naturalism to abstraction, a movement that became increasingly prominent during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Naturalism, which had dominated Western art for centuries, focused on representing the world as accurately as possible, emphasizing realism and the faithful depiction of nature. However, as artists began to explore new ways of seeing and interpreting the world, they gradually moved away from this highly detailed, objective portrayal of reality, seeking more personal, emotional, and conceptual expressions. Post-Impressionism played a crucial role in this shift, particularly through the work of artists like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin. While they all drew on elements of Impressionism, they sought to move beyond the fleeting effects of light and color, which had defined the earlier movement. Their work was marked by a more individualistic approach, one that often involved manipulating form, color, and brushstroke to reflect inner experiences, emotional states, or symbolic meanings. This shift set the stage for the eventual movement toward abstraction. Cézanne's work, for example, marked a clear departure from naturalism as he sought to break down the natural world into geometric forms. His famous landscapes, like those of Mont Saint-Victoire, demonstrate his focus on structure and the underlying geometry of nature. Rather than merely imitating what he saw, Cézanne analyzed and redefined it, using color and form to represent the essence of his subjects. This abstraction of form paved the way for later developments in modern art, particularly Cubism, which would take Cézanne's ideas to their logical conclusion. Vincent van Gogh's work, though still figurative, similarly distanced itself from naturalism by using expressive color and exaggerated brushwork to communicate emotion rather than accuracy. His thick, impassioned brushstrokes and vivid color palette were a departure from the realistic portrayal of nature, emphasizing an emotional rather than objective response to the world around him. This emotional intensity set the stage for the expressionist movements that followed. Georges Seurat's pointillism, with its meticulous use of small dots of color, was another break from traditional realism. By focusing on color theory and optical mixing, Seurat abstracted his subjects, allowing for a more scientific approach to color, while still creating highly detailed, almost abstract patterns within his compositions. Paul Gauguin took abstraction in a different direction, using bold, non-naturalistic colors and symbolic subject matter. His departure from realism was not just a visual one, but also a philosophical one, as he sought to convey deeper meanings through color and form, reflecting an emotional or spiritual connection to his subjects. The transition from naturalism to abstraction within Post-Impressionism laid the groundwork for the avant-garde movements that followed, such as Fauvism, Cubism, and eventually abstract art. These artists desire to move beyond representation and engage with the emotional, symbolic, and conceptual aspects of art represented a fundamental shift in the trajectory of modern art, one that continues to influence artists today. The role of symbolism, realism, and early abstraction. The late 19th and early 20th centuries witnessed a profound transformation in the visual arts, as artists sought to break away from the strictures of academic traditions and explore new ways of representing reality. Within this period, the interplay between symbolism, realism, and the early stages of abstraction played a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of modern art. These movements not only reflected the changing cultural and intellectual climate of the time, but also laid the groundwork for the avant-garde experiments that would dominate the early 20th century. Realism, which emerged in the mid-19th century as a reaction against Romanticism and Neoclassicism, focused on portraying everyday life and ordinary people with unflinching accuracy. Artists like Gustave Courbet emphasized scenes from the working class, rural life, and the harsh realities of existence, rejecting idealized representations of beauty in favor of confronting the truth of contemporary life. This focus on the mundane and the real, while groundbreaking at the time, eventually led to the realization that the mere representation of the visible world was not enough to express the complexity of human experience. In contrast, symbolism, which developed towards the end of the 19th century, sought to convey deeper, often mystical or emotional truths through symbolic imagery. Artists like Paul Gauguin, Odilon Rennes, and Gustave Moreau used allegorical and mythological subjects to move beyond the literal world and explore inner states, spirituality, and the subconscious. Rather than depicting reality as it was, symbolism emphasized the subjective, the dreamlike, and the mysterious, encouraging the viewer to look beyond surface appearances. Gauguin's use of vivid, non-naturalistic colors and his departure from representational accuracy in works like Where Do We Come From? What Are We? Where Are We Going? Exemplify the symbolist pursuit of emotional and spiritual depth. As these artistic currents began to converge, the seeds of early abstraction were sown. Artists like Vincent van Gogh and Georges Seurat, while still grounded in figuration, began to move away from the direct representation of nature. Van Gogh's expressive use of color and brushstroke, for example, was less concerned with faithfully capturing the external world than with conveying the emotional intensity of his inner experience. His swirling, impassioned brushstrokes in works like The Starry Night demonstrate a shift away from realism towards a more subjective and symbolic expression of reality. Similarly, Seurat's pointillism, which sought to break down color into distinct dots and build up an image from the optical blending of color, marked a significant departure from traditional realism. His work, while still representational, began to explore the relationship between perception, color theory, and visual abstraction, suggesting a new approach to how the world could be depicted. Together, these movements, realism, symbolism, and the early steps toward abstraction, illustrated a broadening of the possibilities for artistic expression. They challenged the limitations of representation and ushered in a new era of modern art, where artists increasingly sought to express not just the external world, but the inner world of emotion, perception, and imagination. This shift would eventually pave the way for the fully abstract art that emerged in the 20th century, fundamentally changing the course of art history. The individual artistic vision versus the collective movement. The tension between individual artistic vision and collective artistic movements has been a central theme throughout the history of art, particularly in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. During this period, the rise of modernism saw the flourishing of various art movements that both encouraged individual expression and, at times, adhered to collective ideals. Post-Impressionism, a movement that emerged as a response to Impressionism, exemplifies this dynamic, as artists sought to forge their own unique paths while also participating in broader shifts in the art world. In many ways, Post-Impressionism was a celebration of the individual artist's vision. Unlike the Impressionists, who emphasized the transient effects of light and atmosphere, Post-Impressionists were concerned with more personal and subjective expressions. Artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, and Paul Gauguin each developed highly individual styles that set them apart from one another and from the Impressionist group. Van Gogh's use of bold, swirling brushstrokes and intense symbolic color reflected his inner emotional world, while Cézanne's analytical approach to form and structure in his landscapes and still lifes laid the foundation for modern abstraction. Gauguin, with his mystical use of color and departure from naturalism, sought to explore deeper spiritual and psychological realms in his work. These artists were not concerned with creating a unified movement, but instead they embraced their individuality, each pursuing a distinct vision of the world. At the same time, however, the post-impressionist artists were part of a larger shift in the art world that was collectively rejecting the academic conventions of earlier periods. Their rejection of traditional representation, the move towards more expressive and symbolic art, and their engagement with new ways of depicting reality were part of the broader modernist project. While each artist's vision was personal, it was also shaped by and contributed to the larger evolution of art. The collective movement in this sense was not about a single style or ideology, but rather a shared commitment to breaking away from established norms and exploring new modes of artistic expression. This interplay between the individual and the collective is evident in the way these artists influenced one another, often participating in exhibitions together and drawing inspiration from each other's innovations. Seurat's development of pointillism, for example, was influenced by the scientific advancements of the time, but also reflected his unique approach to color theory and visual perception. Similarly, Cézanne's emphasis on structure and form influenced the Cubists, particularly Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, despite his departure from the collective nature of any formal movement. Ultimately, the relationship between individual vision and collective movement in Post-Impressionism reflects the larger transformation in the art world during the modernist period. Artists embraced their personal styles while simultaneously engaging with the wider cultural and artistic shifts of the time. This balance between personal expression and collective change helped to shape the future of art, fostering a diverse range of styles and ideas that would continue to evolve throughout the 20th century. Chapter 9: Post-Impressionism and its Legacy. Post-Impressionism, while a distinct movement in itself, played a crucial role in shaping the trajectory of modern art. Emerging in the late 19th century as a response to the Impressionist focus on capturing fleeting moments of light and color, Post-Impressionism moved toward a more personal and expressive vision. This shift was driven by a desire to go beyond mere representation, to delve into the inner emotional states, spiritual meanings, and structural foundations of the world. The legacy of Post-Impressionism is vast, as it not only influenced the direction of art in the years that followed, but also laid the groundwork for the revolutionary movements that defined the 20th century. The Post-Impressionist approach emphasized individuality and innovation. Artists like Paul Cézanne, Vincent van Gogh, Georges Seurat, and Paul Gauguin broke away from the representational realism that dominated earlier periods, each developing their unique methods and perspectives. Cézanne's exploration of form and structure paved the way for the rise of Cubism, with his analytical treatment of space influencing artists like Picasso and Braque. Van Gogh's emotionally charged use of color and expressive brushwork set the stage for the later development of Expressionism, inspiring artists who sought to convey deep emotional and psychological states through their work. Seurat's pointillism and systematic approach to color theory left an indelible mark on later avant-garde movements, influencing the development of both abstraction and futurism. Gauguin's symbolic approach to color and his exploration of spirituality and primitivism contributed to the rise of symbolism and fauvism, movements that valued emotional expression over representational accuracy. The legacy of Post-Impressionism can also be seen in the evolution of modern art's relationship with abstraction. The departure from naturalistic representation in favor of more subjective and symbolic content laid the foundation for abstraction in the early 20th century. Artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Kazimir Malevich took the emphasis on form, color, and emotional expression even further, eventually leading to pure abstraction in their work. Moreover, Post-Impressionism's exploration of subjective reality and individual vision echoed throughout the development of modernist thought in other disciplines, such as literature, philosophy, and psychology. The movement's emphasis on the subjective nature of experience and the rejection of a single, unified view of reality mirrored the shifts in intellectual and cultural life during this period. The legacy of Post-Impressionism is felt not only in the development of subsequent art movements, but also in the continued embrace of individuality, experimentation, and emotional depth in art. The boldness with which post-impressionist artists challenged conventions and pursued personal expression inspired future generations of artists to explore new possibilities in both technique and subject matter. Through their work, they established the foundation for the explosion of artistic innovation that would characterize the 20th century, making post-impressionism an indispensable chapter in the history of art. Influence on 20th century art movements: Cubism, Fauvism, Expressionism. Post-Impressionism, with its departure from traditional representation and its focus on individual expression, played a pivotal role in shaping the major art movements of the 20th century, including Cubism, Fauvism, and Expressionism. These movements, though distinct in their approaches, all owe a debt to the innovations pioneered by post-impressionist artists who sought to move beyond naturalism and explore new ways of seeing and representing the world. Cubism, one of the most influential art movements of the early 20th century, was profoundly shaped by the work of Paul Cézanne. His approach to breaking down forms into geometric shapes and his interest in capturing the underlying structure of objects provided the groundwork for the Cubists, particularly Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque. Cézanne's emphasis on the geometry of nature and his use of color to suggest volume and depth directly inspired the Cubist deconstruction of the human form and objects into fragmented, abstracted planes. Cubism went even further than Cézanne, completely abandoning perspective and representation in favor of depicting multiple viewpoints simultaneously, but its roots in post-impressionism are unmistakable. Fauvism, led by artists such as Henri Matisse and André Derain, was also influenced by the emotional intensity of post-impressionism, particularly the work of Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin. Van Gogh's use of bold, non-naturalistic color and expressive brushwork resonated with the Fauve, who similarly prioritized emotional expression over representational accuracy. The Fauve adopted vibrant, unnatural color schemes and strong brushstrokes, using color not to mimic reality, but to convey feeling and atmosphere. This marked a radical departure from the muted tones of earlier academic painting, and post-impressionism's emphasis on color as an emotional tool became a key foundation for Fauvism. Expressionism, which emerged in the early 20th century in Germany, was heavily influenced by both the symbolic and emotional aspects of post-impressionism. Artists like Edvard Munch and Ernst Ludwig Kirchner drew inspiration from the vivid, emotional color palette and the distorted, exaggerated forms seen in Van Gogh's work. Expressionism sought to convey inner emotional and psychological states through distorted and abstracted imagery, a pursuit that was foreshadowed in the work of post-impressionists like Van Gogh, who used color and brushwork to evoke personal and emotional responses to his subjects. The symbolic content of Gauguin's work also found echoes in Expressionism, with its focus on spirituality, mysticism, and the exploration of the subconscious. In essence, the break from realism and the exploration of new ways of perceiving and expressing the world that post-impressionism fostered created a fertile ground for the development of these revolutionary movements. By emphasizing individual expression, emotional resonance, and a departure from the literal depiction of reality, post-impressionism laid the intellectual and stylistic foundation for Cubism, Fauvism, and Expressionism, each of which would go on to redefine the course of modern art in the 20th century. The evolution of color and form in modern art. The evolution of color and form in modern art marks a radical departure from the rigid conventions of earlier periods. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, a seismic shift occurred in how artists approached both color and form, influenced by movements such as post-impressionism, Fauvism, and Cubism. These shifts not only transformed the visual language of art, but also aligned with broader philosophical and intellectual changes, reflecting an increasing emphasis on subjective experience, abstraction, and individual expression. In post-impressionism, artists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin revolutionized the use of color. Whereas the Impressionists sought to capture the natural light of the world through delicate tonal shifts, the Post-Impressionists embraced more vibrant, symbolic uses of color. Van Gogh, for instance, employed bold, expressive color to convey deep emotional truths, as seen in Starry Night, where the swirling blues and yellows of the night sky evoke a sense of inner turmoil and wonder. Similarly, Gauguin's non-naturalistic color choices in his Tahitian landscapes and figure studies were intended not to mirror reality, but to express spiritual and psychological states. Color became a tool of emotional and symbolic resonance, rather than mere representation, setting the stage for later movements that would continue to experiment with its expressive potential. The departure from traditional color use was accompanied by a radical rethinking of form. Paul Cézanne's work, particularly in his landscapes and still lifes, marked a critical evolution in the treatment of form. His exploration of the geometry underlying natural objects, such as his famous depictions of Mont Sainte-Victoire, suggested that form could be broken down into simple shapes: cylinders, spheres, and cones. This structural approach laid the groundwork for Cubism, where artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque shattered objects into fragmented geometric forms, completely abandoning traditional perspective in favor of presenting multiple viewpoints simultaneously. The Cubists broke free from the constraints of linearity, allowing form to be dynamic, fragmented, and open to interpretation. The rise of abstraction, driven by these innovations, marked another leap in the evolution of color and form. As artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Kazimir Malevich moved further away from representational art, color and form began to take on a life of their own, no longer tied to the depiction of objects or the external world. Kandinsky, for example, used color to represent sound, emotion, and spirituality, divorcing it from any specific visual reference. Form, likewise, evolved from the representation of real-world objects to an exploration of pure shapes and lines that conveyed feeling and concept rather than description. Thus, the evolution of color and form in modern art was a journey of liberation. Artists moved away from realistic depictions of the world and began to explore the inner world of emotion, perception, and the abstract possibilities of visual language. This evolution marked a significant break from the past, allowing for the development of new artistic languages that continue to influence art today. Through the innovations of color and form, modern art redefined the possibilities of expression and established the foundation for the avant-garde movements of the 20th century. The continuing relevance of Post-Impressionism in contemporary art. The legacy of Post-Impressionism continues to resonate strongly in contemporary art, influencing both the techniques and conceptual frameworks of modern artists. Emerging as a reaction to Impressionism, Post-Impressionism was marked by its bold use of color, innovative approaches to form, and an emphasis on emotional and symbolic expression. These characteristics laid the groundwork for countless developments in 20th and 21st century art, making Post-Impressionism an enduring source of inspiration for contemporary artists who seek to explore new ways of representing reality and conveying emotion. One of the most enduring contributions of Post-Impressionism is the use of color as a tool for emotional expression. Artists like Vincent van Gogh and Paul Gauguin employed vivid, non-naturalistic color palettes to communicate their inner experiences, setting a precedent for contemporary artists who use color in a similarly expressive way. Today, many artists continue to explore how color can convey feeling, whether through abstract compositions or vibrant depictions of the human condition. The emotional power of color, first revolutionized by Post-Impressionists, remains a cornerstone in the visual language of contemporary art, from the bold, saturated hues of abstract painting to the expressive use of color in street art and installations. In addition to color, Post-Impressionism's emphasis on subjective reality and personal interpretation paved the way for the conceptual and emotional freedom that defines much of contemporary art. The Post-Impressionists rejected objective representation in favor of exploring individual perceptions of the world, and this notion of subjective truth still drives contemporary art practice. From abstract art to performance and installation art, the freedom to depict the world through a personal lens allows artists to address a wide range of themes, from identity and politics to spirituality and human emotion. Contemporary art continues to challenge established norms and conventions, much as Post-Impressionism did in its time, seeking to break free from traditional forms of representation and explore more complex, multifaceted realities. Furthermore, the influence of Post-Impressionism is seen in the continued relevance of figures like Paul Cézanne, whose exploration of form and structure influenced the development of modern abstraction. Today, artists who work in both figurative and abstract realms draw inspiration from Cézanne's revolutionary use of geometry and perspective. Contemporary artists who seek to merge abstraction with representation, like those involved in the contemporary resurgence of figurative painting, continue to reference Cézanne's techniques and his dedication to representing the underlying structure of nature. Ultimately, Post-Impressionism's embrace of individual expression, its rejection of rigid academicism, and its willingness to explore color, form, and symbolism in new ways have ensured its lasting relevance in contemporary art. The movement's innovations continue to inspire artists today, providing a foundation for a wide range of artistic practices that explore the emotional, psychological, and conceptual dimensions of the human experience. The enduring legacy of Post-Impressionism is a testament to its role in reshaping the landscape of modern art and continuing to shape the direction of contemporary creativity. Post-Impressionism's role in the development of art criticism. Post-Impressionism played a significant role in the evolution of art criticism, shifting the focus of evaluation from strict technical mastery and realism to the exploration of individual expression, emotional depth, and conceptual meaning. Emerging in the late 19th century, Post-Impressionism broke from the conventions established by the academic tradition, which had long prioritized idealized depictions of the human form and historical scenes. As a result, the movement's impact on art criticism was transformative, encouraging critics to move beyond mere aesthetic evaluation and consider deeper, more subjective aspects of an artwork. One of the most profound effects of Post-Impressionism on art criticism was the push towards a more interpretive approach to art. The movement's emphasis on personal expression and emotion prompted critics to assess works based on how they conveyed the inner world of the artist, as well as their ability to evoke feelings in the viewer. Vincent van Gogh's emotionally charged use of color and expressive brushwork, for example, forced critics to look beyond conventional beauty and technical skill, instead focusing on the raw emotion that these elements communicated. The shift toward evaluating art in terms of emotional resonance rather than realism mirrored broader societal changes, as artists and critics began to recognize that the subjective experience could be as important, if not more so, than objective representation. The work of post-impressionist artists also sparked a reevaluation of the role of color and form in conveying meaning. Paul Cézanne's innovative use of form, breaking objects down into geometric shapes, challenged critics to think about art in terms of structure and abstraction rather than strict adherence to naturalistic representation. This departure from traditional perspectives in art led to a broader understanding of what art could be, prompting critics to consider how new approaches to color, form, and texture could convey not just physical reality, but psychological and emotional truths. As critics began to appreciate the importance of abstraction and color theory, their analyses became more focused on the intellectual and conceptual aspects of art, aligning with the growing interest in modernism. Furthermore, post-impressionism influenced the rise of more specialized art criticism, particularly in terms of movements like symbolism, which emphasize spiritual or allegorical content. Critics became more attuned to the symbolic meanings behind an artist's choice of subject matter and style, recognizing that works like Gauguin's "Where do we come from? What are we? Where are we going?" convey deeper philosophical and existential themes. Post-Impressionism's embrace of subjective meaning and emotional expression prompted art critics to broaden their focus, leading to the development of a more diverse and analytical approach to art criticism that considered not only the aesthetic qualities of a work, but also its emotional, symbolic, and intellectual dimensions. Ultimately, Post-Impressionism's impact on art criticism laid the groundwork for the modern, multifaceted approach to evaluating art that we see today. By championing individuality, emotional depth, and subjective interpretation, Post-Impressionism helped shape the way critics and audiences engage with art, fostering an environment in which the exploration of meaning and personal expression continues to be valued just as highly as technical skill and representation. Chapter 10, Conclusion. Post-Impressionism was a transformative movement that not only reshaped the trajectory of modern art, but also played a crucial role in breaking free from the constraints of traditional representation. By embracing color, form, and emotional expression in new ways, post-impressionist artists like Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, Paul Gauguin, and Georges Seurat provided a foundation for the artistic revolutions that followed. Their collective desire to capture deeper psychological truths, subjective realities, and symbolic meanings over naturalistic depictions marked a dramatic departure from the established norms of the 19th century and signaled the beginning of a new era in the history of art. The contributions of Post-Impressionism reverberated across countless movements of the 20th century. The geometric forms of Cézanne's work laid the groundwork for the birth of Cubism, while Van Gogh's expressive brushstrokes and vibrant color palette directly influenced the emotional intensity of Expressionism and Fauvism. Seurat's pointillism, with its scientific approach to color and form, became a precursor to later abstract movements, and Gauguin's interest in symbolism and primitivism led to a deeper exploration of the spiritual and psychological aspects of art. At its core, Post-Impressionism was about the liberation of art from the confines of realism and the embracing of subjective experience. It was a call for artists to look inward, to explore the emotional and spiritual dimensions of the human condition, and to challenge the boundaries of traditional artistic practices. By pushing the limits of representation, these artists provided the creative freedom necessary for future movements to flourish. Moreover, the influence of Post-Impressionism extended beyond the canvas. The movement's radical approach to color, form, and symbolism contributed to the development of modern art criticism. Critics began to focus not just on the technical aspects of painting, but also on the emotional and intellectual content of a work. This shift in art criticism was crucial in fostering the diverse range of artistic practices that would characterize the 20th century. In conclusion, Post-Impressionism's legacy is one of profound transformation. It redefined how art was made, understood, and appreciated, shaping the course of modern art and continuing to inspire contemporary artists. Its commitment to individual expression, its reimagining of color and form, and its celebration of subjective reality remain central to the practice and study of art today. Through its revolutionary approach, Post-Impressionism forever altered the landscape of artistic creation and interpretation, leaving an indelible mark on the evolution of art.